Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How we doing today, guys? Whew. We are here for Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial, day 8. And we will open today with the prior acts motion arguments. Whew. I got to send out the invite to people. I'm a little bit behind. Had to shower this morning because I, of course, absolutely just crashed out last night. So that was nice. Show for Friday. Huh? Sending this out to several million people. All right, here we go. What else do we have? All right. I'm almost there. Whew. We'll get people in here as they show up. Please get a new shirt. Gwem, this one's short sleeves. It is a new shirt. I just was going red this week. Leave me alone. So anyway, what do we got? Thank you, Mike. You're very nice. Let's see. Where are we? Am I balding? That hairline? I don't think so, but maybe. Who knows? I don't really care. What else am I doing? You distracted me. Oh. Okay, here we go. That one. I gotta send one more. Invites in the court feed. Yeah. Whoa, court feed. I still had that witness that looked like Brock Lesnar pulled up. So court feed was apt. Hold on. YouTube. Okay. This trial is too damn early. No kidding. All right. I think I have now sent out all of the invites that have ever existed. Yeah. There's a much talk about my hair. It's still wet, guys. That's the problem. It'll dry out and then it'll look normal. Okay. It's still all wet. So it's wet. It's thinking about you, chat. Okay, here we go. Verge of nervous breakdown. Welcome to paralegal status. And Miranda's writes, hey, Nick, could you please wish my husband, Alex, a happy 30th birthday? He will be watching later, and I know a toast to him would be really special. He's the best hubs and dad in the world to our son and should be celebrated. Well, it's a little early. It's 8:30 in the morning. But I think a drink is merited. Sure. If it's more than 2 hours before noon, you get to use yesterday's time. That's what happens. Here we go. For the toast, I'm using a special whiskey. Hill Flash, do you ever sleep? Dude, I crashed at like, I was out at like 8 o'clock, 8:30. No. It was 10 o'clock last night. I was out at 10 o'clock last night and didn't wake up till 7. So a lot of times when I go to sleep at 10, I wake up at 4 or 5, but today it was there. So I'm drinking this Kentucky Owl Wise Man's Bourbon, but it's the Takumi edition, which is it's a blend of Kentucky Owl and a Japanese whiskey. And so that's it's a special one. For Alex, a toast to Alex, Miranda's Right's husband. Let's see. He's the best husband and dad in the world, so now I have to fight him for dominance. And he should be celebrated. Dude, a cheers to you, Alex. Happy 30th birthday. You still have a full head of hair. Everything still works downstairs. You've got a doting wife, a loving family, and looks like you got it made, man. Many people would love to be in your shoes and probably in your pants. I hope you have a great one, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy life. And 30 is such an exciting year to be a dude. You've got many good decades ahead of you, brother. Cheers to you. Peace. Wait, Steve Gosney's in the chat? Shoot, there is one more invite I got to send. I'm sorry, Steve. I wasn't meaning to ignore you. I don't know if Steve's going to join or not, but send it to him just in case he wants to. And of course, just in case, here we are with Andrew. How's it going, man?
Hey, brother. Good. Thanks for the invite.
You're welcome. Oh my gosh. This is the kind of shit you get from the locals chat real quick. Hold on. Let me pull this up. A person who posted this said they're not proud of themselves, but they'd still smash. And I have to agree. I have to agree with them. I would too. Here we go. Look at that right there. Man, anybody who says they wouldn't get on that nonsense is like, Steve, what about you? Is this a smash and pass for you?
Oh my God. What is going on? Holy cow. See, I had to come in on that one, didn't I?
That's the locals chat for you. This is what they do.
That was a wake up call there. Man, you're drinking at 8:30. You are a real man. A whiskey, no less. Hard liquor.
I took a cheers sip. I still have plenty of that left, by the way, before people think that I just pounded a shot at 8 in the morning. That thing's going to last me probably till lunch if I'm lucky.
You guys, man, real men. I'm just a baby girly drinker with my girly drinks.
Here we got one more. While we're waiting for the court, one more smash or pass on this one. This is for Steve also. About that. Look, she's cute.
Oh, that's not bad. See, that's the kind of woman that's dangerous.
you know it.
You know, like that's behind those seductive eyes, there's a lot of crazy.
Yeah, well, and in the pants, there's probably not what you're looking for.
Oh, really? Is that like not a woman?
No, that was there's a AI thing that turns like a man, and it's a gender swap AI. So that was me, but turned into a female.
Let me see it again. So you mean I'd hit you?
Oh God. Let me see it again. Hold on.
You should grow your hair longer. Let me see.
I've been working on it. Look at that.
Steve's gonna do a screen capture.
Yes. Well, hold on a second. How do you do that? Wow.
I'll just send it to you. No big deal.
Autographed
copy. I can put it in
autographed in lipstick.
Yeah, I was gonna say lipstick on there.
My wife's gonna say, "Oh my gosh." Oh, by the way, I sent you a couple pictures on your cell phone.
Yeah, you sent me a picture of the books.
Yes,
The
and
books.
there's one before that too of my mama.
Do you want me to share that one? I didn't
Well,
want
if
to.
you
It's
want,
up to you. I didn't want to share it without permission.
No, absolutely. You can share what you want. I figured if I'm sending it to you, I might as well know it's going public. But
Well, I don't do that unless people give me permission. So here's Steve's mom ringing the bell for her last chemo treatment. This is
Hey,
that is awesome.
congratulations.
What a
Thank you,
wonderful
Mike.
lady.
Thank you. She is wonderful. And she's really weak now. She's got to come back with some shots I guess after there's like a 2-week thing, but she's going to do she's going to do a Rumble live stream with me. So to answer whatever she said, give me your questions ahead of time. So if people have questions. So yes, that's my lovely mom. She's 88 years old and she just got through chemo. And they ring the bell when they finish. Gets me emotional. Put it down.
Yeah. Here we go. This won't get you emotional. 95 books.
And that made my mom happy. I called her yesterday after I got that picture, and I said, "Look what we did on Nick's stream last night. Here's the books that I'm probably going to have to pack up on Saturday because I don't have enough envelopes. But that's the book pile on my dinner table." Isn't that wonderful? Thank you guys. Thank you for the chat, and I'll try to keep the grifting to a minimum. Although I'm going to go on Vices tonight and grift some more and drink. But yes, that's what 95 books looks like. How is that? Is that cool or what?
That's very cool,
awesome,
man.
Steve.
Congratulations.
Oh, and I wanted to let you know this. So, because I got to give back because you are so good to me, and I'm humble. My wife says that we think we can come to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, awesome.
Yes. She has a friend out there that lives out there that we can stay with, so it'll make it a little less expensive. But I was like, okay, well, I've got to give this to Nick and let him come up with some creative grift. So that
creative
it's
grift
like,
is it's one more person that people should come see in Vegas.
Because, well, I know, but it's got to be something like, okay, we'll go for certain if something happens, or there's got to be some kind of creative grift.
I thought we did that yesterday with the books.
That was just so I could ask her humbly.
Listen to this, man. The cost of entry to get in the door to asking the questions is 95 books. Good Lord.
No. Well, the problem is it's actually 2 round trip plane tickets from Orlando, which.
Yeah.
So that's like, that's basically a wash then. So, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there, but it hasn't been confirmed. I will tell you when it actually gets confirmed, but she's up for it because we have a friend out in Las Vegas that she wants to see. And so I was like, well, can we stop by Nick's party on Sunday? What time is it Sunday, by the way?
8 p.m.
8 p.m. Okay. So everybody that hates
right
me
at the
can come
start
there and tell me, shut up, Gosney.
It's right at the beginning of the night. It's perfect. So yeah, I'm waiting to hear back from Drex, but I mean, this brings the confirmed guest list for Vegas.
It's going to be a big stage, man.
It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people who are going to be there.
It's going to be awesome. Anyway, well, thank you for the invite. And Vegas isn't real. I got to say, not my place. I'm not a gambler at all.
Me either.
You are? Oh, okay.
No, I gambled on my 18th birthday. I went to the casino. That was part of my birthday present. My parents gave me like $200 to just blow at the casino, which was fun. And then I've been to I've been gambling at the casino like 3 times since then in my entire life. I just really don't care about it. The one time I did well though, I wasn't gambling. I didn't have any money, but my grandma had won like $20 and she had a little slip and she gave it to me. And my family has a history with Tabasco. Long story short, there's an old family legend that some great uncle of mine was a chef at a Hilton restaurant down in Louisiana back in the day. And he actually invented Tabasco or something and then gave the story goes, some guy tried to cut him out of it and he gave the recipe to the McElhennys.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, shoot. Here we
go. Good. If you would, introduce yourself to the court just a little bit. Obviously, we're not in front of a jury, but
doing
just so
testimony.
The court knows
Boy,
who
that
you
was
are.
quick.
Tell us just a very quick history of
This must be
how you got to your current position.
Lee Cole.
I'm currently the president and CEO of Palmetto State Bank, headquartered in Hampton. Started my banking career out of the Citadel, 1977.
To wrap things up, I won the
went on to
maximum
graduate school at
payout
the
on a
university,
nickel slot and
upon
won like
completion of,
$300 on the Tabasco machine. It was
master's
good.
program in Columbia.
I'll finish the
Joined the
Tabasco story
Wachovia
later.
Bank and Trust Company. Went to Zurich, Switzerland. From there, went to Barnett Bank in Miami, Florida, and subsequently traveled Europe with the old Barnett. Moved to First Union National Bank in Savannah for a brief period of time. And then in February of 1991, joined Palmetto State Bank.
All right. And currently you serve as the CEO, is that right?
That's correct.
And how long have you been the CEO?
Since August of last year.
August.
No, there's no
2021?
jury here. Not till at
And
least
who was the CEO
11:30
prior to
today.
you?
Russell Lafitte.
And was he terminated not long before you became CEO?
Yes, he was.
Back in June of 2021, what was your role at that time?
I was executive
CEO's
vice
bad that
president
gave,
and
defendant the loan,
responsible
I bet.
for branches in Beaufort. We have 2 branches in Beaufort.
And were you
Beaufort.
also a member of the board of directors of the Palmetto State Bank?
At that time, yes.
And you mentioned that you were in charge of some branches in Beaufort. Could you explain just a little bit to the court about sort of how it operated then with the branches in Beaufort and the branches perhaps in Hampton or elsewhere, please?
Yes, sir. At the time, we were about a $700 million asset bank. We have 7 branches, operated somewhat decentralized. I was given responsibility in 91 for the 2 offices in Beaufort, as I said, one in Burton location and one on Ladies Island. Other officers of the bank would be responsible for the other branches, Hampton being the main office, and then with Allendale, Fairfax, Estill, and Bluffton.
You say y'all are a little bit decentralized. Is it fair to say that for the most part, you were primarily responsible for the operations in Beaufort and someone else was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Correct.
And who was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Russell Lafitte and his father, Charlie Lafitte.
Charlie Lafitte. That's a successful OnlyFans.
And when you say somewhat decentralized, obviously there was a board of directors that looked at the institution as a whole.
Yes.
But in practice, there was kind of a deference to the local folks on scene, you being in Beaufort and the Lafitte's being in Hampton. Is that correct?
Yes.
Beaufort T. Justice.
All right. I'm going to ask you to explain just a little bit, though, about the board of the directors and the executive committee. And again, if you could briefly describe to the court what those 2 entities are and how they operate so that we can understand the next question.
Well, the board of directors of the bank has the absolute authority and responsibility to run the bank, but they delegate the day-to-day managerial responsibilities to officers. Charlie Lafitte was long-serving CEO and chairman. Russell, COO, subsequently became the CEO. I was executive vice president and ran the 2 branches. But board of directors would delegate as I said, the day-to-day control to the executive committee and certain senior officers.
Right. And when it came to authorizing loans, what was the role of the executive committee in authorizing certain loans? Was there a threshold, and how did that work?
There is a threshold. The board of directors would authorize individual loan officer loan authorities on an annual basis. Branch managers having a certain level of authority, and then executive officers having a higher loan authority, and then organizationally, 2 executive officers could approve a single loan or a up to X million dollars, and then once it got beyond the threshold for 2 executive officers, it would go on to the executive committee, which would review the loan request and either approve or deny any loan that exceeded $1.5 million.
At the time in June of 2021 or thereabouts, in that area of the year, were you the secretary of the executive committee?
I was.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 354 to your testimony. and see if you recognize that document. And Your Honor, I have a copy for you. I provided one to the defense. Would you mind
It
handing that
changed
to
all
me?
these practices now.
All right. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Tell me what that is, please.
It's the minutes of the Executive Committee of August 12th of 2021.
All right.
And a number of topics were discussed, but primarily the relationship of Richard Alexander Alec Murdaugh and his total relationship with the bank.
All right. And this is on August 12th, 2021?
Correct.
Can I get the elbow, please?
Just so everybody is aware, this is still a proffer. The jury is not present. So this is still them making the case for the effectively to bring in this evidence before the jury itself. The judge will have to make the determination after they make some arguments, legal arguments as to whether or not there's a logical nexus between this and the murder trial itself. So no, they can't like move for a mistrial because of this proffer. This is within the procedural norms of a trial that has other acts evidence that they're trying to bring in, and the judge needs a more detailed explanation of why it should
All right,
be
so
brought
these are
in
the
or
minutes
not.
that you're referring to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And there's a discussion right there, including reference to a memo that was distributed outlining the bank's relationship with Alec Murdaugh. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a reference also to the total indebtedness that Alec Murdaugh had to the bank at that point in time.
Yes, sir. As of the day of that memo that was presented to the Executive Committee, Mr. Murdaugh owed directly or indirectly $4.2 million.
$4.2 million. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
As far as the jury allegedly being shown yesterday and a video circulating on TikTok, what does that mean for the case? It means effectively nothing at the moment. It could mean something later, but I don't think the judge is going to mistrial based on
this, but tell me real quick,
TikTok
when
video
do
that
the
briefly
board
shows the
typically
jurors.
meet? When does
If
the
it's even the
executive committee
jurors.
typically meet?
The Executive Committee typically meets on the second Tuesday of every month, and the board meets on the third Tuesday of every month.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 385 to, for the purposes of this in-camera hearing, and see if you recognize that document.
This is a copy of the minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank describing what took place at a board meeting on Tuesday, July 20, 2021.
All right. And who's the secretary?
What's the
that
monthly
copies
payment
those
on
minutes?
$4 million?
Ray Henderson,
And you were present
That's
as a
a
board
big nut.
member for this
Not
discussion.
pleasant.
I was,
And what's the date again on that particular one?
July 20, 2021.
July 20, 2021. At that time, was there any discussion or any record of a discussion of any loan to Alec Murdaugh for $750,000?
No, sir, there is not.
If that were a 30-year loan, it would be about $300,000 a month.
And again,
That's
that's
a lot of
July
money.
20th,
Oh, bad.
2021.
That's correct.
That's
All
ridiculous.
right, going back to this August 12th, 2021 Executive Committee notes, I want to walk back just a little bit and tell me, was there, did Alec Murdaugh come up in any discussion among the board members prior to August 12th, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Tell me about that, how that happened, please.
On August 9th, Norris Lafitte, a board member, sent an email to members of the Executive Committee and the board asking for a full accounting of Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank.
All right, and can you pull that mic just a little bit closer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, and what happened after that? Did that spark any particular activity?
Sparked quite a bit of activity, conversation, and then activity inside the bank that day.
All right, and explain that to the court. What happened?
Shortly after Mr. Lafitte, Norris Lafitte sent his email to members of the Executive Committee and the board. A deposit was made to Mr. Murdaugh's account in the amount of $400,000, which cleared up an overdraft, a large overdraft, which had been in his account that day.
All right, and who caused that deposit to happen?
Russell Lafitte.
All right, and so there was a significant overdraft in Alec Murdaugh's account?
On that day, yes, sir.
Was it over $350,000 overdraft?
Yes, sir.
And so Russell Lafitte
I've corrected your
caused
math.
a
It's 30 grand a month.
$400,000 to be deposited into his account.
Yes, sir.
Really? Oh,
And that was after
I don't
the
know, that's
online
Morris
calculator lied
Lafitte
to me.
asking about Alec Murdaugh on August the 9th.
Yes, sir.
Lawyer, not accountants. I'm a lawyer.
At that time, that Russell Lafitte
I
caused
don't do math. I don't check
$400,000 to
anybody.
be put into Alec's account to cover a over $350,000 overdraft. Were there
Yeah, I had
any
1
loan
0 too
documents or any sort of application or anything in existence supporting any such disbursement?
No, sir.
Just put the money in there.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned other activity. What other activity was sparked by that August 9th email?
There was some activity to create an application to go through our typical loan approval process
Better have that 7-figure income.
through one of our software underwriting,
Or
one of
higher.
our underwriting programs, software driven.
Okay.
Is that loan
All right,
secure?
we're going to look at
That's
those
my
documents
question.
here in a minute.
What was that, Steve?
Is the loan secured or is it unsecured?
I bet not.
The
They're
loan
panicking
here?
like crazy.
The $750,000 loan that they're talking about doesn't even exist on their books. So I would imagine unsecured.
No, he said he had $4 million. He was $4 million in debt. So
4.5.
4.5. So what's the security for that kind of loan?
Probably multiple properties.
Oh, I don't know.
Or a
The level of
high
panic-
interest rate.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 356 and see if you recognize that.
This is a photocopy of a page 2 of a deposit checking account statement
And that's,
in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
all right. And what does that reflect on August 6, 2021, what the balance was in his account?
A overdraft balance of $347,784.67.
And what happens on August 9th, 2021?
A deposit of $400,000 is made to this account.
All right. And we see after that, there's a transfer to checking of $20,000 that's done as well.
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the purpose of that transfer was?
No, sir, I don't.
Cover up.
So right there on August 6, 2021, Alec's account was negative $347,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then off the books, Russell Lafitte caused $400,000 to be put into his account. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk more about that.
How's your overdraft protection, chat? You get dinged with that $35 for your $1.08 overdraw on your coffee. This guy drops 350 grand under, and the bank gives him 400K to cover it. Just in case you need an extra 50K of padding.
Yeah. I freaking hate banks. I
Being
really-
rich is awesome.
Oh my God. Come on. They ticky tacky the little guy. And the big guy's like, no problem.
Yep.
Blow it off. That's
Always.
wrong. Screw them.
They make interest money off of big deposits. They make ticky tack money off of little deposits.
$30 fee because you were, it's the pain.
I worked at Wells Fargo. I would see those all the time. $30 overdrafts
Show you
in a
what's been
row
marked as
on
Exhibit
someone's Social
357
Security
to your
income.
testimony and see if you recognize that.
I kept
It's
getting
a
in trouble
copy
for
of
reversing
minutes
them.
of the directors of Palmetto State Bank
Awesome.
dated August 17th, 2021.
Okay. And who was the secretary for these? Do you know?
Gray Henderson,
All right. And were you present for these board meetings?
I was.
All right. And these minutes accurately reflect what was discussed at the board?
Yes, sir.
We'll turn over to the second page. And was there a discussion at that time about, and again, this is on August 17th, 2021, was there a discussion about loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
There was.
All right. And is there a reference there of Alex's intention to sell the farm?
Yes, there is.
All right. And then is there a reference in there to the extent of Alex's liability in total loans?
Yes, there is. $3,544,897.
All right. And was there then a discussion of additional loans that Alec had that had been charged off?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And very quickly, are you familiar with two entities called Zero United and Redbeard?
I am.
And are those entities associated with Alec Murdaugh?
They are.
And are those loans that in fact the bank had charged off?
That's correct.
All right. And explain very quickly.
Can they charge off my mortgage?
Detail for these purposes.
Certainly.
This guy in the
In a
chat.
situation
If
where a
you-
loan is deemed non-performing to the point where the
Hold on,
bank's
got a great line.
executive committee and/or senior management decides that it's time to take it off the books, you charge it off. It's an accounting treatment, but it doesn't remove the obligation of the borrower, or in this case, members of the LLC, any legal obligation to repay the loan.
So Alec Murdaugh was still on the hook, required to pay those loans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there real properties associated with both of those loans?
Yes, sir.
And in the event Alec Murdaugh had tried to sell those properties, would the bank expect to be paid any outstanding balance plus interest and all the rest of it?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, was Alec still paying on those notes even though they were charged off?
He had periodically, yes.
David says
So the
if you
ultimate
owe the
liability
bank
to the bank,
$1,000,
for
you have a
Alec was
problem.
somewhat
If you owe
larger
them
if
$1
those
million,
included. Is that
they have a
correct?
problem.
Yes, sir.
Right, that's the Donald Trump somebody was talking. That's what I was thinking about. That's when Trump
There's
got into the
discussion in
bank
here
so much
about
that he negotiated the deal for himself.
$750,000 loan in this particular board discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, there is.
And this is on August 12th, 2021, I believe. Is that right?
The date, I think it's 17th.
Get Alex a live streaming set up in
17th,
prison. Have
excuse
him teach classes on debt management.
Had you been aware of any
Art of
sort
the
of
deal.
$750,000 loan to Alec Murdaugh prior to these discussions coming up as you move to the board meeting on August 17th, 2021?
Only to the extent that $750,000 loan had been referenced during the executive committee in the memo that was referred to in my executive committee minutes.
Which would have been shortly or a couple days before this. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir, preceding week.
All right. And at the time that the $400,000 had been dispersed back on August 9th, there was no loan paperwork in existence at that time. Is that correct?
No, there was not.
All right. Was that the only disbursement made pursuant to this supposed $750,000 loan?
It was not the only disbursement.
All right. Well, stand by for me. First packet I gave you. I'll show you what's been marked as States 358 and see if you recognize that.
It's a wire request form on our standard documentation dated July 15, 2021. The Palmetto State's going to wire funds to South State Bank. The beneficiary of the wire is the Wilson Law Group, LLC, to their IOLTA account in the amount of $350,000.
$350,000 to the Wilson Law Group.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what's the next page in this document?
Are the wiring instructions to the Wilson Law Group.
And does it have contact information?
Contact information is to Chris at wilsonlawgroup.sc.com.
All right. And is that Chris Wilson, the lawyer in South Carolina, in Barnwell, in Bamberg, South Carolina, excuse me?
As I currently understand, yes, sir.
This is on July 15th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
$350,000 was wired to Chris Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Was there any documentation, loan application, any sort of paperwork whatsoever justifying Palmetto State Bank sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson?
No, sir.
All right. And then whose benefit was this sent for?
Alec Murdaugh's.
Alec Murdaugh's. All right, let me ask you about this, and I'm going to put it up on the screen.
Nice internal controls bank. They wired $350,000 to somebody without any kind of
Right out
paperwork.
there, it says sender information.
I'm
and
glad
what
my
does that say
bank
right
is
there, please?
secure.
Palmetto State Bank,
It isn't.
LNOS.
All right. And can you explain very quickly what LNOS is?
This is every bank.
It's an account the bank
have
maintains.
the right
It's
codes,
called
anyone can do
Loans
this.
Not on System.
Okay. And should that should this wire had listed that as the sender?
No.
And explain that to the court, please.
Had loan documents been signed that day, the sender would have been the borrower on the loan. In this case, it would have been Alec Murdaugh.
But that's not what was listed, is it?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as 359 to your testimony and see if you recognize this document.
This is the customer copy of the cashier's check in the amount of $400,000 that was deposited to Alec Murdaugh's checking account.
All right. And is there a sticky note on there, a copy of a sticky note?
Yes, sir, there is.
And what does it say, if you would, please?
It says Alec Murdaugh, $750,000, 1 share of Green Swamp Inc. stock, and the date is 7/15/21.
We're going to talk more about that in a minute.
Man, 1 share of stock at 750 grand. That must be a valuable company.
It probably has 1 share to the name. Ridiculous. I'll tell you that this is quite, the more I get into this, the more I understand that this is a huge case. In South Carolina, this is the principal of a major firm that's been in power with all the financial skullduggeries and
Got
stuff.
states 360 and 361. Just real quick, I'm going to show you those and see if you recognize those.
Old money is getting fired. Bank executives.
Top
directors are
document
getting
is the
fired.
checking deposit slip for credited to a $400,000 to be credited to account 69406092. The account holder name is Alec Murdaugh. The date is 8/9/2021. And then we see a copy of the cashier's check dated 8/9/2021 in the amount of $400,000.
All right. And then the next exhibit, 361.
Next exhibit is the debit to the Loans Not on System account in the amount of $400,000, which was the source for the cashier's check in the same amount.
Southern Brainwater says, my hair is just wet. That's why it looks weird. I doubt it.
I doubt it.
Date on those again?
Rude.
8/9/2021.
That was the same day that Norris Lafitte sent an email to the board directors asking, making an inquiry about the bank's relationship with Alec Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Just a couple more.
See, the problem here is that they're in South Carolina and not in Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C., this would get a promotion.
You've already
Yeah, this would
testified
be nothing
that
in
there was
Washington or
no
New York, Chicago, LA.
loan application or loan paperwork or anything like that supporting the bank disbursement already of a total of $750,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was a wire in July 15th for $350,000 that went to Chris Wilson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a $400,000 disbursement on August 9th after Norris Lafitte sent his email to the board of directors
Yes, sir.
that covered a negative $347,000 overdraft in Alec's account.
That's correct.
A little bit extra for some walking around money, another $50K or so, correct?
I can't answer that.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as it states 362 and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of a promissory note, commercial single advance, loan number 6996048 in the amount of $750,750. Note dated 7/15/2021.
Just real quick, what's the $750 for?
That's a note fee we charge.
A note fee?
Yes, sir.
$750 for a $750,000 loan?
Yes, sir.
Is that typical?
Possibly in the Hampton office. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to let you hold that one for a second. Look at the back page and tell me, is that application signed?
Yes, it is signed.
All right. And who is it purportedly signed by?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And what is the date on that application?
Date on the note is July 15, 2021.
All right. And is that the same day as that wire to Chris Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to examine that document and look at the records of the entity for which you're the chief executive officer?
I have.
Have you had a chance to look at the loan number?
I have.
And are those loan numbers sequentially generated by your system?
They are.
And in looking at that loan number, is there any way that document could have even been in existence in July of 2021?
No, sir.
And in fact, it had to have been generated after the August 9th email and after these disbursements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll show you 363. Just give me 1 second while I put this on the screen. And just
There's
real quick, can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Is that the loan number, the sequential loan number you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And then that's the signature and the date that you're talking about.
That's correct.
Yeah, if the judge allows these
All right,
witnesses,
that
we have to
last
listen to
two
this
I just
testimony again.
Hand
Yes.
it to you. Can you tell me the number on the back of it?
And probably more.
6996048.
I'm sorry. I was talking about that number. 363. States 363. No, that was my job. I was asking you to do my job. All right. Tell me what that document is, please.
It's a business purpose statement.
All right. And
It accompanied the loan, 6996048.
what is the supposed purpose for the loan that's listed on that?
Business expenses.
Okay. See that? And again, this document's also dated 7/15/21.
That's correct.
But is this the kind of document that also would be generated along with the application that we just saw?
It would in the note documentation system. Yes, sir.
All right. The application that you said could not have existed in July of 2021.
That's correct.
Let me go back. We had a reference to the board minutes. From August 17th, 2021. And there was some discussion of this particular loan at that board hearing, board meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
And there had been discussion at the executive committee meeting not a little bit prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your understanding at that time from those meetings, what the collateral was supposedly for this new $750,000 loan?
There'd be a mortgage on Edisto Beach House and a share of Green Swamp stock.
And is that the green swamp that was referred to on the sticky note that we saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
And what is your understanding, though, as things developed as to whether or not that collateral actually was able to be used for this particular loan?
Certainly, the second mortgage did not exist or was not placed on the property. The property was in the name of Mrs. Murdaugh.
Okay. And what about the green swamp? Was that already collateralized?
It was cross-collateralized with other loans.
So this loan was heavily under collateralized. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Unsecured. Nice unsecured 750 grand. Sweet. Only 21% interest on a credit card.
There's been some discussion about whether or not an appraisal had been ordered prior to June of 2021 for this supposed $750,000 loan. Was there an appraisal that had been ordered prior to June of 2021 on the Edisto property?
There was.
did that have anything at all to do with some sort of loan for an additional $750,000?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked with states 364 and see if you recognize that document's an email, but there's an attachment.
It's an email from Chastity Malfris to Charles Lafitte III, who's the bank's appraisal officer, referencing 3606 Big Bay Drive, Edisto. And it's an appraisal request form dated April 22, 2021. The intended use of the appraisal is for a refinance.
Yep.
And the balance is $200,000.
All right, and so it's for a refinance. Explain what the refinance was for, if you could, to the court.
At the time, the mortgage had matured, or the mortgage loan had matured, and we needed to renew it.
All right, it had already matured, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He
So
just
this
said
was an
that.
existing debt, not any sort of new debt, and so the appraisal was because you have to renew this note that had already matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or it has to be paid off, one of the two.
Correct.
Right, can I approach this?
So today, so far, is more of yesterday. He has all of this financial chicanery going on. We know about the financial chicanery. It still needs to be tied
Show you what's been
in
marked
theory
as, States
to the murder.
365 and see
Either
if you
motive
recognize that document.
or some other justification.
This was the
bring it in.
memo summarizing, or this is a copy of the memo that summarizes the relationship of Alec Murdaugh with the bank. It was prepared and presented at the executive committee meeting.
Okay. Again, I'm going to put that up on the screen, but this lists some of the indebtedness that Alec had to the bank that you previously described earlier,
Yes, sir.
and including the Zero United with outstanding $307,761.
Yes, sir.
And then it outstanding and charged off, not only Zero United, but also $362,896 for Redbeard.
Yes, sir.
A few more.
You promise?
You know, the prejudicial effect, there's another additional prejudicial effect, not just the crime, but
I'll show
also
you what's
the,
been marked as States 366 and see if you recognize that document.
It's a document produced from our loan accounting system, and it lists all the notes, outstanding notes in the name of Alec Murdaugh, and also co-borrower with his father, Randolph Murdaugh III.
All right. And that it lists the balances on those particular loans as of June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
It does not include, though, the charged off loans, Zero United and Redbeard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
the prejudicial effect of the class envy here. The fact if you got a jury of just regular folks and they're hearing these kind of numbers being thrown around, there's a certain
So
resentment.
the first
that gets
one, is that the
rendered
balance
against-
right there? $104,119.80.
I'm
the
struggling
principal
to pay
of- yes,
my
That's the principal owed.
Pay
These
my
are not deposits,
$1,800
correct?
mortgage
That's correct.
payment,
Owed
and this
by
guy
who?
gets 400 grand
For
from
the
the bank.
104,000
from
was
the bank?
Williams Islands.
Right. But I mean, what
Unsecured.
borrower owed those?
0.1%
That would have been
fee.
Mr. Murdaugh, Alec Murdaugh, yes.
All right. And then this next one, what's the balance on that? How much is owed for this loan?
$806,666.26.
The next one, how much is owed for this loan?
$195,171.64.
How much is owed for this loan?
$999,650.94.
And this is actually $1 million line of credit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's pretty much maxed out, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You see, his financial house of cards is coming to a collapse, so he murdered his wife and
And
kid.
then finally, this one right here. What's the balance on that?
This is how my first wife handled money.
$91,368.90.
It's really annoying me that more and more is manifesting into what their motive is. His financial house of cards is collapsing, therefore he murdered. I mean, okay, I guess. Here's the thing. Even if this guy goes bankrupt and restructures under bankruptcy, he may lose a couple properties. But aside from being prosecuted, he's still a massive financial whale. Like, he's still going to be bringing in a 7 to 8 figure income annually and would be able to rebuild. Bankruptcy may have actually served him pretty well, aside from the criminal acts involved.
Right, the fraud.
Exactly. That's a very important
Last
angle we need
set
to
of
talk
documents
about.
here. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states. Stand by for me real quick.
Yeah,
Lots of millionaire earners go bankrupt and, offload some property, depending on the state. If South Carolina even lets you reclaim property, Florida kind of doesn't.
Well, except your homestead is protected 100% from bankruptcy. But we should flesh that out a little bit for the viewers at the break about
That's why OJ moved there.
what his other options are.
All right, I'm going to show
He
you
wasn't
states
disbarred when
367.
his family was killed, folks. That's the point. That happened
Recognize
later.
that document.
It's a copy of a bank statement, Alec Murdaugh farm account,
And what is the balance of that?
And
on
even
June
disbarred,
7th,
this guy could
2021?
still make very good
June
money.
7, 2021, shows a deficit balance
Yeah,
of
that's true.
$2,458.23.
I mean, he's got connections to
Negative balance?
everybody
Yes, sir.
in town.
Show you what's been
Consulting.
marked as 368.
management.
And do you recognize that?
Again, it's a checking account statement, Richard Alexander Murdaugh for account 6092,
All right, can you tell me what the balance was on June 7th, 2021?
$2,185.23.
And this would not
Show
be
you
a
what's been marked as
Chapter 7. It
states
would be a
369.
reorganization
And,
bankruptcy.
see if you recognize that.
This is again, statement for a health savings account, 3094, in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and what's the balance on that?
$7,540.61.
And that's a health savings account?
Yes, sir.
Can that be used for any purpose or only for legitimate medical purposes?
I think the latter, the medical purposes.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 370 and see if you recognize that.
Again, a bank statement, copy of a bank statement in the name of Alec Murdaugh, account number 6649. And the balance on 6/7 would have been $62,115.06.
All right, and then finally 371, if you could, tell me if you recognize that.
This is a account statement, interest checking account in the name of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh and Alex Murdaugh, number 5109. And the balance on 6/7, $3,900.04.
Just have a couple more questions for you, for the purposes of this hearing at least.
This is all now collateral to the proffer. I just want the judge to rule on if this evidence can come in. I mean, if the financial stuff can come in, all of these people can come in and we don't need to keep showing
Right.
the clear and convincing standard. I need to see, I just want to see the nexus. I want to see if the judge will allow it or
Fair to
not.
say that of June 2021 and the months after, the indebtedness to Palmetto State Bank from Alec Murdaugh was very, very large.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Could have just asked that right up in front, right?
And it's fair
That
to
would
say
have
he
been
also
one-
had charged off loans in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
if it had come out at any particular time from, let's say, 2010 on up to June of 2021, or at any time, that Alec Murdaugh had been stealing money from his partners or stealing money from his clients, would this bank have continued to loan him money?
No, sir.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
I have a defense.
No cross. Oh, okay.
I hate that briefly.
Malinowski, on June 7th, 2021, Mr. Murdaugh was not overdrawn at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
No, well,
Oh, what a question.
June 7,
Yes, sir.
do you have his bank statement?
Well, we just went through them.
Right.
Well,
I
there was,
do, actually.
There was one statement, the farm account was minus $2,045. There was another account that was plus $2,185, according to Exhibit 368. His health savings account, Exhibit 369, had $7,540. Exhibit 370 had a positive balance of $62,000 and some change. And then Maggie's account, Exhibit 371, had $3,904.
Yes, sir.
So there's one account that was
Overdrawn.
for
Time of the
2,000,
murders,
but positive
not
balances and
overdrawn.
all the other.
Yes, sir.
And Alec Murdaugh had been a customer of Palmetto State Bank for many, many years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And had he ever been denied a request from Palmetto State Bank for a line of credit or a loan up until September of 2021?
To my knowledge, no.
And in July of 2021, apparently he got a $750,000 loan that was approved according to the documents here by 3 members of the board of directors. Do you remember that? If I can find that.
Seeing all that testimony, and now we've got the at the time of the murders, he's not overdrawn. Those loans hadn't been generated. Those came later.
Here it is.
So again, show us the nexus to the murders. Well, he knew he was going to overdraw $700,000, and he
Can
knew.
you see the highlighted language there?
Okay.
I can see the highlighted language. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And this is from, let's be sure we know what we're talking about. Minutes of the Board of Directors meeting, August 17th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And here, there's says Chairman Lafitte reviewed the loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Russell Lafitte stated that his intention is to sell the farm. We have mortgages on the properties that supersede the property being transferred into Maggie's name. Now, what does that mean? Tell me about that. You have mortgages on the property that superseded the property being transferred to Maggie's name. Do you remember that?
I guess it would reference the mortgages, the date of the mortgage and the date they were recorded on previous loans.
So at some point in time, Alec transferred the Moselle property into Maggie's name.
It's my understanding, yes.
And before that date, your bank already had a mortgage on the property.
Yes, sir.
Is that Moselle property? Are we talking about Moselle property here?
Does he even know?
If you're referring to the farm, I'm assuming he's referring to Moselle. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, how do you transfer property with a lien on it for a bank without a lien release?
And,
Like, how do you even manage that?
Well,
at
that
the
I guess if
can
the
be
bank
done.
allows
last
it.
sentence of this paragraph.
Yeah,
it says,
exactly. You just get a sign off and the
Elizabeth
mortgage transfers. They don't
Malinowski.
release their security.
commented the $750,000 loan did not appear to have been approved by the executive committee. Russell Lafitte explained that 3 of the 5 members approved the loan.
Oops.
You recall that?
I recall it. Yes, sir.
And who are the 3 of the 5 members of the executive committee that approved the loan?
It would have been Charlie Lafitte, Ray Henderson, and Russell Lafitte.
And do you recall Charlie Lafitte telling you at some point in time, maybe around in here or even before, that if Alec Murdaugh wanted to receive a loan from the bank, that he would get it?
That was Mr. Lafitte's opinion, yes.
And who was Mr. Lafitte in relation to the bank in June of 2007?
The CE fucking
2007.
Excuse me, June 7th, 2021.
He was the chairman of the bank.
And was Russell Lafitte related to Mr. Lafitte?
His son.
Okay. And who are the members of the executive committee?
The executive committee, Charlie Lafitte, Ray Henderson, Russell Lafitte, Scott Swain, and myself.
And so Mr. Lafitte, Mr. Charlie Lafitte's opinion was if Alec Murdaugh wanted a loan from the bank, he would get it. Is
That was his opinion.
And on the $750,000 loan he was provided, apparently without a lot of paperwork done on the front end, but it was approved by Mr. Lafitte, his son, Russell Lafitte, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his daughter, Gray Henderson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The majority of the executive committee approves the loan. I mean,
And you mentioned that there was some, in June of 2021, there was some $4.2 million or something outstanding. I don't have the exact number, but maybe we can find that. Do you know how much was secured and unsecured when you reviewed the indebtedness?
Do you have a document I can refer to?
I'm trying to find it.
As ridiculous as that seems, he does have a $4 million hunting property, just that property alone. So
I'm going to put it
and
on
the
the screen
guy's
here.
a 7 to 8 figure annual income earner. I mean,
Maybe talking about the same.
banks want to keep those people there. Those
The same
deposits
document we
make
looked
them
at,
able
and I have
to
the
do
highlighted language.
mortgages.
It says here, well, let's just refer to it says Norris Lafitte had found a mathematical error which will be corrected to $3,544,897 total loans. And those are total loans to Mr. Murdaugh, is that correct?
According to another memo that came.
Okay, so as to this amount, how much was it all secured?
Without seeing the memo, I couldn't tell. If you've got the memo, I'll certainly go down the loans.
I don't have the memo. I only have what I was provided. Thank you. Does this memo set forth the collateral for the indebtedness, Mr. Murdaugh? And I'm referring to Exhibit 365.
Can you pull down that memo? There we go. Thank you.
Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
Try to zoom it in without putting too many shadows on it. And so we went through that. Is that the collateral for those loans?
As stated in the memo, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some loans have been written off. Are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh was still paying on the loans that had been written off?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you mentioned that, and had Mr. Murdaugh always paid the bank interest, monies he owed? And did he ever go in default? And let's put it like, did he ever go in default on any notes issued to him by Palmetto State Bank?
Redbeard and Zero United?
And those were the ones that were written off,
Yes, sir.
but he continued to pay those, correct?
He periodically made payments. Yes, sir.
Don't all banks have to secure all loans? No, not even close. There's no requirement on lending money. A bank can
Are
lend
you,
someone $80
aware
trillion
that,
unsecured. So long as they have
the
the
day-
assets.
Maggie Murdaugh was,
It's a bad idea.
well, Maggie Murdaugh was murdered sometime the night of June the 7th. Are you aware that she was scheduled to meet your appraiser at Edisto on June the 8th?
No, sir.
The Moselle property was titled in Maggie Murdaugh's name in June of 2021, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The bank had filed mortgages on the property that predated whenever that was transferred to Ms. Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
The Edisto Beach House was titled in jointly in Alec Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh's names, correct?
At one point,
Before her death.
I believe it was in her name solely at the time of her death.
You do. Are you sure about that?
I believe so.
You always got to watch out when a defense attorney asks you, "Are you sure about
you
that?"
And what information are you relying upon to say that?
Looking at the Colleton County deed records.
One second, Your Honor.
Are you sure about that?
Hmm.
What that now? He goes back 1 second. Now he goes and you got to when that happens, the defense attorney reviews because it doesn't comport with what's in his.
Undergo routine FDIC audits, Palmetto State Bank,
Yes, sir.
and had Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank ever been flagged in any audit conducted by the FDIC or their contract auditors?
To my knowledge, no.
I mean, the annoying thing is that
What
this
questions I have, Your Honor?
this witness would be extremely prejudicial, but legally he just shredded the witness right there. Basically said everything was approved by the bank.
Mr. Malinowski, just a few more questions. May it please the court. Get that 365 back that we were just looking at. This is that memo that was prepared for the board meetings, correct?
This was the one that was prepared for the executive committee.
And what does it say right there at the bottom, the purpose that's being reported that the $750,000 is for?
To remodel of the house in Edisto.
Does it say anything about sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson to try to make up the funds that he had diverted from his law firm?
No, sir.
Does it say anything
Doesn't
about
matter.
$400,000 to cover a $347,000 overdraft?
No, sir.
After June 7th was the first significant activity from the bank to Alec to provide that $350,000 off the books with no application whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
And after June the 7th, did his account run to negative $347,000?
Yes, sir.
And the bank kept paying.
Yes, sir.
After
Perhaps
the
the most
murder.
generous overdraft policy ever seen.
Quite possibly.
You were asked a little bit about Zero United and Redbeard, which are up on the screen. The bank did not foreclose on those properties, is that correct?
That is correct.
So Alec Murdaugh still owned those properties, correct?
He and partners. Yes, sir.
All right, but if he were to try to sell them, could he have sold them without having to account to the bank?
He would have had to pay back the monies he had borrowed from the bank.
And we see that we up on that screen, what happened to my back in 365. If he had tried to sell those properties, would he have just had to pay the bank those amounts listed there, or could it potentially be much higher than that?
Potentially much higher.
And explain to the court very quickly why it could be much higher than that he would have to satisfy before he could sell those properties.
There would be accrued interest and any late charges and fees that accumulated since the date of the charge off.
Once y'all charged it off, it no longer was accruing interest and penalties and fees on the books at least, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you were to, if he was to try to sell that property and the buyer came to you or to see how much they needed to pay y'all out of the proceeds before title could transfer, y'all would go back and look at all that interest that hadn't been paid over that time.
Yes, we provide a payoff statement, which would have included principal, accrued interest or lost interest to that date, and any late fees and charges.
And he would be unable to sell those properties and transfer title until some arrangement was reached with the bank.
Yes, sir.
We just, you were just asked about whether or not Maggie was going to be meeting an appraisal at the Edisto property, but you've testified in no uncertain terms that that appraisal was to renew the mortgage that was already in existence that had matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
It had nothing to do with a new 750.
Yes, sir.
We just talked about the negative $347,000 overdraft policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
In 2 months, his account had went to negative $347,000.
Yes, sir.
In 2 months after the murder.
If it had come out
Very
that Alec
speculative.
Murdaugh
If
had been diverting fees from his law firm, if Alec Murdaugh had been forced to resign from his law firm, if it had come out that he had been misappropriating money from his clients, would the bank have continued to pay charges coming in on that account?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
No uncertain terms about that.
No uncertain terms.
obviously.
So all this testimony about the relationship in the bank, if the truth had come out, it's a new ball game, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the wake of all of this,
If, but did
Russell
none of that
Lafitte
happen?
was terminated and you became CEO. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And now there's a new sheriff in town at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But that all happened after the murder. So explain me the nexus between that and his motive to murder.
Mr. Malinowski, how much in interest did Alec Murdaugh pay to Palmetto State Bank over the years?
I don't know.
It's excess of $4 million, isn't it?
I don't have a figure.
Thank you.
Next step down.
Thank you.
Please, no more. Let's get to arguments. I want to hear the arguments, man.
Me
This
too.
is-
I thought we were going to get there. Melissa Dold,
Call your next witness.
how many more books do we need to buy to get Steve to go to
next witness
Vegas?
is coming.
That's the question, isn't it? We'll talk about that at the right moment.
What's the Greyhound bus ticket cost, dude?
That ain't happening.
Several days.
You can send me the private Ricada jet,
That's the answer
The
on a
Rumble jet.
Greyhound bus.
the Rumble jet. The Rumble jet, I am there.
When you factor
Fly,
in
rumble,
the
air.
time, when you factor in the time cost of a bus or a train, a plane is way more efficient every single time, even if the ticket's 2 to 3 times as much. Oh my
But I
god!
love driving. I love driving on vacation. I hate planes. I hate being trapped in any kind of enclosed environment. It's because I've been in too many jails and prisons, and it just gives me anxiety.
Out of context, Steve just sounded like the hardest man on the planet. I've been in too many jails and prisons to be on a plane, flying Pringles can, locked in there with all those other crazies. Here, Brian Schultz has a two-parter for you, Steve. Steve, I remembered how much it hurt me to see my dad weak and fragile when he was recovering from open heart surgery. It's a really humbling and maturing experience to see your parents' mortality on full display like that. Best wishes to you and your mother on her healing journey. Have fun in Vegas.
Thank you. Well, she's doing great. I will say thank you, everybody, for their prayers. And she's doing really good. And this is her last chemo treatment. My mom's amazing. And she has promised to be on a live stream on my Rumble channel in the next 3 weeks or so.
Now, the court is like real loud today.
State calls Tony
Drowning us
Satterfield.
out because of the mixing on StreamYard. Driving me nuts. Ma N says, now that the prosecution's witness testified that the wife's cell phone was not with the defendant, we know someone else was there, right? How does the prosecution deal with that? They deal with it the same way they're dealing with a lot of stuff. Gloss.
Yeah, the key, look on the private chat, there's a really important little time issue on that timeline that we need to
My
tweet
name is
out.
Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Whoa.
All right, pull that mic to you just a little bit close so we can hear you good.
Who is this?
How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right, where do you work?
I work at Beaufort Memorial Hospital
Ladies.
And where'd you grow up?
in Hampton.
For the purposes of this hearing, we're just on a hearing in front of the judge to determine the admissibility of some testimony. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, not everything I might ask you if we were in front of the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speak up for us because the court reporter and everybody needs to.
Yeah, seriously, talk into the mic.
Who was your mother?
Gloria Satterfield.
This
Gloria
guy makes
Satterfield?
Nick look like he has wide shoulders.
And, is Gloria still with us?
She's not.
And when did she pass?
February 26, 2018.
2018.
Yes, sir.
And who did she work for when she passed?
Alex and Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And do you know Alec Murdaugh?
Housekeeper's son?
Do you see him here in the courtdom today?
I do.
Can you point him out?
Yes.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Um,
I mean, say camera.
yeah, where is he? Where is he?
What was that, sir? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Point him out again if you would, please.
Right there.
All right.
Right.
Can you tell me what jacket he's wearing?
A navy blue jacket.
It does.
Thank you, Your Honor.
An interesting strategy would be to have
Okay,
the
how
entire
long did
defense
your
be
mom
dressed
roughly,
the
how long she
exact
worked for
same
Alex,
as the
you know?
defendant every day, so they can't be identified.
I guess 20-something years, maybe, give and take.
He's going to testify that he was shaken down by his lunch for his lunch money by the defendant.
Right into that mic. There you go.
He lent Alex his money.
Get him on mic so we can hear you. All right.
And Alex defaulted
What
on the
did
trial.
your mom do for Alec?
She was their housekeeper. She babysat for them. She cleaned their house, and kind of anything else they kind of need.
Okay. And she'd been doing that for a long time?
Yes.
During the course of that, you got to know Alec and his family to some extent as well?
Yes.
Did you trust Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
What happened to your mom?
She fell and hit her head.
And where was she when that happened?
She was at Alice's house in Moselle.
In Moselle?
Yes.
Did she pass right away or did she live for a while?
She lived for a few weeks.
Was she ever able to say to you what happened, how she fell or anything?
No, she was not.
After she passed, did you have any conversation with Alec about what to do about it?
I did.
And what was the conversation you had with Alec?
I
What did he
barely,
say? Go ahead.
I barely remember, but it's like, let me go after my insurance company for this or whatever, kind of get these medical bills and stuff paid.
Okay. So he said he was going to go after his insurance company
Yes.
and get medical bills for your mom paid?
Yes.
Did he say he might get money for you and your brother?
Yes.
Did he say how much that might be?
No.
Ultimately, was there a lawsuit filed?
Yes.
Right, and who did you consider your lawyer was in all of this?
Alex.
At some point in time, did he bring another lawyer in?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about that?
He said, if I understood it correctly, I can't do it myself because conflict of interest. I'm going to send you to my buddy, Corey Fleming.
Corey Fleming?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about his relationship with Corey Fleming other than they were buddies?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did he tell you anything more about his relationship with Corey Fleming?
No.
After he brought in Corey Fleming, were you still communicating directly with Alec about the case?
Yes.
Who did you think your lawyer was?
Alex.
The whole time?
Yes.
Did he ever bring in a person, or did they ever bring in a person by the name of Chad?
Yes.
And you remember Chad's last name?
Westendorf.
Okay. And what did they tell you about Chad?
That he should be my PR.
Your PR?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with Chad?
Yes.
Did you meet with him a lot or just?
One time I can think of.
Alec told you that he was going after his insurance company. Did he say how much that insurance was?
One of them that I know of was like $500,000, and that's the only one.
That's the only one he told you about?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that there was also an umbrella policy worth upwards of $5 million?
No.
Never mentioned that to you, did he?
No.
So this is one of his victims of his financial fraud. Oh my God. He screwed his own housekeeper's son out of millions. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's going to be a nasty one.
I wouldn't want to have this guy to stand testifying about this. Boy, he is such a slime.
This poor guy's shaking like crazy. This is not his scene. He is not an extrovert. You can tell.
Could you? I mean, oh man. So this guy stole this little kid's money because his mom died. How horrible is that? That's prejudicial as hell.
Of course, indulgence.
The state's implying the death may not have been an accident.
Yeah, but I don't know. People in the chats are saying that he killed her, but I don't know what the evidence of that is. Again, this is very tangential, but boy, I would not, if I was a defense team, you ask like, why do you want to keep this financial crimes out? This is why, because you got this little sympathetic kid up there whose mother died.
States 372 to your testimony, and just have you take a look at that. And do you recognize that document?
Be interesting to see how the defense
tell me what that
ends
is.
this.
That is a cover sheet that I sent him, Alex.
Okay, and what's the reason that you sent that to Alec?
I got something from the trailer company and a medical bill, I believe, and I just wanted to be sure what I needed to do with it.
You had received some paperwork about your mom?
It was a bill.
It was a bill?
Yeah.
And who did you send that to?
Alex Murdaugh, or the law firm.
All right, and why did you send it to Alec Murdaugh?
Because he said if we got any medical bills, just forward them to him, and I didn't know if I needed to do anything with it.
Because you thought he was your lawyer?
Yes.
All right, and this had your phone number on there, but we blacked it out, correct?
Yes.
What a POS. I mean, come on. This lawyer guy, I mean, people say that we're pro-defense. I have no love for this guy at all. He's a POS, right?
I'm not pro-defense. I just want the state to make the case. I want them to make the case. This guy's garbage. But if he killed them, I want the state to show me that he killed them.
Did you have conversations with Alec asking him about the case and what was going on with the case or anything like that?
Yes, not very rarely, but every few months or so.
And what would he tell you just generally?
First, it was
Mountain Goat
hard,
Gaming
like it was making progress, and he kind
says,
of left it at that.
Beta.
Making progress?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not you and your brother were to get any money after the medical bills were paid?
Said he was hoping.
Did he give you any idea of the amount?
If I remember correctly, one time he said try to get each of you at least $100,000 apiece.
Each of you, you and your brother?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did your family advise you that there was some media reporting about a settlement in the case?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, had you heard anything from Alec or Corey or Chad or anybody about a settlement in the case?
No.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do after your family? Did they ask you to do anything?
Yeah, they said you might want to kind of follow up on it and kind of see.
And did you make a phone call to Alec?
Yes.
And what month was that in?
I believe the last time I talked to him was in June of 21.
June of 21?
Yes,
Around the time of the murders?
yes.
And what did you ask him?
I can't believe what I asked him, but it was still making progress and be ready to settle, by the end of the year.
He told you it was still making progress and he was hoping to settle by the end of the year.
Yes.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $505,000?
No.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $3.8 million?
No.
Had he ever told you that there was an umbrella policy for $5 million?
No.
Did he ever mention to you anything about Forge?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about structuring any settlement?
No.
Did you give him permission to steal your money?
No.
Ultimately, in the wake of all of this, you've come to find out that there was a settlement for $505,000, correct?
Yes.
And it was diverted by Alec Murdaugh, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you've come to find out that there was a settlement under the umbrella policy for $3.8 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or thereabouts, correct?
Yes.
And a large portion of that was diverted by Alec Murdaugh. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alec Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
And it took, after this happening, and it took a legal process for that to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it your understanding that he confessed judgment to taking money for both of those? Is that
Yes.
right? In June of 2021, you made a call to him asking the status of this case. Is that correct?
I can't remember if he called me or if I called him, but yes, I talked to him in June 2021.
You talked to him in June of 2021?
Yes.
And there were reports in the media about that settlement, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And please answer any questions the defense has.
What
okay?
what a POS! I'll tell you, boy, I really dislike this guy, but that doesn't mean he's a murderer.
He's a giant piece of shit. I mean, that much is clear.
Oh my God!
Morning, I'm sorry.
Morning.
Long week. You had a family member who saw an article in somewhere. Do you remember where that article was published?
I don't remember exactly where they found it at or seen it at.
Okay, but after that article was published, that's when you started making inquiries and you contacted Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, once they seen the article or whatever, they were like, you need to follow up on it. And yes, and I can't remember if he called me or if I called him.
And do you know whether you called him on the cell phone?
It was on his cell phone. Normally, that's how I called him. Yes.
So you called him on a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, and his cell phone record would reflect, how many times did you call him?
What was that?
How many times did you call him?
Like once, twice, three. We talked like 3 or 4 times, throughout the whole year, if I remember correctly.
And when you called him after reading some article about a settlement, do you know if that was before or after Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It was around the time, but I don't remember if it was before or after.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You
what-
may
what's-
step
what do
down.
you?
Yeah, what do you argue? Unless you have something really damning, like a communication saying, don't worry about it, Alex. I know you'll pay eventually or something. And that guy's just going to smoke you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, can we have just a very quick break to get the exhibits ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes or so.
Nice. Need more breaks. That's one thing this trial needs is more breaks.
I don't know about that.
So the beach house is worth 1.1 million. Of course, there were mortgages on it.
The,
Yeah, I mean, there's
hunting
tons of
property is
assets.
4 million plus, right? I'm sorry.
Depends
We don't
on
know
if
what
the
mortgages
banks,
are on that. Yeah.
right, and it fully depends on if the banks are all going under collectively or not. At the time, it was probably worth a lot in 2021. It might not be worth as much in 2023.
But see, all of this can be readjusted under bankruptcy reorganization. There's different types of bankruptcies. There's a Chapter 7, which is a liquidation, which is basically a start at zero and start over. In Florida, you can preserve your homestead. That's why we get a lot of OJs that come here. They buy $1 million estate and then they zero everything out and they keep their debt-free home. In South Carolina, I'm not sure about that. But in this case, I don't think that he's facing...
Their exemption on homestead is $116,000 for married.
But regardless, it wouldn't be a Chapter 7. I think it would be a reorganization where you restructure the debts. You have a totaling of the assets on one side and then a totaling on the assets on the other, and then a reorganization so that it can happen. The fact that this guy has a powerful stream of income through his law firm, which is going to be true. The problem here is the fundamental theft, the underlying theft. Can we switch this camera view? Yeah, this so I don't know. I'm just trying to his problem is that he stole all this money for 10 years. So, you know, that I don't know how that would play out in a bankruptcy, a reorganization, whether all that would come out. What are your thoughts?
I mean, if he does a Chapter 13 reorganization, and he can show that he still has the income to support the reorganized payments, then they don't make you liquidate properties because they're not discharging debt. So, and secured debt doesn't get discharged anyway. So any debt that's secured isn't going to get discharged. They have to go through a foreclosure process on that. That's the double-edged sword of the foreclosure. It protects you in bankruptcy, but it also can't force a liquidation. So, you know, the bank would still have to foreclose. Doesn't look like they were going to foreclose on him under old management under pretty much any circumstances. Anyway.
Good old boy management. Boy, I want this loan this guy has. Well,
plus, there's another problem though. Depending on how much those properties are leveraged, if a $4 million property is leveraged to $3.8 million or $4 million, foreclosing on it doesn't make sense depending on the structure of the lien holders. If the one bank is holding all of that debt, then foreclosing on a $4 million property, the maintenance, the upkeep, the interest, and then the cost of sale and all of that stuff, if they're looking at never recovering, they're looking at adding another $500,000 to $1 million of loss on that property, plus probably having to sell it below market value to even get there in the first place. So let's say you foreclose on a $4 million property, you take it to auction, the thing only pulls in $3.2 million. Well, now you're at an $800,000 loss. Plus you've got the auction fees, you've got the auction commission, that's going to be huge. You've got any maintenance that has to be done to the property. And I don't know if you guys know, but when you foreclose on a property, the upkeep on it tends to go down really, really quickly. And oftentimes people will cause damage to properties in anger to the bank. So they could have tons of repair that has to be done. They have to maintain the grounds to keep it looking good for auction. They may have to do minor repairs around the property that homeowners kind of let go. They could very quickly be looking at $1 million to $2 million loss foreclosing on this property if it's leveraged to the maximum. So there's almost no way they're
in the property business.
Right.
They're not in the property ownership business. They have no interest in that.
Yeah. That just sits there, and the bank pays taxes on it too.
Right. So if there's any prospect of any form of the loan getting paid, they want the money. They want the payment. They don't want the property.
They, I mean, the amount of risk on a $4 million property is huge. It's not like a $200,000 house where the bank can foreclose on a $200,000 house. It's probably, you know, it's got some equity in it, and a little bit of equity in a $200,000 house goes a long way. They can hold it for cheap. They can sell it at their leisure or at auction and really not take much of a hit, or they can even get a financial gain out of it. $4 million property. $4 million property is risky. They could get a big gain out of it. They could lose a lot. And again, that's if it's leveraged to $4 million. If it's only got $1 million in debt on it, I mean, then that's a very attractive property to foreclose on. But this is all speculative. And this is the problem with the bank testimony entirely, is that it was all speculative because at the time of the murders, he's gotten the loan in a seedy way, but apparently legitimate by the bank process 3 of the 5 board members approved it. I mean, sure, he didn't have a loan application, but there is no requirement for a loan application. It's a private entity doing business with another. The loan application process would only be if they're going to sell that loan to to a government backer. But the government is not going to probably back a $750,000 loan. I don't know what the limits are right now on Ginnie Mae and Freddie Mac or whatever. But Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Ginnie Mae's was the student loan one, I think. But Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, I think they used to have an upward balloon limit of like $450,000. So they wouldn't actually back a $750,000 mortgage loan. That would be entirely on the bank's books for risk. So if they're just doing a private entity loan and it's not going into their loan reselling roster, then it doesn't matter. I mean, he doesn't have to apply at all. You can just say, hey, will you give me this? And they say yes. The only risk that they have there is enforcement of contract law. So they got to put it on paper if they want to satisfy the statute of frauds.
Yep.
Actually, I don't think, no, the statute of frauds does require land transactions to be, again, this is just for enforcement. It has to be in writing. Because I was going to say you could fulfill a contract in less than a year, so you wouldn't have to have it under the year requirement for statute of frauds. But
you're getting in law school property weeds here now, baby.
Yeah, I know. But
yeah, that statute of frauds being that in order to be enforceable, it must be in writing. But there's so many, this is dirt lawyer stuff. I can see your civil law is showing.
It well,
yeah. So the I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go. Clearly, we have a lot of people in a lot of areas that really hate the guts of this family, and it's understandable. And it's interesting because third generations of money and power are usually the ones that screw it up. There's usually the founder family member who explodes it, the middle person who maintains it and is like the reputation, and then the third generation grows up cushy and soft and loses it all, which is the typical fall trajectory of families if this sort of power tragedy situation. But and so I'm sure there's a lot of people in South Carolina that are just giddy that this family is falling and enjoying the fall from grace. And look what this guy did. I have no sympathy for him at all. He's going to go away. And if that, just think about it. If I was a judge and I saw that little kid testify and his mother was the housekeeper and he stole all his money on his mother's death, I'd max this effer out, right?
Stole $4 million.
Yeah. I mean, so it's like, so I have no sympathy. I mean, like, I want him to go away forever on these financial crimes, but the murders, we got issues. Right. I don't, I really,
and I know
some people
might not care, right? They'll say, well, he's such a scumbag. He deserves to go to jail for murder too, even if he didn't do it, except if he didn't do it, someone did do it. If it wasn't him, someone did. And that person's getting off if they convict him in his place.
Could you imagine that if there's a second, there really is another murder, he's not guilty, and that person's watching this trial, how much they're getting off on the punishment that he's delivered?
Yeah, it's crazy. And again, if this is my dilemma. If this guy's guilty of the murder, I want the state I want them to put him away on the murder and the financial crimes. If he's guilty, put him away. But right now, the problem that I'm having is the state doesn't seem to be bringing that case. The state seems to be bringing this cumulative mess of evidence, and none of that is pointing to he killed them. And if we're practically begging the state, please show us the logical connection. Please.
And the thing is that we're being skeptical. The fact is that if they may be building it up and waiting till the big bombshells at the end. And if that's the true, you will see us snap around so quick and say, oh, well, you have an eyewitness, you have DNA, you have, there's going to be some bit of evidence. We're open, and the state hasn't closed their case. Would have
been nice to mention that in open.
Right. But, this is the thing, based on the opening, based on them putting in all this side issues, them drawing it out, putting a lot of confusion in, we're getting more and more skeptical. But the state hasn't rested yet. So it may be that they're going to tie it all together for us, and we'll say, state, you're slow. We don't agree with your strategy. You don't agree with your style. but you do have the evidence. So I'm open still. The state hasn't rested.
Right. The state hasn't rested. And to be deferential to the state, I thought when they put him with that Snapchat audio there, or the FaceTime audio or whatever it is, when they put him at the scene approximately 10 to 12 minutes before death, I mean, that's the first time I think for me, the needle moved towards guilty.
Same here.
And they haven't rested yet, which means they have more to come. And it really does look like what you said a long time ago, that the state laid really boring foundation through sort of the basic, expert testimony or professional testimony at the beginning, and they're planning on crescendoing right up into close, because they're realizing that this is a lot of testimony over a long period of time, and the jurors are going to tune out a lot of it. They want to leave them on a high note. And that Snapchat audio came in really late, or came in just recently, but they've got more to go, which means that they're probably still crescendoing into something big. And if there is a big reveal at the end, I mean, I'm not in the tank for this guy at all. I just want the state to prove the case, because I want them to prove every murder case, no matter how obvious it may be or not. And I've been disappointed that they haven't done so. But if they drop some more hot nuggets like that, then I mean, put this guy away a million times. I don't, and then prosecute the financial crimes, I guess, liquidate all his properties and try and get people paid in restitution. Although it doesn't look like anybody's going to get anything if everything's so leveraged. The only people getting anything is going to be banks.
Well, and of course, then, we're also, yes, we actually had to reassess, because when that evidence came out, we hadn't seen anything. And then all of a sudden there's a bit of evidence that's like, wait a second, we have to stop and reassess the Bronca theory, right? And the fact is it doesn't mean that it's the family of the boat victim or the friends of the boat victim. It could be a myriad of anybody who hates them, who's lying in wait in the woods right next to the thing, sees the opportunity and does the crime. And the killer, I really want to see this explaining the wife's phone last orientation change at 9:06:12 and the defendant starting his car at 9:06:48. So that's like 30-second gap where he's starting his car, and assume the last movement of the phone is when it's tossed to the side of the road. So that's like 2 miles away. So at the time the phone is being tossed 2 miles away, his car is starting. To me, that is a really tough one for the state to overcome, to show that he wasn't anywhere near that phone toss. And clearly the killer tossed the phone. So we're also that evidence that he was at that scene all of a sudden made us hit the books a little bit. But this is why the state really needs to lay out their chart. They need to lay out their timeline. The fact that they haven't done that makes me skeptical, makes me think that the defense is going to come in with this kind of stuff.
Now, maybe the state doesn't want to lay out their timeline early on in the case, and they've got a banger demonstrative that they're going to drop in the last 2 witnesses.
See, I got a lot of stylistic quibbles with what the state's doing. Not only are they dragging stuff out, but maybe that's Southern, maybe that's his courtroom, maybe that's South Carolina, maybe it's his prosecutor, maybe it's what the judge expect. But stylistically, I am very much opposed to this type of prosecution, which is dragging it out, not getting to the point. You can do it real short and snappy and have your demonstrative aid right up front, like the Brooks trial. The Brooks trial prosecutors, that was exactly how you do it. Those guys got an A+. Because they did it. It was clean. It was to the point. It was focused. And it was a lot. I mean, that was like 6-7 people killed and like 70-80 people run over. And they got all of that in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish I want to know the 3-week budget on this. I mean, I feel like they're going way over budget like everything else in this guy's life. So I don't know, man. If they get this financial stuff in, I feel like we're in for a long haul.
Oh my God. The orientation change was the last movement of the cell phone that we have. So we don't know what that is, but it was clearly the last recorded.
State calls Carson Burney.
Which I am assuming is the toss. Because if it wasn't moved after that, it landed on the side of the road and nobody touched it, right? What else is the last movement record?
Yeah, no idea.
Do you find the testimony right before the court shall give the truth? So help God?
I do.
And to take the seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
Carson Burney, Burney.
Sorry. Red hair and
Morning,
balding.
Mr.
This
Burney.
guy did it.
Good morning.
This guy
Still
killed
morning,
him.
just barely.
Is-
Where do you work, Mr. Burney?
I work for the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
And what is your job and title at the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
I am the forensic
Stego.
accountant in the state grand jury division.
And how long have you been a forensic accountant?
Approximately a year and a half.
All right. And what do you do as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
As a forensic accountant, I identify, compile, analyze different financial records to include bank statements, credit card statements, loan documents. I also trace assets from source to ultimate disposition.
Ow. Brongy, you're muted.
All right. And what did you do prior to serving as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
In 2019, I joined the South Carolina Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor, and I was there for a little over 2 years.
There are a variety of other niceties, but because it's an in-camera hearing, we'll cut straight to the chase. As a forensic accountant for the state grand jury division, have you reviewed any documents in relation to a Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I have
And what sorts of documents have you reviewed in relation to that gentleman?
similar documents, as I mentioned earlier. They would include bank statements, loan documents, wire information, money orders.
This attorney
and
talks
other
like Ben
various
Shapiro.
things.
And what were you asked to do in relation to those documents?
I was asked to trace the alleged stolen funds and ultimately show where the disposition of those funds ended up.
Now,
This is
you
the,
said trace.
long lost son.
What is tracing from a 10,000-foot view?
Tracing is simply
Guys, I'm
just
not
following
putting
the
that
fund. In
attorney
this
on 1.5
example,
speed. He's
these
just
are
there
the
naturally.
alleged stolen checks. Primarily, that went to Forge account, and following the money through to see where exactly it was ultimately spent out of those accounts.
And so in analyzing records and in coordination with law enforcement, were specific instruments identified and asked of you to trace where their ultimate disposition was?
I was.
Now, when we say ultimate disposition, can you follow that same dollar forever and ever onto eternity, or is there sort of a line where you have to just draw it and stop and say that's as far as we can go?
You have to draw a line. Obviously, you could follow money forever, forever, and forever. But for the purposes of my analysis, I looked at when they ultimately went out of an account controlled by Alex Murdaugh.
Did you also draw any lines when they went into any sort of loan statement or credit card statement or anything like that?
That's correct. If it was a credit card payment or a loan payment, I would stop there for that particular trace.
And have you prepared documents reflecting the conclusions you reached upon tracing those funds?
I have.
All right. And just very briefly, there's a variety of different ways to trace money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just very quickly, which methodology did you apply in tracing the funds?
Right. So you do have to have some rules when you are tracing funds to stay consistent. So the method I used was a first in, first out method.
And what is the first in, first out method?
It's exactly like the name implies. The first money into an account would be the first money out of an account.
Insert joke here.
I'm showing you a document that has been labeled for the purposes of this in-camera proceeding as it states Exhibit 373. Very briefly, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing of funds regarding the $792,000 with the Ferris case.
May I please have the honor? And Mr. Birdie, can you see that?
I can.
All right. And so explain very briefly here at the top, what is this green table at the top?
The green table at the top indicate the three instruments I was tracing. So the first being a check in the amount of $192,000 with a date or a negotiated date of March 10th, 2021. Second, a $375,000 instrument that was ultimately negotiated on March 23rd, 2021. And the last is a instrument in the amount of $225,000 that was ultimately negotiated on April 20th, 2021. And there you can see the bank number, account number that it was deposited into.
And what were the last four digits of that bank account that it was deposited into?
6779.
And what was the descriptive holder of that account?
Alex Murdaugh.
And what's that next column, the from column?
The from column is where the check was from, and you can see it was a Wilson Law Group IOLTA account.
And in preparing this document, did you have to review a considerable amount of bank records in order to prepare it?
A lot of bank records.
A
Yes,
lot
sir.
of bank records.
Yes, sir.
And specific instruments, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And down here below, what is this blue table?
The blue table is a pivot table, which is just a summary in Excel that shows the ultimate disposition of where that money went. And you can see at the bottom, it will total out to the initial amount of money that went in.
All right. And not to call out any too many specific transactions because we are in an in-camera hearing. But we have here, for example, C.E. Smith, $507,561.63. And then the number 26 next to that. Can you briefly explain what those different columns stand for?
So the first column, you can see where it came out of the bank account. Those descriptors are what was written on the check or what was done with the check, as you can see with cash withdrawal. And then the total amount is in the total column. And then finally, you have the number of checks in the last column.
And then another name that we have here is what appears to be the name of an attorney in the amount of $150,000. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
And then we have it broken down into two separate subsections. What is the distinction between?
Can you hit
those
the
two different
bathroom? I'll be right
subsections?
back.
Just different bank accounts where the money was ultimately disposed. Money would transfer from one bank account to another bank account. So I try to differentiate those two different accounts.
And I jumped ahead of myself a little bit getting into this first tracing exhibit, but just generally speaking, upon your review of all of the different bank accounts associated with Alec Murdaugh, what was the general flow of funds? Did they primarily go into one bank account, or did they go into one bank account and then into others, or how did it work?
So with the forged checks, typically they would transfer out to other accounts. Alex Murdaugh had a few different Bank of America accounts in addition to the Palmetto State bank accounts. They would go over there as well.
So he had a bank account at Bank of America that was labeled Richard Alexander Murdaugh Forge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did he also have another bank account at Bank of America that didn't have any mention of Forge? Is that correct?
That's correct. The second bank account you're talking about appeared to be a personal checking account just in his name.
And so would money go into one account and then into that checking account, or would money go into directly that checking account, or both?
So it depends on the instrument. For example, these three checks went into his personal checking account because they were named to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And so here, coming out of that Bank of America account ending 6779, that is the checking account, ultimately $747,000 out of the $792,000 was dispersed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then and how much was dispersed after being transferred into Palmetto State Bank account 6092?
$42,000.
6092, is that a particularly active account for Mr. Murdaugh?
It is. It's one of his most active accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And then a little bit further down here, we have something that's labeled PSB 1646 Alec Murdaugh Farm. What was that account?
That was, it's just labeled a farm account, and it, from just looking at account records, seems to primarily deal with the farm being Moselle property.
And how much money of these Ferris fees was dispersed out of that farm account?
$3,000.
And then flipping behind that facial summary page, we're not going to go through line by line here, but we have every single individual transaction that is summarized in that covers pivot table. Is that correct?
That is correct. Some of the details I would include on those pivot tables, if there's a date on the check, the date it was negotiated, the amount, and the account number.
And then what we're looking at here, the $192,000, is that one of the instruments that you were tracing?
Yes, sir.
And then this next page, $375,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes.
And then the next page, the $225,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes, sir.
Bernie, I am showing you a document labeled at this time as States Exhibit 374. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing summary for a check in the amount of $403,500 from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account.
Is this identified in common parlance as Satterfield money?
Yes.
It's a little bit tiny. I'm going to see if I can zoom in just a bit. And never mind, we'll just stick with this. All right, so on what date was that $403,000 deposited?
January 9th, 2019.
And I said the number, but how much money are we talking here?
$403,500.
All right, and then how much was ultimately, into what account was it deposited?
It was deposited into the Forge account ending in 7625.
And in descriptive terms, which account is that?
The Forge account.
The fake Forge
that
account.
was DB. Yes, sir.
All right, and from that account, were any funds ultimately dispersed?
Yes.
How much?
7625. You can see a cash withdrawal in the amount of $12,500
Right.
over two different transactions.
But otherwise, was that money moved into other accounts?
Yes, primarily yes.
And from the Bank of America checking account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
$3,970.07.
And then was that money further transferred into other accounts?
It was.
Which account was it primarily transferred into?
Into the account ending in 6092 at Palmetto State Bank.
And out of that Palmetto State Bank account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
If you could move it down a little bit. There we go. Looks like $387,029.93.
I'm not going to go through all of these payments that were made, but there's a cluster of payments here at the top: payment to loan, payment to loan, payment to loan. What are those, generally speaking?
Those are loans that were held at Palmetto State Bank that were under Alex's name, at least some of them in part, some of them in solely him.
And these items in parentheses, are those just sort of descriptors of those particular loans?
Yes, they're for my notes, so I could identify which loan number went to which loan.
And you specifically reviewed the loan documents in relation to each of these loans, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the supporting documentation for what they were collateralized by?
Yes.
So here at the top, we have a loan for Redbeard, correct?
That is correct.
And a payment on that in the amount of $47,000 some odd dollars.
Yes, sir.
And then for Zero United in the amount of $55,684 and some change. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then a payment on a Moselle loan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much was that one?
$65,238.92.
And then a payment on a GMC Yukon. How much was that payment?
$75,099.35.
And how much was paid on this Moselle note?
$104,056.51.
And then once again, as with before, in these yellow tables, you have the specific transactions that you traced using that first in, first out method, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the instrument that you traced?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you a document labeled as States Exhibit 375. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a tracing summary of a check from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account, roughly in the amount of $2.9 million.
But does this guy have a
And
like
when
a
was
bank note where Alec
this
threatened to kill his
instrument
wife
deposited?
and
That was
kid
May
yet?
15th, 2019.
And you indicated it was roughly $2.9 million.
Yes, sir.
And into what account was it deposited?
into a forged account ending in 7625.
And here we have a summary table of all the various expenses that $2.9 million funded. And the sum total, this first account appears to be the farm account. How much money was ultimately dispersed from the farm account?
$147,247.
And this next one would be for the checking account. Is that correct?
That is correct, ending in 6092.
And how much money, this one's a long one, so we have to flip over. How much money was ultimately dispersed from that checking account?
$1,429,753.
And this next one says 6649. Is that an additional account at Pembina State Bank?
That is another checking account under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
$13,000.
And then here we have 6779 BOFA. Is that the checking account at Bank of America?
That is a personal checking account at Bank of America.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
If you scoot it up just a hair.
I keep looking down and you're looking up. My bad.
$1,208,449.89.
All right, and to identify just a handful of specific transactions or specific individuals who received some of this money, here we have a C.E. Smith. We actually have a variety of names here. In reviewing the instruments, did you see any sort of pattern of differentiation of checks all going to the same person?
I did. I saw it in different names. Just off the top of my head, it was over 10 different variations of that name.
Okay, but all of those different variations, to your understanding and working with law enforcement, who is it you're understanding all those checks refer to?
Curtis Edward Smith.
And so here we have a line that says C.E. Smith, and how much went out of this money to him?
So under the name C.E. Smith, $132,687.03.
And over how many instruments was that money effectuated?
24 different instruments.
And then a little bit further down, we have a Curtis E. Smith. And if I can read lines correctly, how much money was dispersed under that name?
$56,765.48.
And over how many instruments?
Your highlighter's covering it by 12.
And the next name down, Curtis Eddie Smith.
$6,404.
And that was a single instrument?
Yes, sir.
Curtis Edward Smith.
$4,725 over one instrument.
And Curtis Smith.
Curtis Smith, $23,823.03 over four different instruments.
Is this a fictional person?
We additionally had a payment to a credit card here in the amount of how much?
$7,570.50.
And did you ultimately get the records of that credit card?
I did.
Did you attempt to trace any further what specific purchases that money went to?
I did not. I just ended up the payment to the credit card for my own sanity primarily.
And here we have Randolph Murdaugh III. How much money went to Mr. Murdaugh?
It was $385,000 in one instrument.
And then additionally, right below that, we have the name Scott Harriet. How much money went to Mr. Harriet?
$84 over one instrument.
Is the judge getting tired of hearing this? Like, what's going on? Oh boy. So has this guy had anything interesting come through at all?
I have to be honest. I kind of faded out there when they were going through all those numbers. It's completely lacking in context.
Right. And when they bring this before a jury, I mean, the jury's just going to stop listening and they'll hit the summary statements at the beginning and the end of the testimony. So he owed a lot of money, right? Or so he sent a lot of checks to fraudulent entities that were actually himself, right? That'll be the only thing that sticks. All of this other stuff's a waste.
And you can cue, I guess you have to get it into the record. I mean, not here, but in the real trial, you have to get it into the record. But then at the end, you just give the jury a heads up and say, hey, I know that was a lot of numbers, but in summary, What's the takeaway
Yeah.
message here? And then they pay attention for the 1 minute they need to pay attention, and you tell them it was $1 million, $4 million, whatever. I mean, this guy is unquestionably, well, we haven't had the trial, I guess, but he certainly comes across as an unbelievable scumbag on the financial matters.
Yep.
But again, we have the same problem. It doesn't make him a murderer.
Right. Here, let me hit some of these chats. Exactly 34 says, "Hey, Nick, there's a girl I met at church. She seems to be interested in me. Seems like a nice person. I'm not really attracted to her face. I don't know if I should pursue or not. Please advise." Well, look, faces change a lot depending on makeup and other things. Here's the other thing. Honestly, if you like her as a person, start spending time with her. And if the attractiveness is something that develops, it does. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Like that's that. Sometimes you have an initial impression physically about someone and that changes over time. Other times you don't. There's only one way to find out. Unless you got something else lined up, you know, it's
Right.
worth pursuing.
That's what I was going to say. Do you have the luxury of being picky?
Right. But honestly, sometimes like you get attracted to people the more time you spend with them, in all honesty. And that is my theory of why 85% of marriages start in either a school or a workplace environment. You spend so much time with someone, you become familiar and that attractiveness
Your Honor,
builds.
Let's see if we can accelerate this process a little bit. Mr. Burney, I have handed you a series of exhibits starting with states 376 and ending in states 397. Do you recognize these documents?
Self-loathing lib says this guy is cooperating. They must have strong-armed all of these clowns into cooperation to get our boy Alec on the financial crimes. Why not just put him away on them instead of trying it twice? Well, I don't want to talk about I really don't want to bring into the political motivation to prosecute this guy. Like, not politics, Republican, Democrat, but from the the state attorney general's office putting away this evil guy as a double murderer rather than just a financial criminal. I mean, if he gets him on all of those things, it's extremely advantageous politically. It supports a run for governor, re-election to office, whatever his goals are. I mean, putting away this massive family name for a whole bunch of bad shit, we can get him on all of it. That motivation is there for prosecutors. It shouldn't be, but it is. And everyone on this team, if they get him on the double murder, stands to benefit greatly in their careers, no matter what endeavor they choose. But I try not to bring that cynicism into the prosecutorial realm because it at the same time as everything else, it's a big assumption. There's not.
And are all of these
evidence of
exhibits from 376 to 397 documents that you prepared tracing the flow of funds from instruments involving money going through the Forge account, through checks negotiated in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and from the Ferris fees from the Mack truck case?
Yes, sir.
Look at how flashy Steve looks now.
Truck case. So these would be what went through the Forge account, correct?
Through the Forge account, there's some Palmetto State Bank checks in there as well. In addition to, I believe
He's
there
about to be
might
on
be
Megan.
a check or two in the name of Alex.
Does your wife know, Steve? You're going to be on Megan Kelly?
Sad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she knows. I thought that was a sex joke.
It was a sex joke.
Oh, okay.
Throughout all of these tracings and all of these summaries, do they reflect that the money that Mr. Murdaugh took went to his personal use and benefit?
They do.
Okay.
And these are ordered in, roughly speaking, reverse chronological order, correct?
Correct.
Going from 2021 all the way back to a date of deposit on December 20th, 2011. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, if I understood correctly after briefly conferring with counsel for the defendant, that they would be willing for the purposes of this hearing to stipulate to the admissibility of these documents for the court's in-camera review. Have I stated that correctly?
You have.
All right.
All right. Good
So
job.
stipulated.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, I would present these documents to the court as admitted.
Provide the original to the court reporters and provide the court a copy of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
And that would be no further questions.
All right. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So
The
do I
fence
look,
isn't bothering with a lot of this stuff.
yeah, this is, do I look like a lawyer?
You do. You do. I like that tie.
Thank you.
State ready for the jury, state and defense.
Wait, are we gonna?
Your Honor, 1 moment, please.
Are we gonna rule on? Are we gonna have our legalman on the legal
No, this-
argument?
Nope. This is just more proffer. That ruling will come much further down the line after we get done proffering.
No, he said is the
No, he
state
just called
ready
the
for the
jury.
jury? Because
Unless
the
they're
jury
gonna
was showing
dismiss
up
them
at
for lunch.
the jury was showing up at 11:30 Eastern today. That's real. But
They're saying that my tie needs to be one color for the TV or something. I don't know what's up. They don't like my
I
tie.
disagree. I think when you're hold on, let me avoid doing your route here. Look at this.
Oh,
No,
what do you
he'll
think?
look when he's on. He's got a bigger screen. It'll look better. So he'll be good. This is
Okay.
good,
Thank you.
in my opinion. What do I know?
I cleaned up my pedal board back here. That's about as much as I can do. Yeah, everybody's criticizing. Now they're gonna. I better stop reading the chat because they're all picking on my my clothing attire.
Dude, you could go out and buy a Bugatti, and people be like, "You idiot! Why didn't you buy a Consiger?"
bring the
It's like,
jury.
okay, fuck off. You can never love the chat, but never listen to them because you got a bunch of people who will never agree with any decision you ever make. It's like,
Oh,
yeah,
by the-
guys,
yeah,
I
exactly.
took a job where I make $10 million a year. It's like, oh, why aren't you helping the poor, you bigot? It's like, oh, Jesus.
Megan Fox wants info on your Las Vegas shindig.
I thought I told her, but I'll send her the full update, the
Yes.
full hour. But no, I think you look great for Megyn Kelly. It'll be fantastic. Let me read some more of these super chats that came in. Thank you very much, by the way, for all of them. I really appreciate them. Ma N says, now that the prosecution witness testified that the wife's cell phone was not with the defendant, we know someone else was there, right? How does the prosecution deal with that? We don't know that. Oh, I read that. They're going to gloss it. They're just going to kind of move past that. The defense will make a big deal out of it when they bring their cell phone expert on, and then the jury will be asked to weigh the evidence the way they see fit. Drake says, Nick, next time you talk to Rumble, can you ask about implementing the ability to pause and play the app with headphones and earbuds? Sure. Daryl Smith, if Alex was really
Thank
smart,
you. Be seated.
he would have transferred all his remaining funds to a Swiss bank account and then flew a private jet to a country without an extradition
morning.
agreement with the U.S., killing his
All
wife
right,
and son.
welcome
makes
back.
no sense.
Day number 10.
list
State's
of-
case, next witness.
The list of non-extradition countries is small. It's like Bolivia, Russia.
Sandwich Islands. Oh no, what is it? The Azores, I think.
North Korea.
yeah, that's.
There's not many places to go, and most of them aren't nice.
For the record, spell your last name.
Kyle Martin, assuming the son and brother, Buster and John Marvin, are going to testify on Alex's behalf, they leave the courtroom during the testimony that isn't in front of the jury.
Last name is
Assuming
spelled D-A-R-N-E-L-L.
they have to as they are testifying. No, they can stay
Good
as
morning, Agent
direct
Darnell.
family members
morning.
usually.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I am a fingerprint examiner at the State Law Enforcement Division, Forensic Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for SLED?
Approximately 30 years.
Can you tell us some of your training, education that you've had?
Yes, ma'am. To begin with, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina, where I graduated in 1982. I started my employment with the Richland County Sheriff's Office in Columbia, where I was employed for about 8 years. I started my career at SLED in 1990 in the late print crime scene department. During that time, I completed an in-house training program that dealt with all aspects of fingerprint science. I've attended a number of courses across the state, as well as out-of-state courses that dealt with all areas of fingerprint science, to include how to process evidence for fingerprints and how to compare fingerprints. And I also trained under the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, in the same area of fingerprints. I've also trained other examiners to do the same job that I'm doing today.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Tom Darnell as an expert in fingerprint analysis.
See how quick that could be done?
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good job,
All right, Agent Darnell, could you just kind of
Darnell,
tell us
I
in
love the
general
South. I love it. I
about
love it. I love it.
fingerprint evidence?
Well, basically, fingerprint evidence can be most anything. It can be items that are porous, items that are non-porous, items that come to SLED and where we get requested to process them to see if we can identify any fingerprints that might be on the surface. Fingerprints are primarily moisture. About 98% of the
Moisture.
fingerprint that may be left on the surface is nothing more than moisture, perspiration, or sweat, if you want to call it sweat. And then once we determine the type of evidence that we have, then we try to develop it. We try to enhance any impressions that might be there. One thing to keep in mind is that in most cases, the fingerprints that we're trying to develop are invisible, basically. A latent print means just that, hidden or invisible. So it would require some enhancement.
And what is the process of finding these hidden fingerprints?
Well, we have several different techniques that we can use, everything from super glue fuming to alternate light sources to fluorescent dye stains.
I'm going to try that during the stream.
Different chemicals that we can use. There's also the black fingerprint powder, which is still being used. We don't use a whole lot of that in our laboratory today, but we tend to go with the fluorescent dye stains and the different light sources. It just depends on the type of evidence that we're trying to process.
And now you mentioned, was it, you say super glue fuming?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe how that works?
Super glue, what we do is we take the evidence. First of all, it has to be a non-porous surface.
And can you give us an example of a non-porous surface versus a porous surface?
Non-porous would be like a can, a gun, a cartridge case. Porous would be like paper, a paper cup, paper plate, a piece of like a handwritten note or a check or something like along that line. But the super glue is a commonly used process across the country, in fact, across the world. And the super glue is simply heated and it creates a vapor or a fume. And that vapor will affix itself to any impressions that might be present on the surface. It enables us to see it better. And it also enables us to use a different technique or a different step of the process when it comes to trying to enhance the impression.
And when that print, I guess, is revealed in the fuming process, what do you do to analyze the print?
Well, once we get the print developed, I'll have it photographed. We have the luxury of having a photo studio within our laboratory, and we have a photographer that will document that for us photographically, so that we can then compare it to any known standards that we may be asked to compare it to.
So you would use the photograph for comparison purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't do any kind of lifts of the print or anything like that?
I've done lots of lifts over my career with the black powder and the clear tape, which is what most of you are probably familiar with. But in this case, it was black powder was not used. I was working strictly off of a photograph.
So you did receive some items to test in this case for fingerprints?
I did.
I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68.
Jason Sorensen says you can be a POS but not be a murderer.
Blackout shell cases that you received to process for fingerprint evidence.
If every POS was a murderer, the world would end. Also, someone should tell the prosecutor.
And did you find any evidence on those cases?
Just because you raise
Actually,
your
I
voice
did not.
doesn't make you right.
There was what we call the result that I used in this with these items was that there was no fingerprint evidence was observed.
Would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on fired cases?
We don't find a lot of developed prints on cartridge cases. It does happen. We do find fingerprints on cartridge cases, but just not a great deal. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the cartridge cases they're exposed to heat, they're exposed to friction, and since fingerprints are so fragile, a lot of times that is probably a couple of reasons why we don't find a lot of prints on cartridge cases.
All right. Did you also receive State's Exhibit 33 and 34 to test for or examine for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those shot shells?
I did not.
And again, would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on items of that nature?
We always make the attempt. Sometimes we're surprised when we process evidence that something will develop. I personally I've not had a lot of success with getting prints on shot shells. It's not to say that it hasn't happened.
And you said you've been doing this for about 30 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, have you ever found yourself a fingerprint on a fired case or shot shell?
I can't recall that I have developed anything that I can identify. I have developed ridge detail or I have developed fingerprints on cartridge cases, but I can't recall honestly having a case where I was able to actually identify it.
Did you also receive a shotgun to check for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
That being State's Exhibit 4, a Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. Did you find any fingerprint evidence on that weapon?
I did not.
What else did you do with that weapon while you had it?
There was an additional request to have it swabbed for touch DNA, which I did. I swabbed various areas of the shotgun for DNA purposes.
And I will hand you State's Exhibit 307. Are those the swabs that you collected from that shotgun?
Yes, ma'am. It has the date that I collected it. It has my name and my initials and on the envelopes as well as on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time we move State's 307 into evidence. The swabs from the shotgun.
I'm not sure which shotgun.
From the Benelli that was recovered at the scene. Yes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And do you recall where on that gun you collected those swabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury?
If I could look at my notes real quick.
Yes, the jury is back.
I swabbed the trigger. I swabbed the rear stock, front stock, and the ejection lever on the shotgun.
But I really liked it when you swabbed the rear stock.
Yes, and that's the two areas that I swabbed.
And why would you have swabbed those particular areas?
Well, typically in a case involving guns, shotguns, pistols, we typically swab the trigger separately. to possibly get a print on the trigger as who might have last had their finger on the trigger. And then we swab other areas of the gun that might be more conducive for touch DNA versus latent prints. Anytime we get something that we have a latent print request and a DNA request, we have to try to determine which area to swab, which area is typically handled by someone that might give us the best chance for any type of forensic evidence, whether it be DNA or latent prints.
And did you also swab the head stamps of those 2 shot shells?
Yes, I did.
And those swabs are in states 307 up there with the other swabs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to also examine Paul's cell phone?
I did.
I'm going to hand you states exhibit 309. Are those the swabs that you collected from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone?
These are swabs that I took from a cell phone. I don't know for sure whose phone it was, but these are swabs that I took from the phone, which was my item 25.
And could you refer to your report to tell us what item 25 is listed as?
Item 25 is listed as a one iPhone cell phone, black in color with a clear case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit states exhibit 309.
No objection.
Did you also examine
How many
that
years
cell
can he
phone
get for his
for
financial crimes?
I
Life
did.
without parole.
Did you find any fingerprints on the phone?
Ooh, we have a new
I did not
panelist.
find anything that I could identify. I
Hey, what's
found
up?
a very small
Hey,
amount of
thanks for having
fingerprint
me.
evidence on the
You're
phone.
welcome. We'll get an
The
introduction when
result
this
that
guy
I had
shuts
to
up.
render
Yeah.
was what we refer to as no value for comparison, which what that simply means is that there was the evidence of someone's fingers having come in contact with the phone. There just was not enough detail, not enough clarity for me to be able to compare it to anyone.
I need to get going here in a second, but are we saying, so there's
Do you
fingerprints on the
recall
shotgun?
examining some other
No.
shotguns or rifles in this case?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a 300 blackout rifle, a Mossberg shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and another Benelli shotgun.
That's correct.
Is there
Did you
testimony
find
that there's
any
nothing on the
fingerprints on
shotgun?
any of those guns?
Nothing that I could identify. Again,
Nothing on
the
any gun?
result of no value for comparison was the result that I reported.
And if a gun has a camouflage print, for example, would that make it harder to find fingerprints on that weapon?
Well, not necessarily. We have some very bright lights that we would use to help us pick up anything that might be on a camouflage
gotta go.
type surface. Keep in mind,
Good
we're
luck.
spraying a
See
fluorescent
you,
dye
Steve.
stain prior to using the light source. So that does help us see the prints much better. There are some areas on these shotguns that were like textured, which would not be very conducive to prints. But as far as the camouflage area, it makes it a little harder to see, but we do have the means to be able to analyze it thoroughly.
And these items that we've been talking about, when you process them for fingerprint evidence, you use the super glue fuming method.
Yes, ma'am.
While you were processing those guns, did you collect swabs from each gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 308, if you take a look at that.
Yes, ma'am. These are the envelopes that I placed a swab from the shotguns. It's got my date and initials and where it came from on the shotgun.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move State's Exhibit 308 into evidence.
Okay.
Now,
Absence
did
of
you
fingerprints, DNA is not
receive
evidence.
30 round magazine that was full of 300 blackout cartridges.
I did.
Did you test that item for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on that magazine?
It was, again, as the shotguns, it was all no value for comparison.
What about each of the bullets that was in that magazine? Did you examine them in any way?
Yes, ma'am. I took each one of them out of the magazine and processed all of them individually.
Did you find
Did you
anything
find
of
any
value?
fingerprint evidence on those bullets?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why
And
are
what
you
did
here?
you do with these swabs that you collected?
Once I collect the swabs, I allow them to air dry. And then once I secure them into envelopes, I seal them, put my date, initials, and then I package them up accordingly, and they ultimately wind up with the DNA department. I believe in this case, I took them down to our evidence control department, and then DNA will pick them up from there.
All right. One moment, darling.
Welcome to the Legally Dirty Blonde podcast. Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. I kind of missed what happened this morning here. Did the judge rule on whether that
No.
was going in? No.
No, just more proffer testimony, but no ruling and no legal arguments yet.
Well, I hope we don't have to hear it again.
Me too.
All these items were processed in the lab, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And help me to understand this. You processed 3 shotguns.
I believe that was right, yes, sir.
You processed, were any of them loaded with shotgun shells?
I don't recall them being loaded.
So you did not process any of the, if they were loaded, you didn't process any of the shells in them?
I normally, when a weapon comes into the laboratory, it's cleared and unloaded prior to it getting to our laboratory. So had they been unloaded, I would have or had they been loaded, they would have been unloaded prior to me receiving them, and I would have processed what had been inside the weapon at that time.
So the weapon we identified earlier as, as I might have left it on the table. I apologize. Number 22, item number 22, the camo Benelli Super, Benelli Super Black Eagle with 2 unfired shotgun shells. You processed that at the lab?
Yes, sir.
Was the gun loaded when it came to you?
My notes do not indicate that it was loaded. And as I said, normally when a weapon, a shotgun, comes into the laboratory, it's unloaded prior to it coming to me. My notes indicate that it was not loaded.
And the other shotguns, I've looked at your analysis on them, that there were no fingerprints of evidentiary value on the 3 other shotguns, right?
That's correct.
But there's no indication that you processed if they had been loaded and unloaded any of those shotgun shells, correct?
That's correct. I only processed what was given, what was brought into the laboratory.
And you processed those on June 9th, is that correct?
That sounds right. Yes, sir. June 9th.
Okay. Now, the cartridges, there's a bullet and then there's a casing on a typical semi-automatic weapon. Were you ever asked to process the ejected cartridges that were involved in the murder, correct? The 308s? I mean, the 300 blackouts?
Yes, sir.
And those had been fired. And what you indicated that once a bullet or a shotgun shell had been fired, it heats up. Is that why you can't get a fingerprint off of it?
Well, that would be one possible explanation. Heat, friction, they're on the ground. Weather can have an effect sometimes if it's raining or if it's hot or cold. There are lots of things that could have an effect on whether or not a print would be left.
And I think your testimony is that if not rarely, never found fingerprints on an expended casing. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say rarely, never. I know of cases in our laboratory that have been, where they have been able to identify prints on cartridge cases. It just doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Okay, but then you processed a number of, there was a magazine with a number of 300 blackout shells that had never been fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
Bullets, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
And that's a piece of brass, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, is a piece of brass conducive to fingerprints?
Yes, sir. It can be. Yes, sir.
Any evidence these bullets have been wiped or something, or just, I mean, give the police.
Someone went through and wiped all the casings and left them.
Fingerprints off of a piece of brass, a unspent bullet. Why is that?
Well, you got to keep in mind that a latent print is nothing more than, or mostly moisture. They're very fragile. It doesn't take much to wipe a print off of the surface. The cartridges I think that you're speaking of were in a magazine, so they've been shoved into a magazine, and then you got to get them out. So you got friction there going on.
Ooh, keep talking dirty to me.
Most any surface that's smooth and fairly clean and not corrugated or textured can be conducive to prints. I have developed prints on cartridges before. It just doesn't happen very often.
Again, it's a brass surface, almost a polished brass surface. Did you say because it's mostly moisture? Isn't there some oil involved in that from the fingers? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, you would have, as far as coming from your fingerprints, from the fingers, or from
the finger that. It's always just moisture.
It's mostly 98 to 99% moisture, and then you might have some other substances mixed in there, but it's mostly just sweat is what's left behind.
You do retrieve fingerprints occasionally, do you not? You find fingerprints on things?
Oh yes, sir. I've developed quite a few prints in my 30 years of doing this.
And once you develop a print, you can compare it based on how many points you have to do a comparison to make a match.
Well, there's no set number in this country where you have to have a certain minimum number of points. You just have to have a sufficient amount of clarity and to be able to determine that an impression was made by a certain individual.
Okay. Did you ever go to the scene of these murders?
No, sir, I did not.
You were not called out that night?
No, sir.
So the forensic folks that went out there, to your knowledge, did they throw any powder down? Did they do anything to find any fingerprints that night?
I honestly don't know. I did not look at their notes from their crime scene or what have you. I really had no real reason to. I was just asked to process the things that they brought.
So let me ask you this. You got a doorknob right here. Doorknob. I just grabbed it to open it. It's brass. Would that leave a fingerprint?
It's possible. You have to consider how much someone perspires when they touch something. You have to consider how soon after the doorknob was touched did someone else grab the doorknob, because a latent print is extremely fragile. It doesn't take much to obliterate a print.
But you would check. If you were on the scene, you'd look.
If I was on the scene and I felt like that area was accessed by someone, I probably would have checked. Yes, sir.
I mean, if it appeared that there had been a shotgun blast to the victim inside a room behind that door, and you didn't know whether the door was open or closed before that person was shepherded in there or walked in there, you would want to at least look at the knob, right?
Yes, sir. I probably would, but I was not on this scene, so I don't really know.
Right. I was thinking the same thing.
Exactly what all they had going on. So, but if with your scenario that you're speaking of, yes, sir, I probably would have checked.
And you would expect to see notes somewhere from the crime scene folks that they looked at the doorknob But you can't just eyeball it. Don't you have to put some powder on it, or don't you have to put something on it to raise the visibility of the fingerprint?
Well, yes, sir. In some cases, you can actually see a print if it's more of a, what we call a patent print. A patent print is a print that might be left behind with a, in a residue. Could be in grease, could be in blood, it could be in dirt, anything such as that. So, but ordinarily, when you go to look for prints, you've got to do some sort of processing to a surface, depending on the surface and depending on just what you're trying to do.
So if you had a relatively small room where somebody's head had exploded and blood and all kinds of bodily fluids were sprayed over the inside of that room, you would want to take a meticulous examination of that room to see if there are any fingerprints in blood or other bodily fluids, would you not? Would you?
I would, yes, sir.
And you would expect to see something in some report by the crime scene folks where they actually did such an examination, would you not? Would you expect to see notes detailing that they at least looked at it?
Yes, sir. I mean, again, this is, I wasn't at the scene. I can, but if you're describing this type of a scene, if it was me, I would take notes, detailed notes, because, photographs, notes, sketches, all that kind of goes hand in hand.
But there should have been,
couldas.
well, strike that. You would also expect to see any surface that could have come into contact with perpetrator to have been processed, either photographed or processed in some way. You would expect to see that in the notes of the crime scene investigators, correct?
I would think in the notes or in their, testimony or anything such as that, there should be something to explain what was done. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if there was a fingerprint person or somebody that had those skills in the crime scene team that came out that night?
I don't know. I know that there was no one from the latent print department where I work at the scene that day.
Do you go out to crime scenes? Do you go to crime scenes?
I've done plenty in my earlier days, but I have not been on crime scenes for quite some time.
You have people in your latent print unit that do go to crime scenes?
Not really. The latent print department, the way it was set up, we pretty much are in the laboratory setting, and we process evidence that comes in from crime scenes. We don't typically go to the crime scene.
And so I guess if I'm summarizing this, everything they had you looked at in the lab.
Yes, sir.
And you found no, when I say identifiable prints, it sounds to me like you found no evidence of any prints.
Well, I found anytime I report something as no value for comparison, that means that I did find evidence of fingerprints. It just wasn't enough to compare it to anyone. Anytime I say nothing was observed, that means there was nothing observed.
I mean, any shell casing that's been loaded into a gun should have some evidence of some fingerprint somewhere.
Other than the no value for comparison.
Or it would be reasonable to assume that there would be something.
That would mean you saw something, but you didn't have enough to compare.
That's how I should have worded that.
Yes, sir. And, it was no value. Keep in mind, again, their latents are fragile. You've got weather involved, water, rain, that sort of thing certainly is detrimental to fingerprint evidence being left behind.
So other than the cell phone, everyone else says no fingerprint evidence was observed. That would mean there was nothing, not even a partial, right?
Yes, sir. Anytime that result is in the report, that's what that means. Yes,
other than the cell phone, you didn't even find any evidence of fingerprints, not a partial, not a smudge, not anything.
Well, I believe there were some additional long guns that came into me where I did get no value for comparison. But the initial shotgun that came into me nothing was observed. Yes, sir.
And the initial shotgun would have been number 22.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen holding that shotgun, had actually retrieved it from his house, brought it down to the murder scene?
Counsel's testifying.
You didn't even finish the question.
Response.
I'm just citing evidence that the state's already put into evidence. I'm not testifying to it. These are facts that have been already established by the state. He's an expert.
For the state.
He can opine.
Pardon?
He's an expert, therefore he can give an opinion.
The objection's overruled.
There you go.
Would it surprise you to know
Good argument.
that
Stupid objection.
Mr. Murdaugh was seen that evening when first responders came, holding that shotgun, and the state has indicated, I mean, that's not in conflict. No one's challenging that, and yet there were no. I mean, you found no evidence of fingerprints. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, sir. And that's prints aren't always left on surfaces when you touch them. Just because you touch something does not mean you're going to leave a print. And there are all kind of variables as to why.
Would you agree with me? You found no prints on any of the items you were asked to examine. Cartridge cases, fired, unfired, shotguns, the shells in the shotguns. You just found no prints whatsoever.
I found none of value for comparison, which tells me that there was something there, but it just wasn't of value to compare.
And it's only on the cell phone.
The cell phone, and then the additional long guns that came into me later.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Oh my goodness.
Is he going to redirect again?
It's a good cross because the state will probably want to argue, hey, there was nobody else's fingerprints on any of these, but of course there was nothing.
Right.
An absence of prints or DNA is not evidence of anything.
Agent Darnell, you were previously lieutenant of crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. I was actually promoted to lieutenant over the Lake Print Crime Scene Department in 1998, where I was in that role for about 6 years.
And in your experience in that position, are crime scene personnel trained to look for fingerprints at a crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. Back when I was a lieutenant over the crime scene department, we used to do the crime scene. We did the printing. We did everything.
That the other people weren't?
Now it's two separate departments. We have a lake print department and we have a crime scene department. The crime scene department, as I understand it, they are trained in how to process crime scenes, which would include how to process certain things on its own scene for fingerprints. In other words, if it was something that was large and not able to transport back to the laboratory, they do get some training in how to process for prints.
And with such a bloody scene, did you get any bloody prints in this case?
I was not submitted any bloody prints in this case.
Thank you. Nothing further from the staff.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thanks, sir.
So his entire testimony can be summed up with, we didn't find shit.
Yeah. What was the point of putting him on?
Call your next witness.
I think it's what Andrew said. Well, there wasn't evidence of anyone else being there.
Right. Otherwise, the defense would argue they didn't even check for prints from the real killer.
Let's see.
Are they calling another witness at 12:15? Oh, Lord.
Yep. Freddie York says, state is just carding a bunch of people with motive to kill Alex and his family. Well, Elena Stansby, it's so hard to hold the line and just not say throw him in jail and throw away the key. Yeah, because he seems to be a pile of garbage. But don't worry.
Have a seat on the witness stand, repeat your name and spell
This
your
guy's
last name
likely
correctly.
going away for life without parole on the financial crimes. I mean, he stole millions of dollars.
Blake Johnson,
He's
last
done.
name Johnsson.
Hi,
That's like a
Agent
fake
Johnson.
name for
Hello.
dating.
Could you tell the
Blake
jury where
Johnson.
you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been with SLED?
Been with SLED a little over 5 years.
And What are some of the duties of your position?
At SLED, I work for the investigative services in the Low Country region. And as part of that, I investigate crimes within the lower 12 counties to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, cases such as that.
And with your involvement in the investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's murders, did you have a chance to collect some vocal swabs in that case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 338 and State's Exhibit 339.
This one is a buccal swab that I took from Claude Rowe, CB Rowe. And
That's State's Exhibit 338.
And this is a buccal swab that I took from Connor Cook.
And how do you know you took these two buccal swabs?
Because of the writing on the outside. This is that exterior envelope. If I open them, the one that I have side would be inside.
All right. And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
I was provided buccal swabs. They come two to a pack in a sterile pack. They're opened, and the inside between the cheek and gum of both subjects are swabbed. And they're put back in the envelope and sealed.
And sealed?
Yep.
Okay. They're sealed so nobody can tamper or alter those buccal swabs?
Yep. Evidence tape is placed on the seal, and it's signed and initialed and dated.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 338 and 339 into evidence.
No objection.
You're admitted.
There's not a lot of hair in South Carolina, apparently.
No question.
Thank you. You may
Thank
step
you,
down.
Seems witness after witness
Your next
after
witness.
witness. Nobody over 30 who's male has any hair, except for the defendant.
His son sure has a head of hair.
Yes.
He's under 30 then.
Yeah, he is. How old
Radiant
is he?
hair. Buster?
Yeah.
I think he's like 20 something. I mean, he's in his young 20s. Isn't he the younger son?
Do you swear?
No, I thought
or
Paul
affirm
was
that
the
you're
older.
about to give this court to be the truth?
I'll
and
look it
nothing
up.
but? Thank you. You have to seat on the witness stand, repeat your name, and
Buster
spell your last name
Murdaugh.
for the record.
Lawrence Wiggins, Wiggins.
He's 26.
I believe it's Chief Wiggins now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you the chief of
like this guy.
Allendale?
He's
Is
happy.
it Sheriff's Office, Police
is.
Department?
Yes, so I'm currently employed as the chief of police for the town of Allendale.
But back in 2021, where were you employed?
I was employed with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. I was assigned to the investigative services, and I worked out of the regional office in Walterboro.
And at that time, were you involved in the investigation of the deaths of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I was preliminarily.
And did you have an occasion to collect some buccal swabs?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 336 and 337. You could take a look at those and tell us what we have there.
We have buccal swabs taken from Mr. Roger Davis and Anthony Cook.
And you collected those swabs?
I did.
And how do you know you collected them?
My initials and
I'll consent to the admission of these rather than going through the process of how he identified them and collected them. Now, she's welcome to do that, but I'm just trying to save a little time here.
Thank you.
Are these the lawyer friends? The lawyer friends who are on scene afterwards? They want to exclude their
State's
DNA?
Exhibit 336 and 337. Well, Your Honor, we would have no further questions for this witness then.
No question, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Whoa. See, that's a good
He came in for
trial
that.
strategy. After all this like boring testimony, he basically just threw the jury a bone vocally in court. We don't need to waste time on this. We're good with it. There's only war says the conspiracy theorist in me can't help but wonder if multiple people at the firm Bank Forge were in on the money stuff and they tried to get rid of him and his family because of his books being opened by the boating case. A possible theory again. Cat Zap, did the bank loans have a clause that forgave the balance due if one of the debtors died, like Maggie or Paul? That would be a motive. From what I got, there wasn't much paperwork around
Why would
those
they do
bank
that?
loans, but yeah. And that's not a general thing.
I don't get my money back if you die. That's not a good lending
Yeah.
policy.
Right. Yeah, and especially if there was a security interest on any of that stuff, it's not going away just because someone dies. It's tied to the property. And estates are always subject to the same debts that the previous person was. So that's what makes all of this so confusing in trying to tie some nexus to the murder motive. Is none of this stuff gets rid of any of the problems. None of the murdering gets rid of any of the problems as far as we can tell. There would have to be a massive insurance policy, something like that, to make that make more sense, or some evidence through text
The
messages.
statement next called Chandler Horny.
Chandler Horny,
Whoa.
really? Come on.
These
Another
names keep
fake
getting
dating
better.
name.
Okay.
Good drag name.
And Legally Dirty Blonde, we'll get you kind of introduced when lunch comes up, which should be in the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, no problem.
Raise
That-
your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God?
Bad Weather Biker
Okay,
says
have
she's
seat
a
on the witness
butterface.
stand.
Every
Please
part of her
repeat
is
your name
pretty
and spell your last
butterface.
name for the record.
Errol, I don't know when that came in. Errol Bear, it's that timeline that's
Hey,
made publicly
my name is
available,
Chandler Horny, Horney.
and it can it
And
be dropped
Agent
in the
Horny, can
description?
you tell
Loving
the
coverage, by
jury
the
who
way.
you work for?
I haven't
I
uploaded
work
it
for the
anywhere
South
yet.
Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm a special agent with the Vice Services Unit.
And were you
I also
involved
found no
in
evidence.
the murder investigation
Chandler
of
Horny's a
Carl
woman?
and Maggie Murdaugh?
Well, that's
I was.
And did you
that's a
collect some
curveball
buckle
for me. I thought
swabs
that was going to be a weird
in
looking dude.
this case?
I did.
Or buckle swabs.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 340.
Gonna stipulate
You
these
will
two.
tell us what those are.
These are the collected buccal swabs from Morgan Dowdy and Miley Altman.
And how were those collected?
They were actually collected by a coworker, Special Agent Anthony Sampson. In my presence, he took the swabs of the inside of both of these individuals' cheeks.
And then when he took the swabs, he placed them in,
This envelope.
and they were placed in bags that were sealed, not to be tampered with.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 340 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
We have no further questions for the state.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No,
What-
sir. Thank you.
What did she just
Step
introduce?
down.
Thank you.
Another
More
buckle swab.
buckle swabs from two more people, completely out of context free. Morgan Downey and Miley, and I missed the last name for Miley.
The state next calls Joe Moore, I'll be all day.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jomar Albialde, spelling my last name is A-L-B as in Bravo, A-Y-A-L-D-E, Albialde. If it makes it any easier, my peers call me Joe.
Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. And you did tell me a little trick to pronouncing that last name there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was that?
If you remember the phrase, I'll be here all day and drop the here, I'll be all day, you got it.
And thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Very helpful.
And you work for SLED, is that right?
I do.
Okay, and did you have the chance to collect some buccal swabs in the investigation
Yeah, they swabbed the whole
of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 342, 343, and 344. Take a look, please.
This is like when the same prosecutor was doing the brass.
Yeah, I don't like her very much. I hate to say that, but she's got the bad
Yes, ma'am.
testimony to bring in.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 342 is a buccal swab you collected from who?
Crinkle, crinkle,
This
crinkle, crinkle.
Exhibit 342 is from Mr. Randy Murdaugh.
Okay, and then 343?
343 is a DNA sample collected from a Hippolito Torres.
And 344?
This final buccal sample was collected from his son, Alan Gonzalez.
And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am. These were collected via a DNA or buccal swab kit, which essentially is a swab is a special agent Johnson explained to you earlier. So it's simply a swab from each side of the inner cheek, placed into a secured envelope, and then sealed in a evidence envelope, such as this one.
It'll be sealed so it was not tampered with, is that right?
That's correct, ma'am.
At this time, this tape removes tapes 342, 343, and 344 into evidence.
Says it fits. Any objection?
No, sir.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. State has no further questions for Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you for the indulgence, one moment. No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next.
All right, next witness is going to be fairly lengthy, and Mr. Fernandez is going to call him, and we'd ask for just a moment to get the exhibits out that he needs and get them in order so it moves orderly before the jury, if we could.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief break.
Why is there? Just go to lunch.
Isn't it time for lunch?
I wonder if he's not going to let them go to lunch early because they didn't come in until 11:30.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe.
yeah.
I guess. Maybe he'll do a short lunch.
Well, what about
now's
me?
A great time. Yeah. What about my needs? Doesn't he know we're streaming this? Come on, Judge. All right. Well, let's meet our new guest. Welcome to the Legally Dirty Blonde podcast.
Well, thank
First
you for
time.
having me.
Nice meeting you.
First time. Long time watcher, first time guest.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself. I mean, you're a lawyer, so that makes you automatically sort of sus.
Suspect.
Makes me automatically sort of an asshole. But yeah, I'm a lawyer. I do medical malpractice defense. So mainly I defend doctors and hospitals, things like that. Actually, the reason that I know that it's buccal swab and not, I used to say buccal swab myself, but I have defended dentists and all of those orthodontists, everything, and they have corrected me many times that it's buccal. They always say 1, 2, buckle my shoe. That's how you remember it.
You should remind them that you're the lawyer and that you will determine how to say things.
That happens a lot. Yes, it does. It does. I have a lot of doctors that want to tell me how to do my job, but so yeah, and I have a podcast where I covered the Maxwell trial. I covered Deb v. Heard, and now I'm doing this on a weekly basis because work's been insane. So that's where I am.
Well, great. How long have you been practicing?
I have been practicing since 2015.
Very cool. And
I'm in New York. Where are you guys? I know you're in Minnesota. Where are you, Andrew?
I'm in the Denver area, just south of Denver.
Oh, cool.
How long have you been doing the podcast?
I've been doing the podcast only since last year, since last December, so like 2022.
Did you start it with
2021?
Maxwell?
Sorry, I did start it with Maxwell. I wanted to start it with Rittenhouse actually, but I just I didn't get into that trial until like mid, and then it just was too late to get everything together. I actually have episodes saved from that on my computer still, but they've never been published.
Oh, so you got to release those as exclusive content, like behind the paywall back at the early days.
I saw your interview with Rittenhouse. That was pretty cool.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he seems like He seems like a pretty genuine kid who got caught up in some really unfortunate situation, and then got kind of exploited by everybody on Earth, me included.
Yeah.
Get wrecked, Kyle. For the purposes of whatever they had. I mean, the left leaning media and the right leaning media each took their piece of his pie, and the right leaning media really took it both before and after, you know, his trial. And so it's interesting to see. And I'm kind of curious. I want to know what the little guy will do. Like, how will he grow up?
Hopefully he'll have a good life. You know, he's been through a lot. He's really so young, really, to deal with all of this attention. He seems to be handling it all right, though.
Yeah, most people don't end up killing anyone. And then most people don't end up with even if they do end up killing someone, they don't end up with a nationally, you know, televised and observed trial the way he has. I mean, millions of people.
Yeah, where
saw
half the
that-
country hates you.
Right. Saw that laid out. And then, and half the country hates him because of a narrative that was not factually accurate.
For
that
sure.
precipitated for, you know, over a year before he actually got to have his day in court. And there's still people that think he just went out and shot a bunch of black people that night. It's crazy.
Yeah, they don't want to accept the verdict, and I don't think some of those people will ever change their minds, no matter how much they're, you know, shown and explained.
Right. I mean, these trials become creatures that exist completely independent of the defendant. The trials and the narrative built around them. The defendant is almost ancillary.
Absolutely. I actually think it's pretty crazy to think about, like, even Alec on trial right now, the camera is in his face the entire time. And I don't know, I just think it's kind of not fair, because I think we all sit here and pick apart his behavior and how he's acting and, you know, draw conclusions from that. And I don't know if that's right.
Well, it's not. In one specific sense, it's definitely not. The jury is not watching Alec for 10 hours.
Right.
I mean, they're paying attention to, you know, the attorneys asking questions, the witnesses, the clock, their stomachs, a notepad. If they're not in this case, they're looking at the judge, they're looking at the gallery, looking at each other. You know, they're going to be distracted. Their eyes are not hyper fixated on him, but that camera is there the entire time, 8 hours a day, just laser focused on him. And the people watching outside of the courtroom get to go back. Even if they don't watch directly that entire time, they have the ability to go back and pick out every little thing. And if you miss it, someone in the media room at a especially a South Carolina affiliate's job is to sit there and watch him the entire time and write up an article about some smirk that he makes, some inappropriate time to cry or laugh or whatever. I mean, we saw it with Johnny Depp.
Yep.
Like, oh, Johnny Depp's doodling. It's like, well, he's sitting there for 8 hours with nothing to do. You doodle too. He can't get his phone out and play Candy Crush. What else?
He can't smoke a cigarette.
Right. It's like, I want you to sit
Do a
for
line.
8 hours somewhere and do nothing but have everything that happens be critically important to your life and see what you do. You can't go do anything else. You can't get up to go to the bathroom. You can't turn on a TV show. You can't do anything. You'll start doodling or whatever you do to pass time. They'd be commenting on me because my leg bounces like crazy. They're like, "Oh, he's nervous." It's like, no, I just do this. I do this at the dinner table too. Is my wife always yells at me like, "Stop shaking the table."
I give you guys credit for sitting here all day.
You have to be Botoxed. You have to be completely stone-faced. You can't have whatever facial expression you may have will be the wrong one, right? Heaven forbid someone cracks a joke and you smile. You're a defendant in a murder case. So he's laughing about it. Look, he's getting away with murder.
Well, and the worst part, but the other part is if you were Botox, they'd be like, look at that. No expression at all the entire time.
Right, cold. Yeah.
Stone-faced. Yeah.
Everything in these is confirmation bias. That's what makes them kind of interesting to watch. God, Long Crimes music drives me nuts. That's what makes it interesting to watch from the outside, because I try not to read into people's expressions. I met too many people who express themselves and emote completely differently in the same situations. So it's like, I don't try to read into it too much. I find it interesting. And I did find his crying, especially at the beginning, to be interesting, because we could see serious amounts of tears coming. They have really good high-res pictures of tears like falling off of his face.
Yeah, they seem real.
Yeah.
Whether or not they're for the reason or not, the right reason is a different story.
Right. And that's the thing. It's like, well, we can only guess, but he could be crying whether he's guilty or not. I mean, he could be crying because he's like, oh crap, they caught me.
Right.
I mean, that could be the same sort of response. But yeah, so it's
or all my shenanigans got my family killed in retribution.
That's another thing.
Right.
You know?
Yep. Right. So it could really be anything, but that's become like the new thing. The people watching during a trial is becoming a media sort of frenzy. They realize that when they put up that stuff, and they learn this in depth, especially when they put up those little short videos of it, you get 1 million hits.
Oh yeah.
So it's fun. All right, let me hit a couple of these other super chats that we've got so I can kind of catch up. Yeah, so the first of all, Steve didn't make the Excel spreadsheet timeline. I'm trying to figure out how to make it publicly available. I can't just upload a spreadsheet to locals, but I'm gonna I'll put it on like a Google Drive or whatever, and then share the link to it, and that should be where people could come and download it from my locals page. That should be able to do that, and you won't have to pay to do that or anything. I'm not trying to like put it behind a paywall. I am trying to get you to my locals. Get there, check it out, but I'm not trying to get anyone to pay. It's just the easiest place I have to share that kind of thing. But he says, and can it be dropped into the description? Loving the coverage, by the way. Yeah, I'll probably drop a link to the locals in the description with the link to that specific post so people can find it. Sherry Law says, saw an article that the CEO of Palmetto Bank and a former law partner have been charged in the money crimes. Never believed Alex did it all alone. I mean, you can't. Like you have to have someone to help you transact the illegal money. You have to, like, that's the thing with stealing and money laundering. You have to either dupe someone into doing it, or they have to be complicit. One of those two things has to occur. And this much money, it doesn't look like you fool someone into it.
It's also superficial, the cover up stuff. And it's like these financial crimes fall into two categories, right? Either someone makes very little effort to cover it up. The merest inspection will expose everything. Or it's so complicated, you have to be a CPA yourself to understand what was going on.
Right. And usually, the interesting thing is the former will suffice for most financial crime for a very long time. It kind of makes you realize how fragile all of the accounting and reporting on even major businesses is. And the sad reality of it is, as long as a person or a business is bringing in money, no one wants to ask any questions at all. They're motivated not to. The bank is motivated to not ask questions about this because he's lending, or he's borrowing, he's making payments, and he's making huge deposits that they can use for their own books. It all looks good for the bank.
Wasn't there also testimony earlier that whatever federal organization looked into that, they didn't find anything, or they didn't see anything weird?
Yeah,
so
the FDIC,
it must have been pretty complicated.
Basically all the federal audits of the bank said everything looked above board.
Yeah.
And by that guy's testimony, as seedy as it all is now, at the time, the only thing seedy about it is in regards to bank management. Because if you've got this family bank, 3 family members on the board of a 5-person board, they overrule, they get to vote in unison, and that vote puts their family decision. And if it's a family-owned bank, I mean, it's hard to argue with that from a business standpoint, but it puts their decision as key over the other 2 managers. All right. So you've got a family-owned bank or a family-run bank or whatever. They make decisions and they get to risk the bank's assets based on their decisions, which is their job, to give this guy money. Now, when it comes out that, that they're actually taking stuff and if they're complicit in the illegality, which this guy may be, that's a different story. But at the time of the murders, and this is the key points to all this, most of this stuff hadn't even transpired yet because he wasn't out of money at the time.
Right.
So that's
and he was still earning, right? He still had the earning potential. He wasn't actually disbarred until September. So at the time all this is going down, in theory, he's making $1 to $10 million a year. He owes a lot of money, man, but he makes a lot of money. He makes a lot more money than that. He could theoretically recover. Now, I don't think he would. It's like a degenerate gambler. he was always going to spend more money than he was making, really. But in theory, in his head, he would have thought, oh, if I can just get through this little, weak spot, I'll be able to pay it all back and I'll be good. Just like a degenerate gambler always believes they can win the money back.
I mean, you were talking about the payments on a $4 million loan is $30,000 a month, but if you make $1 million a year, your income
the jury
$30,000 a year, $30,000 a month. It's a big chunk of change for sure, but it's certainly manageable and leaves you a nice little cushion of $50,000 a month of extra money for all of the other luxuries and indulgences that they had. And
Not bad.
That's a lot of money to spend, frankly. So it's yeah, there's just a lot to this. And like you said, at the time, like you said, Andrew, at the time of death, he's not disbarred. He's still a partner at a high power law firm that makes a ton of money. And all this stuff seems to be easily manageable. But of course, if the state can show that he is some evidence that he knew things were collapsing down and he somehow thought that his wife and son were part of the blame or part of a conspiracy or whatever, that would be plenty to get all of this in. And they haven't done it. I'm really curious how the judge is going to deal with that. And now I'm curious about when, because I thought that was coming before 11:30 today.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please report?
Yes, sir.
State calls Paul Greer.
This is the ballistics guy, I think.
I wonder if he's going to have anything useful to say.
He's the one that's going to connect the shells around the house or around the property to the gun.
Something that I'll respond that our resident criminal law expert, Steve Gosney, says is basically impossible. I mean, and in Florida is not allowed anymore, but this is not Florida.
My name is Paul Greer, Greer.
Paul, how are you doing today?
I'm great, thank you.
Take a moment
he
to
feels good. He's got
unpack
hair.
yourself if you need to.
Paul seems nice. I've got a leg up on all the other gentlemen so far.
Paul, if you would, please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us a little bit when you graduated high school and where you went for education.
Sure. My name is Paul Greer. I am originally from the upstate of South Carolina, went to school and graduated high school in 2009. Upon graduating high school, I attended the University of South Carolina and received a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences from the University of South Carolina.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to ask you, if you would, to pull that microphone a little closer so we can all hear you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. All right, Paul, walk us through a little bit about your career. With whom are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which is commonly known as SLED.
All right, and tell us a little bit about your professional career. How did you get started at SLED and what it is that you do there?
Yes, sir. After completing my Bachelor of Science at USC, I began an internship at SLED in the Forensic Services Laboratory. I specifically did that internship with our Firearm and Tool Mark department. I interned there for several months and ultimately achieved a position there in that unit. I began my employment officially at SLED in March of 2014 in the Firearms Department, where I began training to become a firearms examiner.
All right, and are you currently employed as a firearms examiner with SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, Paul, Mr. Greer, if you would, walk us through what that required in order to become a firearms examiner.
Sure. In order to become a firearms examiner, there's a lot of extensive training on the job that must be conducted. At SLED, I began an in-house training program that we refer to as the Firearm and Tool Mark Course of Instruction. During this time, again, it was extensive, approximately 3 years or so. I assisted other examiners who were qualified on the job, prep their cases. I learned how to work those cases. I looked at thousands of fired ammunition components on the microscope and did many comparisons of those. During that time, I also completed multiple written and practical examinations.
So this is
at the conclusion of that training program, I was given a comprehensive final exam that included some mock casework within our laboratory. I successfully completed all of that training in that mock casework and was able to begin working cases on my own.
In addition to the comprehensive qualifications and testing required to become a forensic examiner, are forensic examiners in SLED also subject to yearly testing as well?
Yes, sir. We do the competency at the conclusion of our training program, but we also participate in proficiency testing each year within an area in our discipline. So that is completed. I complete a proficiency test each year, and that just assures that we're maintaining our competency.
Thank you. Paul, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, sir, I am.
And which one would that be?
I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, which is also known as AFTE.
Have you had any opportunity to attend additional trainings or conferences under the umbrella of firearms and tool mark examinations?
Yes, sir, I have.
Please explain a couple of those or a few of those, if you would.
Yes, sir. AFTE hosts an annual conference each year, and AFTE, I might add, is an international organization. It's a group of firearms and tool mark examiners around the world, as well as other scientists and members from the academic world. We get together each year, and I attend that when I'm able in order to share information and see what's happening within the field of firearm and tool mark examination. I've attended several of those conferences, and I've also attended some regional conferences that have been hosted by the FBI laboratory in Quantico.
And speaking of laboratory, is your laboratory accredited?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is the accreditation it operates under?
The SLED laboratory is accredited under ANAB. That is a national organization that follows ISO 17025 standards, and those are international standards. So our laboratory is operating within the same set of standards as other labs in the United States that are accredited with ANAB, and also those who follow the ISO 17025.
And in order to maintain accreditation, is there an inspection process that ANAB requires?
Yes, sir.
All right, and explain, if you would, the couple of inspections that are typically required.
In order to maintain our accreditation, we have a visit approximately every 4 years. Auditors come in to the laboratory to check our casework, review our files, make sure that we're operating within those standards. And they watch us perform casework. That's a huge component. And they do this for all of the disciplines within the laboratory. And that audit every 4 years within that cycle helps to ensure that we're meeting those standards. Internally at SLED, we also have internal audits each year. So even though the ANAB inspectors that come every 4 years, we may not see them every year, there is some type of audit being performed within our departments and in our casework each year.
Thank you. Does the SLED laboratory operate under a policies and procedures guideline for the overall agency?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, and explain a little bit about how that involves the lab.
Correct. SLED in general has a large set of policies that we must adhere to. Within the laboratory, each department has a manual that they must follow that gives them information on how to conduct their everyday work and how to perform casework. Additionally, and following the ANAB accreditation, we have a SLED quality manual that is specifically for the laboratory. We must follow that as well. And those are all guidelines to help us to conduct casework.
And in addition to the SLED quality assurance manual, would there additionally be a SLED firearms department manual that you have to comply with?
Yes, sir. There is a firearms manual that we must follow.
Okay. Just very briefly, please explain what that involves.
Yes, sir. That again is just a document that gives us information on how to conduct our day-to-day casework, what to do with evidence, how we should examine that. It also gives us information into our training program, any type of calibration or measurement references that we need to consult for our equipment that we use. All of that information is contained within that manual that we have to follow and can reference.
All right, and if you would, please explain to the jury what firearms identification, generally the subject matter, what that is.
Sure. Firearms identification is a discipline in forensic science where our main objective each day is to examine those fired ammunition components. So imagine a fired cartridge case or a fired bullet, And we're looking at those in order to determine if they were fired by a specific firearm.
Thank you. How long again have you been working in the SLED laboratory?
I've been employed in the firearms department at SLED for almost 9 years.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in court such as this?
I have.
Would that be both state and federal courts?
I have testified in state and federal courts, yes, sir.
Approximately how many times, or do you know how many times?
Approximately 27 times, yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, state moves to admit Mr. Greer as a firearms and tool mark examination expert.
Your Honor, no objections to his qualifications.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that seemed obvious.
All right, Mr. Greer,
least they're
I'd
going
like to
through
take
the
the moment
qualifications
to
pretty
kind of
quickly.
educate the jury a little bit on firearms.
Some other cases,
And
we've seen
if you
some
would,
really long
please,
CV
please tell us a little
testimony.
bit about the, well, first of all, are you familiar with the two kind of cartridge rounds we're going to primarily be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the two kind of firearms we're going to generally be talking about today?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. If you would, please give us a little, an intro to firearms, beginning with perhaps a shotgun. Tell us what makes that a unique type of firearm and how it generally operates.
Yes, sir. In general, a firearm is a mechanism that propels a projectile through the combustion of gunpowder. As he was stating, there are several different types of firearms, and one of them is a shotgun. A shotgun, if you imagine, is a long gun, typically that is designed to be fired from the shoulder. And that has a smooth bore. And what the bore is, it's just the inside of that barrel. So there's no rifling inside that barrel typically. A shotgun is also different than maybe a handgun that you may be familiar with, and it fires shot shells. And a shot shell is a cartridge, if you will, that could be plastic or metal that can contain multiple projectiles or a single projectile.
When you said barrel, smooth bore, and rifling, would rifling mean sort of the interior of the barrel where the bullet exits is spiraled inside?
Correct. That rifling is in barrels in order to give a bullet that's traveling down that barrel its rotary twist and spin so that way it can travel to a target or its destination.
And does that rifling assist in the bullet traveling in a straight line consistently?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
The
question?
rifling, spinning the bullet, making it go out, does that allow it to travel in a straight line?
Yes, that rifling that's inserted into that barrel, if you'll think of kind of like a quarterback throwing a football, it helps it give it that nice spiral so that it can travel more efficiently.
And kind of the opposite of that would be the smooth bore of a shotgun. How does that affect the pellets or the BBs inside of the shotgun?
So in a typical shotgun, you don't have that rifling that gives it that spin or twist, but that's not the design of the shotgun. So when those pellets are a slug or whatever is traveling down the bore of that shotgun, it is just traveling out the barrel based on the combustion from it firing.
And if you would please describe to us what type of ammunition a shotgun will shoot.
Typically, you use a shot shell. That can be made of some type of plastic. Typically, we see that with some type of metal head on it. Inside that shot shell, there can be multiple projectiles. You hear of pellets. We think of birdshot, buckshot. That's what would be inside of a shot shell. Also in there may be other components that could be plastic or some type of paper material, and that would be a wad. And those have different jobs within a shot shell. Those can be to protect the pellets, to keep them together as they travel, to provide some type of cushioning between those pellets and the powder. So they all have different various purposes within.
Did any wadding lose its job during COVID?
Mr. Greer, did you bring with you some demonstrative items to kind of just demonstrate generically what you're talking about in a shot shell?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I see that real quick?
Yes, sir.
Demonstrative items to demonstrate.
Daisy Demerg says you might find a little content with the lawsuit between Theo Von and the hatchet-wielding hitchhiker. By the way, it's Domergu. Oh, there you go, Domergu. Have you not seen The Hateful Eight? No, I've never watched that. I really want to. I heard it's great.
It is good. It's very good.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That was a crazy movie. Of course, Quentin Tarantino. Yeah.
I
I
want to
love
watch
Quentin.
it. I want to watch it as the
Mr. Greer,
four-part
if you would, beginning with the
miniseries.
shot shells,
where
you
they
brought
broke
some
it up.
demonstrative exhibits, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you would, just please hold them up, show them to the jury, and explain what it is we see when what we're looking at and what the components are in there.
Sure. Again, these are just two examples of a shot shell. Here you have a plastic body there of the shell with a metal head. On this end of it, that is the end that's going to be up against the breech face of the firearm. And in the middle, you'll see a small circle. That's the primer area, and that's what's going to be struck by a firing pin in a firearm so that it will fire. That's what's going to detonate inside the shot shell to cause it to be fired. Out this end, you see it's crimped on this end. This is the end that the projectiles or the pellets that are inside of the shot shell will exit and travel down the barrel of that shotgun.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Greer, the second firearm would be, if you would, talk about a little bit about what the AR platform is.
Sure. An AR platform is something that is commonly seen throughout America. Originally, it was designed by
This guy's
Armalite,
normally used
and
to
it's just a
describing his
modular
platform shoes.
platform, and it's a rifle, a semi-automatic
Where's
rifle in
Thursdays?
its
I don't
normal
judge.
state, and that's what we have here today.
Does seem to be a very happy
And
guy,
what would be
if you know what I
the
mean.
more common caliber that you might
Extremely
find on
happy.
the AR platform?
Yes, sir. Typically, what is very common that we see in the laboratory and that you may be more familiar with is it's chambered in .223 Remington caliber, 5.56 NATO. That is a very common caliber for an AR-15 type firearm.
And what were some of the items that you examined in this case as far as rifle calibers?
In this case, I received one rifle, and it was chambered in .300 blackout calibers.
All right, explain to us what the 300 blackout round is and maybe how it's similar and different from a 5.56 round NATO.
Sure. Again, you may be familiar with the .223 Remington or 5.56 NATO caliber. The 300 blackout cartridge is sort of similar to that. When that was designed, it was designed so that it could be used with a lot of the original features of an AR-15. So the overall dimensions of those cartridges are very similar, with the exception of a shorter case length and a much heavier or larger bullet.
And 300 blackout being a relatively, at least compared to 5.56 NATO round, were some of the components interchangeable on the AR platform?
It's my understanding that when that 300 blackout caliber was developed, it was designed so that some of the components from the original AR-15 type that were chambered in the 5.56 NATO or the .223 Remington could be used with the 300 blackout.
And it is possible, maybe not ideal, but possible to use a magazine that would be formatted for the .223 5.56 round in a 300 blackout rifle.
Yes, sir. I would say it's possible.
And did you bring any .223 and 5.56 and 300 blackout rounds with you today for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, sir. I have two.
All right. If you please identify the two and tell us what we're looking at and what the similarities and differences would be.
Sure. To start off, this is an example of a .223 Remington. This is the one that you may be more familiar with. I will show you now, side by side, this is the 300 blackout. I'm trying to do this so you can see. You can see that their overall dimensions there are a little larger. Are about the same, with the exception of the larger bullet. And I'll give you a little bit of anatomy here of the cartridge.
Good anatomy from this guy.
As this item right here is an unfired cartridge. Terminology in our firearms department is very key to us in being accurate in what we do. So we would refer to this as an unfired cartridge. That contains a bullet, which is this portion right here, this copper-colored projectile, and that's what's going to travel down the barrel of the firearm towards the target. Again, on this end, just like the shot shell, there's a primer there in the middle. You see the circle object there, and that's what the firing pin is going to strike, so that way it can detonate and cause the cartridge to be fired. When it's fired, we'll have a cartridge case, which is just the brass colored portion here. And that is the cylindrical component there that holds it all together. It holds the primer, the bullet, and the gunpowder inside of it.
Thank you, Mr. Greer, for your permission to approach. Just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to put it on the helmet. Greer, if you would just pay attention, you have a little video screen there. Let's see if this will work. All right, Mr. Greer, can you see these two bullets on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can see that.
This is not going to work.
They're
All right,
rolling
can you
off
see
of
them
Elmo.
clearly?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. What's the big black thing on the screen?
Appears to be a phone.
In your expertise, that's a fact. The two rounds we see there, the top round, can you identify which one that is?
The one that is up against the foam there would be the 300 blackout caliber cartridge.
And then, as you said before, the round below that would be the 223/556 round.
Yes, sir.
And seeing the actual projectile, meaning the item that exits the barrel of the rifle, would that be that tip, the cylindrical tip on the top?
Yes, sir. And I believe, if I remember correctly, both of those projectiles were copper in color. If you can distinguish that on the screen.
Oh my gosh, I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back.
And I don't know if you mentioned it, but I'll ask, did as compared to each other, does the 300 blackout have a higher grain typically than the 556?
It's possible. The bullets come in different grain weights, so that is a much larger bullet. So I would expect it to be heavier.
And when we are going to hear about grain weights, could you explain what that means also?
Sure. Grain is a term that we use in firearms, and it's just a unit of measurement. So when we measure our projectiles, we are going to measure those in grains. And just as a common way to relate to that, if you imagine 7,000 grains, that's equivalent to approximately a pound.
Thank you.
Exactly a pound.
So measurements and bullets are done in grains, basically.
Yes, sir. That's what we refer to them in.
Going back to shotgun shells very briefly, are there various types of shotgun shells and gauges or calibers?
Yes, sir, there are.
Could you explain a couple of the types that you might commonly find, and then just some of the calibers so we know what we're talking about?
Sure. Some of the more common gauges in shot shell, and gauge is just referring to the size and how we are able to determine what that firearm's chambered in. So a 12 gauge is something that's very common. That's a very common shotgun that I would expect to encounter. You may also have heard of or be familiar with a 20 gauge. That's another one that may be common, or 410 bore, which is a type of shot shell as well. Those are some of the more common ones that we would see in our laboratory setting and that you may be familiar with. Again, throughout those, there are all different kinds of shot shells loaded with different projectiles, loaded with birdshot, loaded with buckshot, and they all will serve a purpose within their own respect. But those can have multiple projectiles, hundreds of projectiles. It could have just one large projectile, which we refer to as a slug. So there's lots of options, if you will, within a shot shell.
And although this may be obvious, a buckshot is typically used to hunt what type of game?
I'm not hunting often, but I would expect a buckshot could be used for something, as it suggests, a buck. You would expect maybe a larger animal. Again, I'm not a hunter, but that's where I could imagine that.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Before we move on, and speaking about the area of forensic science of firearm examinations, is that an area that is subject to peer review?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain to us what that means? What's the peer review process and why that's important in forensic science?
Sure. Within firearms and tool mark examination, this is something that's been around for years. Firearms examiners have been learning about the firearms identification process, building studies and designs and experiments throughout many years. And it's part of that process in designing those studies and doing this research within Fireman Toolmark, they're going to draft an experiment, conduct an experiment, publish an article on their findings, and during that process, there can be review. There will be a review of the article of the experiment where other scientists within our field or other scientists or researchers can examine that and see what was going on during that process and say whether they agree with it and share their comments. And that's part of that peer review process. We, as an AFTE member, I have access to our AFTE journal where a lot of those peer review articles are published, and they're able for other examiners to look at, for other scientists and researchers to look at and help bolster or their opinions and thoughts on firearms identification.
And personally, do you know how many exams you've conducted?
I do not have a number of examinations that I've conducted while at SLED. However, at this point, I would say it's somewhere in the thousands.
So, Veronica, do you think this guy knows what he's talking about?
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you, did you receive
most of his firearms forensic
a
stuff
volume
is
of
garbage.
items concerning this case for
None
review?
of it's subject
Yes, sir.
to
I did
rigorous
receive
scientific testing.
several items to
verification.
examine in this case.
And generally, did you have an opportunity,
He
we're
believes
going to
it's
go
true.
through those items very shortly, but did you have an opportunity to, in general, review a significant amount of items for identification, possible identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you prepare a report after conducting these examinations?
Yes, sir. I did prepare a report.
All right, I'm going to ask us if we would go through a number of items very shortly. Do you have a copy of your report, and is it needed in order to refresh your memory and be able to specifically recall each individual item?
Yes, sir. I do have a copy, and I would appreciate being able to refer to it.
Okay, very good. And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to, well, first of all, generally when items are submitted, do you know anything about the case?
Generally, when items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, I do not have information about the case. I do not.
Prior to today's testimony, have you familiarized yourself, at least very briefly, with the layout of the scene of the crime?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what, specifically paying attention to what on that crime scene layout?
I reviewed a crime scene layout in relation to where some of the marker numbers were that are listed in my report. Those just reference numbers, and I reviewed where those were in relation to the crime scene the evening where the two bodies were.
And is that just to assist us when we reference item number X, Y, or 1, 2, or 3? It allows us to then to testify as where that was located.
Yes, sir, it can.
All right, Agent Greer, I'm going to go down the list of items, and I'd like you to identify the item that was received for me, beginning with item numbers 2 through 5. Is slide item 2 through 5?
Yes, sir.
Your items 2 through 5? Did you conduct a review of that item?
Yes, sir. I did look at SLED items 2 through 5.
And while I find those items, if you would, please explain how you receive items in general, how you receive items in the lab, what the condition is before you review them, and then what you do ultimately with that item.
Correct. Yes, sir. So as items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, those can come from agencies all over the state, to include our own SLED crime scene department. Those items are given assignments for multiple departments, depending on what the requesting agency is asking to have completed. We are a full service laboratory, so sometimes the evidence has to travel through to other departments before it arrives to me in the firearms department. Typically, if you want something like latent prints or DNA to be processed on those items, it would go there first, because when I get the item, I may decontaminate it or touch it, and those prints or DNA may not be relevant anymore, because you would find me on it. Evidence travels throughout the laboratory to those departments and through our evidence control department. I receive those items either from those analysts or from our evidence control technicians. And when I receive that item and before I begin my examination, I want to make sure that the item is submitted to me in a manner that I can tell that it's not been tampered with. So we use a lot of heat sealed pouches. So I'll make sure those are sealed, or our cardboard box that it's sealed up, and I can tell that there's either evidence tape or initials of that sealing examiner prior to me. So that way the evidence has been preserved in a manner that I know no one has altered with it.
And just so we're clear, thank you, Mr. Greer. Just so we're clear, when I refer to items, sometimes I'll say items 2. Does that refer to the items that you received them as a SLED designation?
Yes, sir. One other thing about the SLED laboratory, when evidence is submitted to the lab, it receives its own unique lab number that's specific to our laboratory. And it also receives new item numbers. And that's so we can track it throughout the laboratory. And our analysts throughout the lab can report and identify those clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence already as States Exhibits 63 through 68. And I believe they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your report. Would you please take a moment to look at these items and let me know if you're familiar with them?
Are you going to tell me how this bullet left Alec Murdaugh's gun and went into somebody, and that Alec pulled the trigger? Because if you're not, I'm kind of wondering when that's coming in.
When we receive these items, I do mark the packaging, and I'm also looking for my heat sealed pouch, and this is how I package the evidence after I examined it. So I'm just confirming that I see some of the information on these items. Yes, sir. This appears to be what was submitted to the SLED laboratory as items 2 through 7 in your States Exhibit 63 through 68.
Thank you. And did you have an opportunity? I'll take those from you. Did you have an opportunity to examine these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you would, please tell us what your findings were for these items.
I determined that each of those items, they were all fired S&B heads.
I'm renew my prior objection to the opinion testimony based upon the hearing we had, if it's for the record.
Yes, sir. You may continue.
Oh, so you lost that objection.
I determined that each of those were one fired S&B head stamp 300 blackout caliber cartridge case, and that was items 2 through 7. That's what each of those items were.
Mr. Greer, and the item on the screen in front of you would be what's marked as States Exhibit 63. Is that representative of the collection of items that you reviewed in that batch?
Yes, sir.
All right. There is your blackout round. Were you able to see the head stamp on it? And I can give you back one of the items if you would. Were you able to identify the head stamp and who the manufacturer of that round was?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Who was that?
The manufacturer of items 2 through 7 was Cellier and Bellow, and you may hear that referred to as S&B.
300?
Yes, sir, and head stamp 300 blackout.
Noam John says, got here a bit late. Was any of that financial evidence from yesterday given to the jury? No, he has not ruled on that yet, and it won't be given to the jury. The testimony will be redone in front of the jury.
Entered evidence already as States Exhibits 33 and 34. Jim, do you want to see those? 33 and 34, which I believe correlate to 9 and 10 on your report. Would you please take a look at these items and let me know if you recognize them?
Shot shells? Come on, dude.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and please tell us what they are.
SLED item 9, which is States Exhibit 34, is a fired federal premium double aught buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. And sled item 10, which is State's Exhibit 33, is one fired Winchester Drylock number 2 12-gauge shot shell.
And after your review of the scene, where were your items 2 through 7 located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, I was aware of the marker numbers that those were recovered from, and then reviewing that diagram, it's my understanding that those items 2 through 7, the 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, were located around or near the body of Margaret Murdaugh.
All right, and I'm referring now to your items 9 and 10, States 33 and 34. Where were those after your review of the crime scene diagram? Where were those identified and retrieved from?
Those appear to be in or around the storage room area near the kennels.
Thank you. I'm putting these two up on the screen. Mr. Greer, are these the items you just testified to having examined?
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, right now we're identifying a number of items. Is it would it be fair to say that we're going to go over your results then at the conclusion of the identification?
Yes,
Maybe. I don't know if that's actually fair to say with you guys, to be honest.
All right, referring to item State's Exhibit number 4, your item number 22, would you please direct your attention to that?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. Please do something. Please say so. Please make anything happen.
They were doing so well with
Handing
moving
you
things
what's been
along.
marked, Jim. Handing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Please take a look at this firearm. Let me know if you're familiar with it.
Can you please point it at the jury, then the judge, then scream Allahu Akbar?
Ladies and gentlemen, this firearm is unloaded. It's safe for me to handle. I will keep it pointed in a safe direction here. I'm going to look for some of those identifying marks that I placed on this shotgun. Yes, sir, I do recognize this shotgun.
All right, tell us what that gun is.
This shotgun was determined to be one Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun in 12 gauge with a serial number of U573210E17.
Thank you. Was there anything that accompanied State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir. Also submitted with that firearm was an accessory, which was the sling, and one unfired Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch 12-gauge shot shell, and one unfired Winchester Super X Game Load 16-gauge shot shell.
Now, I think you just testified that 12 gauge. This shotgun is what gauge?
That is 12 gauge shotgun.
And I think you just mentioned that loaded in it was a 16 gauge. Could you explain what the process was ejecting? Is that the proper gauge for that shotgun?
No, sir. That the unfired ammunition, as it was submitted to me, was received in another package. I did not remove it from that firearm. However, a 16 gauge would not be correct for use in that firearm.
Did you have to manually remove it from the shotgun?
It was already removed when I received it.
All right. I'm handing you what's been marked as states and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 250, slide item 8. So item 8, slide item 8, but states item 250. Take a moment to review it and let me know if you are aware of what it is.
Yes, sir. I recognize this as sled item 8.
Did you have an opportunity to examine and review that item?
I did.
What did you determine it was or is?
Sled item 8, States Exhibit number 250, was determined to be one fired bullet, and that was listed as a near tire impression at marker 8.
Okay. And you were able to do further analysis, which will get you the results to determine its weight?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So as you testified before, this would be the bullet minus the casing that it originally came in. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is just one fired bullet.
Just one fired bullet sounds like an emo song.
Doesn't have the back part on it?
Yes, sir. That's just a bullet without any cartridge case attached.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to States Exhibit number 20, sled item 14. This is entered into evidence already. I'm going to hand it to you and ask if you conducted an exam of this item.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, what were the results?
Sled item 14, which is States Exhibit 20, was determined to be 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
And can you repeat it for my purposes? These were pellets from what?
Yes, sir, 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
You testified before and you presented what a shotgun shell looks like. Would that be what's inside a shotgun shell ultimately?
Yes, sir. That would be an example of birdshot pellets that would be loaded into a shotgun shell.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 76, sled item number 12. Did you have an opportunity to review this item after you take a look at it?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what it is, please.
Sled item 12, States Exhibit 76, was determined to be one fired bullet listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
They say it was a bullet?
I'm going to direct your attention to States Exhibit 102, sled item 11. Already entered in evidence. Please take a look at this item. Let me know if you're familiar with its contents.
Yes, sir. This is sled item 11, State's Exhibit 102, and that was determined to be one fired bullet jacket fragment, 3 bullet jacket fragments, and 1 piece of lead, listed as defect in ground gravel marker 13.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to refer to what's been identified as State's Exhibit 109. Sled item 137. Please review this item and let me know if you recognize it and if you performed an examination of it.
Yes, sir. This is sled item 137, State's Exhibit 109. And it was determined to be 1 piece of lead, listed as from hair on the item 92 dress.
At this point, State would move for 109 to be admitted as evidence. Moving on to State's Exhibit 110, which is sled items 67 and 68.
Again, the question looms as to how you can make a double homicide case involving a high-powered lawyer boring.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as evidence is 110. If you would, please take a look at it. Let me know if you've recognized it and performed an examination on it.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 110 represents 2 sled items. Sled item 67, which I examined, determined to be 48 birdshot pellets, listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. And sled item 68 was 1 piece of plastic, listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
Brian P. in the chat asks, what a jury of this guy's peers look like.
What was identified on the
Enron
item when it
executive.
was submitted to you for review?
Yes, sir. That's solely based on how it was logged into our system by the submitting personnel.
You say it was birdshot in the shoulder and head? I thought that was the buckshot.
Buckshot to the, or bird shot to the head, buckshot to the shoulder and
3
chest.
items, just to speed on the
That's what I thought
process
it
a little
was.
bit. States 111, 112, and 113 marked as identification purposes. Sled item 69, 66, and 104. So if you please take a look at those in your items in your report. I'll be right here.
All right, guys, I got to run. I have a client meeting at 2, but thank you so much for having me on. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome.
meeting you.
Welcome back anytime. I'll keep
right,
sending
cool.
links.
Awesome. Sounds good. Have a good rest of your stream.
Thanks. See you later.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, hopefully we'll get to know her a little bit more as
Ladies and
things
gentlemen,
go
we're gonna
on.
break for lunch.
Oh, now you're going to break for lunch.
We will
You bastard.
resume in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
You're still going to take an
2:45.
hour 15 for lunch? Oh, my God. The judge is already walking out of the room, so I assume there's not going to be any argument or anything. Man, this day's been a slog.
It has. It would be nice to get something that was actually, I mean, I guess it's all material. It's, you know, they need to prove these people were shot with these weapons, I suppose, but there's still no connection to the defendant.
Yeah, I agree. Although something you said there is actually, I've got to take umbrage with it. You said
Okay.
we've got to prove that they were shot with these weapons, but we don't have the weapons.
Right. Fair enough. With
That's
these
even-
well,
With some weapon, I guess. Yeah, I get what you're saying, though. I mean, you're saying the caliber of rifle and then the type of shotgun, the 12 gauge shotgun. We do have to get that into evidence. That has to be laid down, but without a murder weapon for either one, and it seems like the one that we were waiting on, the one kind of ambiguous weapon was that Benelli, the camouflage Benelli that he had with him when the cop showed up. But I mean, they didn't find DNA.
did they introduce the blackout rifle from the house here? They didn't, right? The
No.
only firearm here was the shotgun.
Right. And I think the reason that they haven't introduced the blackout rifle here, unless the only reason they're going to introduce it is for him to rule it out. But I bet he can't. So the defense may ask on cross about the 300 blackout and be like, what about this 300 blackout? Could the shells have come from the shells by the house? Could they have come from this 300 blackout? Is that possible? Of course, maybe they don't want to do that because then it would imply that it could have been used in the murder. But they seem to have ruled that one out entirely. So I don't know. Because I think what they're trying to bank on is the fact that that third 300 blackout rifle was sighted in by the house and is now missing. And those shell casings match the shell casings found down at the murder scene. So therefore, those are the rifle. That's the implied murder weapon. The missing 300 blackout is the implied one. And then adding
Right.
testimony about the other one would confuse and cloud that. So I think the state wants to keep it limited to that.
And it can only be an implication because they don't actually have the weapon to test to match up to the brass. But if they
Right.
did and they tested both of these blackouts, I bet they wouldn't be able to distinguish. I bet they didn't test. I bet they didn't test the blackout they have because they don't want uncomfortable data.
Right. They don't
Uncomfortable
want to
results.
have to admit that it could be either rifle, which would imply that it could be any number of rifles. Once you open the door to it being two weapons, it could be 3, it could be 100. Anything with a similar brand barrel, or well, no, not the barrel, the ejector port, right? So the similar lower.
For the brass, it would be the chamber.
Right.
I mean, for any bullets they recovered, it would be the barrel.
They've only
But
recovered
the barrels are
one
going to be the
bullet.
same. And it looks like it was a fragment, right? Is that the defect in the ground by the tire mark one?
Yeah, they showed it on the screen one time, and it looked. I mean, if it's a fragment, it's a pretty substantial fragment. I mean, it looked like unless they recovered that from somewhere else, and I was kind of missed that, but I think that's what they recovered, is a pretty substantial fragment. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's a
kinda
pretty
weird.
substantial round. It's a pretty big round.
Right, it's like an
so-
AK round, the actual
Right.
round itself, right? It's like an AK.
Yep. Almost exactly.
Oh, we have a new panelist to join us. Welcome to Charlie. Hi, Charlie.
I was kind of missed
Oh,
that.
can you
recovered
can you mute me? Your
substantial fragment. So
Hey, Gornix, I don't hear anything.
yeah, I mean it's a pretty substantial round. It's a pretty big round.
Is my mic working?
Right, it's like an AK
your
round.
mic's fine, but you're
Yeah,
picking
like
up
round
me.
itself, right? It's like
I
an
can't hear
AK.
you.
your
I can't
screen.
hear my phone.
Okay,
Almost exactly.
hold on. I'll message you.
Well, one
she
of those
can't hear
guys
me,
sounded
so-
knowledgeable.
Harley, when you can hear me, please let me know. I can still see you. Okay, Charlie, if you can hear me, let me know. I don't think she can hear me yet, so we'll wait till she gets set up. In the meanwhile, I'll bring on Sean, potentially criminal. How you doing, buddy? He's muted. Maybe he's not ready. He's not ready for the smoke.
He preloaded. A little premature.
Premature streamulation. Oh, okay. She's giving me a thumbs up now. Here we go. Okay, Charlie, can you hear me now? Maybe not. Oh, okay. She'll let me know. All right. She probably just has to adjust the audio settings on StreamYard. If you don't use it a lot, it can be you have to kind of calibrate that in. But that being said, so ladies and gentlemen, thanks for hanging out with us today. I know it's a long day and there's a bunch of weird sort of testimony going on that may or may not be related to a murder trial. The judge just has not ruled on it yet, so we'll get to see. But I do want to say that this stream is sponsored by my Las Vegas live show. And hopefully we'll have the venue booked within the next day or two here. And I'll be able to share out where exactly it is. I've got a couple options from my event organizer that have been coming in throughout the day. So we're just trying to narrow down to the right spot. But the pinned link on YouTube, also in the description on YouTube and Rumble, has the actual event page. You can go and you can buy your tickets if you want to come hang out. It's going to be a blast. It's February 26th, starting around 8 p.m. It's going to be me. Andrew Bronco will be there. Dick Masters will be there. Camelot will be there. Not Attorney Tom. The lead attorney is going to be there. Robert Barnes, Viva Fry, Steve Gosney, maybe. Danny on Direct. I'm going to be leaving people out of this all the time, every time. But a whole bunch of people. And the ticket price is $50. So come on down and join the show. And the ticket price is entirely to defray the cost of the venue, which is very uncheap. Welcome, Charlie. Can you hear me now?
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you just fine.
There
Welcome
you
to
go,
the show.
finally. Cheers, how's it going? I thought I'd wait until lunch, but I almost died.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
So
I've been
real quick,
listening.
can you introduce yourself? Because you have one of those silly accents from a place that doesn't exist. So
I know it doesn't exist. I only have the accent. That's the only thing that does exist. Okay, I'm from the Netherlands.
Oh, perfect.
So obviously, only the accent is from Australia.
And so you're an attorney there in the Netherlands,
Yeah, I have
right?
a small law firm. And I only take on cases that are for people that don't really have a lot of money to pay for it, because my hubby is the one who makes the money for the household, as it should be.
There you go.
So I suppose
Where in the Netherlands are you?
I'm in The Hague, the city of
In The Hague.
peace
Okay.
and-
I lived in
Good
Maastricht
job.
for 2 years.
Oh wow! So you know all about silly accents then.
Yeah, it was great. Great experience. I loved Maastricht.
No, it is nice. It's the best climate in the Netherlands because it's most south. But
Well, welcome to the show. You are. We've been talking about you coming on a show for a while. You've been watching this entire case, and so I kind of wanted to get your perspective. Obviously, as a non-American practitioner, there can be some interesting differences between the way we do criminal law, the way you guys do criminal law. But either way, just having that sort of legal perspective is always fun to add different thoughts and ideas to the mix. So welcome to it. I do have a couple more people to bring on and we can get this discussion going. Steve Gosney is back from his Megyn Kelly interview, and potentially Criminal is back from his technical issues from earlier. So
Steve,
welcome.
Can I just please say congrats with your mom? I'm so happy for you.
Oh,
It's
thank
nice.
you. You are a fan. You've been watching. Thank you
And
very
it's
much.
insane that your mom looks younger than you.
Isn't she amazing? Not only
Tell
not
her
only-
that. Tell her
yes,
that. She'll like that.
She actually has 2 jobs.
Why?
She's 88 years old. She has 2 jobs. My mom is amazing. Yes.
Yeah, well,
thank you.
she looks
You know,
great.
I love you already.
I get that a lot.
I love you got a Gibson guitar next to you. That's super cool.
There you go. Put it in there for you. So not true. So I'm going to do this though. They'll do that for you. I don't know. You'll show what you're drinking. So
Yeah, what are you drinking?
I'm not sure.
If it's Fireball, I'll throw you off this panel.
I know, right? I started a lawsuit against Fireball. Well, I didn't, but God did. No, it's called Ben Remark, whatever. Did you know
Okay.
about? Did you know about the Fireball lawsuit?
Yeah, so I
'Cause
haven't
it's not
covered it
whiskey,
yet.
right?
Right. So while there's Fireball liqueur, which is the 33% alcohol by volume Fireball that everybody's accustomed to vomiting up. And then there's a new one that they wanted to sell in grocery stores, but grocery stores don't allow you to sell
That much
high
alcohol.
Right. So it's like 3-2 Fireball. And
It's
it's
even
not
worse.
I know it's all of the trash with none of the payoff. And so it's but it's not branded as a whiskey or a liqueur. It's branded as like an alcoholic beverage, and the labels are slightly different, but they look at first glance very, very similar. So now there's this big class action lawsuit for basically a false advertisement or a false impression. It's
Yes.
kind of
Do you know what the
silly.
label says? Because I've checked here, and the label here says cinnamon and whiskey flavored liqueur.
Whiskey flavored.
Whiskey
Yeah,
flavored.
whiskey flavored.
That's what I want with my
Cheers
alcohol.
to that. Yeah. There
Oh
you go.
God.
Cheers.
Yeah, but I haven't actually followed up on the lawsuit. I just saw the headlines of it being filed and a very cursory overview. I should probably cover it. It's kind of on brand.
I only saw the headline, but
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was that bad. That it was even.
But I hope they lose because I hate them. I hate their product. I hate
I
everything
like the
about
song
them.
though. Da, 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 da.
You can buy it by the bucket. It's a bucket of those little miniature bottles. It's disgusting. God, I hate everything about it.
Is it
Ew.
from Australia?
I don't hate Australia. I wish it was real. No, it's so when I go to the grocery store where I pick up my prescription medications, the pharmacy entrance is right next to, in my state, you have to have a separate liquor store entrance. It has to be distinct from the grocery store. You can't sell liquor inside the grocery area.
Yeah.
So the entrance to the liquor store is right by the entrance to the pharmacy. And when you park there for the pharmacy, you look down, there's a bunch of those little like 50 milliliter Fireball bottles all over the ground. But I was like, oh, this is healthy.
That's what the kids drink nowadays.
So they all go in, they grab their prescription meds, they pound a couple Fireballs before driving home, and then it's a race against the DUI clock, I guess.
Get my money, buy my medicine.
That should be an Olympic sport. You pick somewhere that's like 35 miles away, and it's like if you can pound 5 Fireballs and get to that location before your BAC hits a 0.8, then you win.
I think we're all losers in that game.
This would be the Nick Rekieta games. You could have a whole series of events, you know.
High risk, high reward, baby. The winner gets 10 grand. The losers all get OW or DUIs. They lose their license.
I know
for
a guy
year.
for that though.
Hey, I got a big announcement.
What's that?
The wife has bought my
Allowed you to go to
tickets.
Vegas.
Allowed me to. Well, we're going. My wife and I will be in Vegas at your Sunday thing at 8 p.m. So we will be there. We will see you at 8 p.m. at the big Las Vegas Nick Shindig.
Nice.
Yes.
Believe me,
Yeah,
this is
looking
you're
forward to
asking.
it, Steve.
The only reason, man, is because of your chat bought up 95, actually 96 books. Somebody told me as of yesterday. So that was wonderful, and so that convinced my wife that we could do it and afford it, and so we'll be there. Looking forward to it.
All right. I'll let Emily know.
We've been having a great day.
Yeah, it's been a great day. Megan Kelly, I'm going to be back on Megan Kelly's show next Thursday.
Who were you on Megan Kelly talking about?
This case.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. What did you say?
Just I was putting forward the defense theory. There was a guy from Court TV on there, Vidi something, and then they were talking like they were kind of pro prosecution and talking all about how bad a guy is, and I was just trying to make the defense points that the state has not yet showed us beyond a reasonable doubt that he's the guy. We're open to it. We're just waiting for the evidence, right? And that there were some exculpatory things possibly, and some different ways to look at it. So it was a good discussion, actually. I think it was fair and balanced. I don't know.
You said the guy was named Fitty? Like
Vinny, yeah, he was a Court TV reporter who's actually in the courtroom. I was interrogating him, like, how's the jury? Because he says he's in the courtroom watching the jury, and he says the jury is not. Because I said, are they bored to death? He says, no, they pay attention when something comes in that's interested. And he also said that
That's different than what I've heard from James in court.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, who knows? But the other thing was that he said was that the what was it? That the venue change issue, the defense wants to be in this courthouse. The defense does not want the venue change because they think it's a very favorable climate for
because
the
they
Murdaughs.
they intimidated the
Maybe, I
crowd
don't
there
know.
for so long.
Yeah, well, see, that was someone in my locals was saying that people don't, his credibility has been shattered and people don't trust him. I think actually people probably still trust Alec Murdaugh in that area. I think they really do. I don't think credibility is, I mean, it is fragile, but I don't think it's as fragile. And I think there's a lot of people who we're hearing about all the people that he's screwed over, but remembering that that's a fraction of the people that he has helped as an attorney, people that he has gotten the results for and done the right thing with the money. And because we did get testimony that, he still was bringing in money to the law firm. That was still going on. So these people that he has screwed over is bad, but there's a bunch of people that he's probably done at least decent-ish work for, gotten them the settlements that they liked, gotten them paid out, and he's been paid for it over the years. That credibility, when you save someone's destroyed life, it doesn't go away in a flash just because there's allegations against someone. I think it's probably a lot stickier there than people want to think, just because, again, he screwed over a lot of people, but that's a drop in the bucket to the family name that's been built up through the years. So
that's the thing. I don't think it's just distrust. I think it's like a sort of dynasty in people. If it's even like intimidation, maybe, or just they put them on a pedestal because they're like rich and have all these houses and lands and cars and money and high paying jobs and whatever. I don't think it's just that they don't distrust them. I think it's a sort of respect or success or fear or intimidation that has been built up through decades that you don't just go against, maybe.
So Vivian is just shitting on my theory. She says, I live in South Carolina. They hate him here. Everyone has been fearful of their family lock in that county for years. So there you go. Everything I said, ignore it.
Okay, so can I come with the Charlie? We had the Branca theory, and I was a full-on supporter until yesterday, and I changed 180 degrees. I think.
So now you're in he's guilty of the murder camp.
Yeah, I don't think as of now he's not gonna get I don't think there's a case. I think now that he did do it, well, let me put up my hypothesis, maybe.
Sure.
Because I looked at I followed Stephen's advice, and I made myself a nice little timeline. I can't put it up in the chat because it looks like this. This is how I do all my legal work, though, so it works for me. But yeah, there's the video, the dog video. I think it's all staged. I think the video on where he was looking at trees with the sun between 7:30 and 8. I think it was all staged. The mom and the dad were separated. She was visiting a divorce attorney in April. Allegedly. I mean, I haven't. I'm in the Netherlands. I can't check these things. I can only check the internet.
When it hasn't been introduced at trial yet.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm saying they don't have a case. Like as of now, I don't think. I don't see a file. I don't see them. Yeah, there's no case. I think there's no evidence.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. So yeah. you think that he's guilty, but you don't think the state has adequately forwarded that he's guilty in evidence yet.
No,
okay,
not the other reason for that. No, not at all. No. But yeah, no, I actually think that he sort of lured them to the doghouse with maybe that he killed the chicken, or maybe the video was about the tail of the dog. I don't know. But what if you? I think it might be helpful to listen to the opening statement of the defense again. We did you did the prosecution. Look at me saying we, already in the team.
Well, it's like you've been here in spirit.
Yeah. But I listened to the defense opening statement again yesterday, and he said, like, so you first have Paul. So I used to say Paul when I meant Paul. I used to say Alec when I meant Alec. And then you, Nick, started to
I ruined myself, and I assume other people.
Yeah, well, there you go. So See, I don't even know what I want to say anymore.
Well, you were listening to you were listening to the defense
opening statement. Yeah.
statements.
And he said there was no defense move. Well, Paul had his hands up when he was shot. I think the dad came on. It's like, Dad, what are you doing? Gun. It's like, if you
How do we
see,
know that
if you
Paul
see-
had his hands up when he was shot?
That's what I'm just going by what the defense attorney told me in opening statement, Nick.
But do
We
we
know-
know? But see, here's the thing. What are you basing this on? And now I know that there's an emotional reaction that we all want to speculate. I know what happened. See, this is the danger of a weak case for the state.
Basing myself on the opening statement from the defense.
From the defense, right?
But that's a burden shift. The state has to prove
No.
what happened beyond reasonable doubt.
I don't think they're gonna prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it. And like you said, he's gonna have a book say, "If I did it." No, but they're not gonna prove it. I'm waiting for the evidence to come in, but it's not yet there. But I have a lot of like I don't know the name of the business associate, the sort of jelly attorney that we heard yesterday that was a friend of his for 30 years or
Charlie Wilson, yeah.
Yeah. So some of his statements.
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson.
Yeah.
See, there I did it again.
I know.
Because
I
I'm
wasn't
talking
gonna
to you.
I
It's
wasn't
your
gonna
fault this time.
I know, but I'm a woman. You can't blame me.
I blame women for everything.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
Are we talking about women now?
I can't do anything. I can't do anything about it. So.
I might have a
Do you have
thought or
any
two.
good advice for women, Andrew?
Wait, you can't do anything about it. That's not very 2023 of you.
I'm still a woman, okay? I'm old school like that.
Are we going to have a pie throwing zone for Andrew, and the ladies could line up and pay like $100 for one good throw?
$100, I'll do it.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm taking 75 of those.
The tax, the Nick tax.
Pay the grift. Pay the grift. Pay the grift.
I'll have to pay for my booth.
Well, let me hit a couple of these super chats as we.
Just first one thing I want to say, Bronco.
Oh,
you
sure.
said that there's nothing in evidence yet, but there's definitely he did know everything was gonna fall apart because you had with Paul with the boat thing. I think he at the plea in 6th of May, I think, and on the 4th of June, I think the judge said that they had to go into mediation with that. There's an interesting thing because I don't know this, but I heard that just recently, Buster, the other son, has made a deal for $50 million with the family from Mallory, I think her name was, from the boating accident.
50 million.
So
how would he pay?
So
50
how would
million?
he exactly? So did he get insurance in the meanwhile for something? Like I don't know. I have no idea, but I heard.
Well, he
that.
was supposed to get a payout, but someone wasn't very accurate with their bullets.
I know, right?
Yeah, I'm just not convinced. I mean, I know he was going into discovery for the boat thing later in the week, and that was going to be bad for him. There's no question about it. But he was still making a ton of money. I mean, he wasn't disbarred yet. He still was a partner in that firm. He's making somewhere between $1 million and $10 million US dollars a year.
The Chris best friend guy, he had did you listen to his testimony yesterday? I was making notes with the dates, like the 13 May, end of May. Like this was his best friend supposedly, and he was working with him all the time, and he let him go self-censoring. He fucked himself over. He fucked him over tremendously, and that was already the motions were already in. That's end of May, the 2nd of June. So he knew that was all falling apart, amongst other things. I'll let you go, Nick. I'm taking
No,
over the
that's
show.
fine. As long as we have conversation going, I'm engaging in the conversation. But when we've got like a little break, I'm trying to keep up with the super chat. So if anything comes up, please, you're all here to contribute.
I was out for the last hour or two. Can you get me up to speed on all the exciting testimony I missed?
Forensic introduction of evidence. They moved through like three or four witnesses in, rapid succession. yeah, the introduction of some buccal swabs and some other things. Just here they are. They're introduced. No cross examination or anything.
Were you
no
here for the
objections.
fingerprint guy?
Yeah, were you?
That's what I cut out. I cut out right in the middle of the cross of the fingerprint guy. Basically, there were no fingerprints on the shotgun that he was holding.
Right.
Which is a defense thing. It's like, okay, so there's no fingerprints recovered. So there could have been another shooter and you wouldn't have found those fingerprints, even if he handled a shotgun. But there's no gun anyway. So what does that matter? It's all pointless. And
yeah,
it's like this thing. It's like, well, he was at the location during the time. It's his freaking home. I mean, of course he was, right? It's his house. His fingerprints were on this gun, this shotgun. Well, of course, it's his gun. I mean, some of the things like, what are they trying to prove exactly?
Okay, I remember now. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, go for it.
Go posted the Barker theory, the Charlie theory, because I always when I go when I'm cooking and stuff like that, I'm in the kitchen and the Wi-Fi from the main part of the house doesn't reach to the kitchen, so I leave my phone in the hallway. And I have my headphones in, like Bluetooth headphones.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I put it sideways on like a doorknob. But then I always get 1 or 2 calls, so it will fall down. And every time I'm happy that the glass hasn't shattered. But if he would have done this with the... Cheers, Branka.
What a professional show we have here.
If he would have, I mean, he's dealt with these cases for 30 years. He knows what to do. He knows to put himself and the cell phone from Maggie away from each other. So if you just put it like on a tree, whatever, just put it somewhere on a little ridge, and then he called her twice and he texted her once, so he knew it would fall over, hence causing. So
you're saying he puts her cell phone up somewhere and then he calls it so it falls?
Yes. So he's in the car.
If I'm designing a murder of these two people, believe me, I could do a much better job than this guy did if this is his master grand plan.
That's what I've been saying, but you do have to take into account that he was highly intoxicated on prescription medicine. I think.
Who says that at the time? Where's that evidence?
It's not an evidence. They're not.
Okay.
I'm telling you. This is just research. They have no case. They have no case.
Charlie theory. It's a theory in the alternative, not what the state has put forward.
No, not at all. No, they have. It's terrible. It's like they're not even trying. It's like they're trying not to make the case. But
yeah, I mean, if we start with the conclusion that he's guilty, that he murdered them, there's definitely a path you can craft to get there. But of course, that's not the legal question.
They're doing a shitty job. Like, I'm doing a better job than they are. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not giving us anything to explain why his cell phone would be connecting to the car at 6 minutes past, and he's calling Maggie, and her phone is half a mile away. They're not giving us anything. I'm giving us something, at least.
Right, and that's the interesting thing is what we've all been kind of doing is putting together these hypotheticals of how this could have happened. And as long as there are those outstanding hypotheticals that fit the evidence, the state has a real problem with beyond a reasonable doubt, because all of those lead to reasonable doubt. Now, yours at least is reasonable doubt in favor of the state's position. But the problem there is that the circumstantial evidence rule would suggest that they need to have one cohesive theory, not a theory that's argued in the alternative. So that gives them a problem. And maybe they clear that up by the end. Of course, Andrew and I were talking when we were lonely. Andrew and I were having a discussion about how, it's highly possible that all of this will kind of clear up as the state closes out their case. And we have to wait, because they have been seemingly ramping up their cohesion on the story a little bit as we're going along here. It started off very thin and it's starting to solidify. And if it continues on an upward trend and we get to this place where they do have one sort of unified theory and a timeline and they lay it all out right in that last witness and then they rest, that could be really, really powerful.
I agree. And I mean, there's more, like, I'm just asking questions. Let me put it like that. Like, why wasn't Paul's car or truck on the premises? Was it searched? Was it? I don't know any of this, but there's more like the trench coat or the what do you call it, like a poncho, rain poncho that the father was with Alex was. Just say the father, Nick, when you're talking about Alex or Alec. There you go. I've solved your problem right there.
I know too many Pauls. That's the problem. So my brain goes to Paul.
Anytime I hear anyone say Alec, I hear "Pow."
Can I ask,
America?
not to interrupt this scintillating on conversation, but can I ask, where is the spreadsheet available? Do you know? Have you posted
I
that?
haven't posted it because I can't post a spreadsheet directly to locals. I could only add like a link to like a OneDrive or a Dropbox or something. So I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I could do screenshots of it, which is what I was working on. But it was
Then you fell asleep.
I didn't fall asleep. No, I was working on it, but it was making me miss the testimony. So I was gonna wait a little bit. I tried to do a printout of a PDF that I could just upload directly, and that didn't work. The PDF printed all wonky from that. So I'll try and get some posts up and link it. But I want to.
Andrew made the good observation that there's if this is a reverse proof and the defense had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why at the closing, my one quibble with the defense opening statement was that at the end he says, "You'll find him innocent." And as a practical matter, as a trial attorney, a defense attorney, you never, ever, ever say that. That is a burden shift back to the defense because you never say that because of your client.
He read out the jury instructions for proven beyond reasonable doubt or whatever, and I thought he put it in light of that. But it doesn't
matter.
Nasty.
It doesn't.
No,
you
no,
never say
it was nasty.
say innocent in your opening statement or your closing, because that brings on that the defense has to prove that he didn't do it, and that is not the standard. The standard is, does the state bring evidence that's reliable evidence that can be believed beyond exclusionary reasonable doubt that he did it? And they did not do that. They didn't bring. Oh, there goes the dog. Did you hear the dog?
Yeah.
We got sirens and dogs and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, you're just like the courtroom, sirens all the time. What the hell is that?
It's my difficult dog.
But that wasn't the only thing the defense lawyer did in the opening statement. He was objected to, and the objection was sustained. Remember that?
Yeah, but that's nothing.
You know who he also represented. He represented the son. You know, the victim in this double murder. He represented him in the boating accident.
Yeah.
He was like a conflict of interest.
He was representing him.
Yeah,
until he died when he was murdered by his father.
Yeah, well, allegedly.
Remember that the conflict is in the hands of the conflict of the interest holder, and they can certainly waive the conflict.
Paul can waive it. Yeah. Oh no, wait, he's dead. Darn it.
Well, no, it'd be Alec who could waive the conflict. I mean, because Paul
Paul could
Paul no longer has an interest.
Maybe Buster can object to it.
But extracting out of this case this boring presentation by the state, right? The context of this case, the more I think about it, the more incredible this case is. I mean, when you first got into it, I'm now interested enough that I'm actually taking off today. I feel better and I'm taking off today just so I could be here with you.
I'm just out of all these notes. What am I doing? I'm not going to.
I know, but here's the thing. It's like this case really is quite amazing. And the more we get into it, the more interesting it becomes, because it really is a whodunit. It really is a whodunit case. And the power, this guy is so unusual as a murder defendant that this guy is a principal rainmaker of a law firm in a major area, right? And all the stuff swirling around it. I mean, the more you dig into it, the more fascinating it becomes, and it really is a whodunit. So the more you get into it, I think this is a worthwhile case for us to be covering. I guess that's the.
No, definitely. No, I think yesterday in chat I called it. Is this the new season of Making a Murderer? I was convinced of that, and now I barely slept last night. I really dug into it, and I'm like, I think you done it.
Well, now who's got the book? Who's got the best book to write in this pantheon of characters that we're laying out?
That weird dude whose mom got killed.
Oh, geez, he murdered her, supposedly. Allegedly.
Oh, the kid, that poor kid. He was. I say he's 33. Anybody younger than me is a kid. It's like girls and kids. That's the way I talk. I know everybody gets like, it's not a girl, it's a woman. I'm like, yes, younger than
He
me.
looked like a kid.
Am I a girl?
He did look like a kid. But I mean, he was very sympathetic. I will say that if that kid gets on the stand and testifies like he did in front of this jury, I'd vote guilty. I mean, it's like, come on, that kid. I mean, this guy who's takes you under his wing, his mom gets killed or dies, I'm going to take care of you, and he steals your money. Oh, how slimy! My gosh.
I didn't see the guy because he was I was in the shower at the time, but I know the story. I think the murder investigation for the mom got reopened. So, I mean, don't take anything. I haven't researched anything up to a legal standard, but this is what I read. Because she supposedly fell down the stairs at the main part of the house that the murders these murders also took place in. But supposedly Alec killed her in one way or another. So,
well, probably by firearm.
Well, no, she didn't have any.
Oh, you're talking about the woman that
the woman
Garcia.
Yeah, the woman that fell down the stairs. Yeah, fell down the stairs.
The housekeeper.
Of the house.
But see, this is all such speculation. I mean, I'm sorry, but we gotta check ourselves. I mean, but it's interesting, and this is
We're doing a podcast. We're not in court right now.
Well,
maybe you're not. I'm in court right now arguing this.
That's right.
I know. I'm sorry, Nick.
The court called me and they're like, "We need your expertise." And like, I'm very busy with a podcast right now, so I hope you guys understand that I'm going to be splitting my duties. That's what we're going to be doing. But I will come in and consult with you, Judge, because I know you don't really know your job that well. That's pretty evident, frankly.
Well,
okay.
I'm just saying that this is a law tube kind of podcast, so we should restrain ourselves because everybody's got an opinion. I got opinions, right? It's like what but I mean, that's not why I'm here, because I'm so good looking. It ain't happening, right? It's because
no, I'm only here for my opinion because I'm not so good looking. Do you know that the son?
No, you're much better than me.
The judge recently lost his son as well.
Really?
How?
Was he murdered?
Was it a boating accident?
Murdered by Alec Baldwin. The other Alec who can't deal with firearms. That was a joke. Alec Baldwin,
yes.
people, don't kill me.
Was there a
you don't have to worry about his people, just him.
If it does not fit, must acquit. Well, I don't know. We're still looking for the smoking, but I really, the thing is I'm really trying to remain open to the state despite their boredom tactics, and basically allow for the possibility that they're going to come at us with some really good evidence at the end. But I don't know. We haven't been teased with it at all. And it's if that is actually the state's game, they're playing a high risk game by not being clear in their opening about what the evidence is, not being clear with existing demonstrative aids. That's a dangerous game. Now, I kind of suspect this judge and his courtroom plays into it, because he expects everybody to lay all these predicates and all that. But then the state, if you look at the defense, they stipulated at one point, they're like, let's move this along. Even the defense is like over this, and they're not obstructing the state from doing it. And in fact, here's another argument. The state is doing that same kind of boredom stuff outside the presence of the jury. So clearly this is their style. But I'm not impressed with the style. I have stylistic quibbles with the prosecution. Doesn't mean he didn't do it.
I have lots of stylistic quibbles with the prosecution. I mean, that guy, that team largely has made me really annoyed. But they have one guy on there who I like. I like him. He's not the lead guy, but he's got a similar demeanor to the lead guy, but it's like it's turned down 10%. So he's not yelling, but he moves through things pretty quick. And he seems pretty concise with his statements. We've only
kind
seen
of the
him once or
black-haired
twice.
guy that was
no, not him.
No, I didn't
He's
like that
annoying.
guy.
Yeah.
That guy reminded me of Ben Shapiro if he ate 8 pizzas in a row.
Right, and he was 2 feet taller.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, this is.
I'm not short, Andrew. I wear lifts.
You got to be very careful. See, you guys don't practice anymore. I got to get up in court sometimes, you know. So when I'm sitting there, if you throw these stones at these glass houses, and I think I'm going to get up here, I'm going to show them how it's done, and then it's like
Ben Shapiro isn't out practicing either. You could throw stones at him all day. He's just a small target.
yeah. Well,
Steve and I were just covering a self-defense immunity hearing out of Florida where the state pulled up an expert, right? This expert, I think it was a state expert. And this guy had was one of these, I forget what his expertise was, but he talks at conferences and stuff. And at conferences, he has this presentation where he's saying, yeah, juries are made up of idiots who can't figure out how to get off jury duty. And he's confronted with that right in court.
Yeah, in front of the jury. In front of the jury. It's hilarious. Yeah, that was great. I mean, that was Patrick Cannon in my jurisdiction, but somebody I know, and that case was out of my jurisdiction, and they got a self-defense immunity hearing. In Florida, we call it a stand your ground hearing, but Bronca doesn't like it. But it's so ingrained in our brains, it's hard. You got to forgive us, Florida lawyers. But they had, and boy, that was a cross that was like textbook cross. Patrick Cannon just destroyed the state experts on cross. If you want to see a clean, snappy cross of it. What was the name of that case there, Andrew? I forget. What was it called?
Casado?
Yeah, Casado. Law of self-defense. He basically shot these guys were sitting around and they start smacking him in St. Augustine, and the guy gets battered back into the wall and pulls the gun and shoots the guy down dead. So so there was a self-defense immunity hearing that was granted. We covered that, and we actually had the defense attorneys on. We interviewed Patrick and Dan Hilbert, who was his co-counsel on that case. It's a really interesting rundown. So cross-examination is an art, and I think these defense attorneys are doing great on their crosses. What do you think?
Who I really liked on cross? Just before we answer that, since I'm thinking about it and I run the show, Wayne Dennison during the Johnny Depp trial, when he would cross-examine the experts, and he had kind of that very slow sort of labored speech to him, which made you think maybe this guy's stupid, but then he just destroyed Amber Heard's experts on the stand, and it was great to see. Like that guy was a champion of taking on expert witnesses, and there are some lawyers who are really, really good at it. They quickly research and familiarize themselves with the field of study, or they get probably some expert consulting work done in as well. And they deliver the questions, and they seem to know when the person is bullshitting through their own expertise. And they when they laser in on that, I mean, they just destroy them. And it was the way he did that because he got that one doctor to basically say that if you don't follow the what was it, the rule, the psychology standard where you're not supposed to diagnose without actually meeting with someone. What's that called?
Right.
I don't remember the rule, but
fucking hell. Anyway, he's Wade Dennison, not Wayne. I don't do names, guys. Names are irrelevant to me. I only hear my own name. So, but no, he got the guy to Goldwater, Barry Goldwater.
There you go.
He basically got him to say that if the Goldwater standard doesn't apply, then all expert testimony from psychologists is irrelevant. And here's a guy ignoring, or no, if it does apply, and then here's a guy ignoring the Goldwater standards, basically got him to say on the stand that everything he says is completely irrelevant. And it was beautiful, a beautiful trap that he laid for him. But as far as cross in this case, there have been a couple really good ones. There's one from the defense. The guy, he hasn't talked much, but he has dark hair. It's not like long, but it's not short. And he has a real nice, deep Southern voice. And that guy, I really liked him. He comes across really well.
Something that came up on Megyn Kelly's show that I thought was interesting, and we really haven't teased that issue out yet. And that is what do you guys think about the defense, quote, opening the door to all this financial crimes by asking the guy, the state witness on the stand, can you think of any reason why he might have killed his son and wife?
It was ridiculous. I mean, the guy said no, and then he just went deeper into it. No, and keep going. But I think this judge is known for dealing with motions in limine, like as the trial progresses. Like not. Did you guys follow any of the motions in limine?
Well, they did
I
a
didn't-
motional limine. Yeah, and they did a hearing on it earlier, and they excluded it. But now the question is,
Well, there's
does
some
that
question. Did he rule on that motion?
No, he
prior to
didn't.
trial?
No, he did.
I thought he did.
I'm
No,
not sure.
He likes to. Well, as I heard, like how I read into it, is how he likes to just look at how it goes during the trial as evidence comes in. He likes to. So maybe he did rule on it before, but he opens the door to having it open to interpretation later on.
So is that a yes?
That's it.
Yes.
So he did. So yeah, everyone's right. Everyone's right. He
Well,
did.
wait, no, everybody can't be right. No, wait, let's stop. We need to clarify this. Okay, so there was a motion limine as to the issue of whether or not the testimony, the
financial crimes
financial
evidence
crimes
was
come in.
excluded in limine.
Okay, there was definitely a hearing on that. We had a lot of testimony. Did the court actually make a ruling that it was excluded, and then or was it in advisement? I mean, I'm not clear on that.
Well, I don't know if it. I know it was still open for interpretation. Then the judge said that as the evidence comes in, we'll deal with it then.
Well, it's always open if the door is opened. So what my understanding, based on what the defense said, and when they first heard arguments on this, was that this was excluded in limine. And now the question that the prosecution is arguing is that his one question can you think of any reason why you would kill Maggie and Paul, was kicking open the door, so to speak, kicking the door off the hinges or whatever. And now that's why we have a reevaluation with all this proffered testimony, is that it was excluded in limine. It wasn't supposed to come in, but now the door has been opened allegedly according to the state. And so now he's reconsidering the motion effectively. That's my understanding.
Well, and I will say, and we have a major problems, I think, as defense attorneys with the way the state handled that at the end of that day. The way they just kicked that door open without allowing the defense to argue. They put it in front of the jury, forced the ruling from the judge so that he doesn't create error. That's a dirty tactic by the state.
I thought it was ridiculous.
Now,
Law and Lumber's in the chat disagreeing with me.
Okay.
Rob, you have an invite. You mother. You gonna be on the show tonight, Rob? He says the motion in limine was denied because the defense wanted it excluded as a whole. The court said they would rule on the evidence as it would come in during the course of trial. I seem to remember them indicating the opposite, but I don't know.
Yeah,
So
see, I'm not sure about that, but let's assume that it was reserved ruling. At that point, then the state should have said, Your Honor, we would like to approach or sidebar or remove the jury to proffer this question if they were being fair, but they were not being fair. Now, that being said, what was done was done. It was just that one little moment. Now we've got this whole proffer coming in of all this evidence that the state wants to throw in, saying the defense opened the door. But I'm not certain that I'd like to go back and look at that transcript very carefully, because when I expected that defense attorney was asking the question to this witness who had no knowledge of the financial crimes, if he specifically knew any reason. And that kid's answer was no, because he had no knowledge of the financial crimes, right? Now, I understand that the defense wants to kind of have their cake and eat it too, because they want to show him as this good fatherly guy, and they're painting that picture. And so the state's got this boatload, excuse the pun, of evidence that makes him look exactly the opposite, right? But that being said, I'm not certain that they really did open the door. I mean, I think that's a gotcha kind of thing. Like, ha, we got you. Now we can bring in all this other extrinsic stuff that doesn't, So what do you guys think?
Well, I think I agree with you in principle, but I think in practice, if the judge wants the door open, then it's open no matter what, and he's not going to be overruled on appeal on it. I don't think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't think it comes to abuse of discretion, and I think that it personally, I think it shouldn't be open. I'm with you. I don't like gotcha law. I don't think gotcha law is appropriate. I don't think that our rights should be completely taken away because of one errant statement by an attorney who's trying to make a completely different point, but it can be interpreted in multiple ways. I think that's a really bad way to do prosecution. I think we should all be very careful of that. But as far as the legal standard goes, I think if the door is opened according to the judge, then it's opened. and overcoming that is going to be extremely hard on appeal.
I mean, just
That's fine.
contrast these prosecutors with the Darrell Brooks prosecutor or the Theodore Edgecombe prosecutor. Those guys got their convictions in a very straightforward way. Did a very good prosecution. Didn't use tricks or gimmicks to get a conviction.
I remember when it happened, and I said, "I remember when he pushed Kate Moss down the stairs." It reminded me.
Well,
of
see, that was legitimate. That was a real
I know,
open the door moment. That was,
but he
because
didn't
that
do
was
that,
lit-
did he?
Well, and I don't think
Kate
well,
Moss, the one part of the whole Johnny Depp trial that I watched
I know,
was Kate
but-
Moss's testimony, because
I
Kate
said,
Moss,
so he also, yeah, no, I know, but
and
But
that
I
was
don't
like
think-
2 minutes.
I don't think Kate Moss had to have the door kicked open. What they needed on Kate Moss was a reason to bring her in as a rebuttal witness.
Yeah, no, Amber Heard.
So-
Yeah, no, Amber Heard named when Amber Heard said Kate Moss. It reminded me when he put Kate Moss down the stairs. That's when
Yeah.
he came in. That's
Yeah.
when we went like,
But that was more like the. I think that it's a little bit different because Kate
no,
Moss is
it's exactly different. 'Cause-
okay. Just making
Yeah,
sure. I was like,
it was sarcasm, Nikki.
Yeah.
Sarcasm.
I don't know what that
you
is.
should try it once.
Never heard of it.
No.
Please explain it to me. No. Okay, let me hit some of these super chats. We got a huge one from Team Ruby over on Rumble. Thank you, Team Ruby. Let's raise a glass to my vet. My dog gets to come home today. Snake bites are nothing nice, but she's on the other side now. Your daytime stream has been a welcome distraction from my worry. Cheers. Okay, when you say she's on the other side, I think dead, but I think you mean that she's on the other side of recovery. Team Ruby mentioned it was I think it was 2 days ago, that the dog had been bit in the face by a snake, and that's not only their friend and companion, but it's also a work dog, and so it was really a big scary moment. So cheers
what's
to
that?
Ruby.
Right.
What?
We're presuming you don't mean the dog comes home in an urn.
Yeah.
Cheers, Ruby.
Cheers to Ruby and a very full
Minus
and
the
speedy
urn.
recovery and many more years of companionship and labor, because child labor is slightly worse than
Ruby.
dog labor.
Yes,
Gonna
the
rise
alcohol.
for you, Ruby.
I will say the alcohol for me is going to start at 8:00 at Legal Vices. We're going to have a drunk grifting party. I don't know about drunk. I don't know
You don't
about
wanna
that, but I'm going to.
I do.
Stephen
okay.
will too when he has 2 glasses.
Yeah, that's right. You see, you know me then. Girly drinks. Well, but anyway, so I will be over there tonight doing that thing. But
Okay, next we've got Cherry Law. I think I read this one, but it's a two-parter, so I want to get back to the first one. It says, saw an article that the CEO of Palmetto Bank and former law partner have been charged in the money crimes. Never believed Alex did it all alone. And the follow is, by the way, Nick, I blame you for all of this. You kept saying you didn't want to know anything unrelated to the murder. You jinxed us all. Yeah, sorry. I really didn't want the financial crimes clouding up the murder trial. And now it seems that has happened. And maybe this wonderful thing where the judge lets it all in and we get to sit through all of this and more
Oh, judge is
again.
gonna let it in. Judge is gonna let it in.
I don't know. He might limit it down.
Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe limited, yeah, but it's definitely nothing's gonna come in. It's not the case. I think.
I hope he splits the baby like a Minnesota abortion doctor.
Hey,
Jack
so
Riley-
Nick, here's a headline for you. Speaking of the bank CEO,
Spuked in my mouth a little bit.
What was that, Andrew? Sorry.
from this past November, a federal jury convicted Russell Lafitte, the former CEO of Palmetto State Bank, whom prosecutors accused of conspiring with Alex Murdaugh on all 6 charges, 6 counts related to financial crimes. Each charge holds a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison with a $1 million fine.
Hope you enjoyed
So,
that financial crime there, Russell Lafitte. What did he get out of it? Does it say? I mean, did he
got to shoot at the hunting camp? See, that's part
let's
of it.
see,
Is that
I don't know. The charges are wire fraud, bank fraud, aiding and abetting bank fraud. You know how the feds do this. They pile on stuff. A third charge of wire fraud and abetting wire fraud. Just moving around money
So how many
unlawfully.
feds were involved in this?
okay?
How
Right-wing
many feds?
extremists.
All of them.
Right-wing extremists says, this is the quote from the question from the defense lawyer, and they were loving each other. Can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alex would brutally murder Paul and Maggie? So that if that is a direct quote, then that's tough because he's not just saying from your own experience, he's saying what you envision. And that is a mistake by the defense if that's the quote. And in fact, another technique, and here's a little technique. If I had screwed up that bad, if I had made that kicked that door open that much, and now I'm saying, oh, we didn't intend to kick the door open and we did, then I would instead come back and say, well, Your Honor, I didn't intend to do that. And if I did, I was ineffective because we had planned and specifically designed our defense not to open that door. And I'm throwing myself on the sword because we didn't intend to do that. That gives him a 3850 in Florida is the rule, which is a post-conviction, post-appeal motion for ineffective assistance of counsel for opening the door when they did not intend to. So that would create an appellate issue.
Well, there you go. We'll have to see how it plays out. Only one way to know. Judge has to actually rule on this and allow legal arguments and rule. Jack Riley, hey there, panel. Glad to see you guys again. Always fun with Gosney and Bronca. Mercado Law, hope you're getting enough rest. Oh, dude, I passed out at like 10 p.m. yesterday and woke up at 7 a.m. It was great. I don't want to be mean, but the new gal, this isn't you, Charlie. This is the other one. Looks like she's got googly eyes looking at different zip codes.
I'm glad you didn't read that in front of her.
I don't want to be mean.
Be nice. Be nice.
I don't want to be
Chad.
mean, but let me be mean. So, wow, damn. Jeez.
You read the other one out loud though.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was for her or not. Chris Campbell says, has anyone pointed out how close to the forest is to the scene and the convenient cleared area right behind it where a car could be parked out of sight of the main road about 60 steps away, which matches Maggie's phone? Ooh, I have no idea.
I missed that.
Come again?
I missed that. Something there.
This is a New Zealander, so take their opinion kind of.
So do the accent, mate.
Has anyone pointed out how close to the forest or how close the forest is to the scene and the convenient cleared area right behind it where a car could be parked out of sight of the main road about 60 steps away, which matches Maggie's phone?
Yes, that's a very good point. A very good point. That's been kind of rattling around in my head, but I don't know the scene quite well enough. But I think that this is a good spot for an ambush. Okay, there she's got the send that text over to Nick. So let's post that.
Yeah, Nick, how can I send? I got a few actually.
Yeah,
this is the.
Yeah, I mean,
so this is where I can send them to you like on well, there you go. I don't do computers. So this is where the body's found, whatever. I can send them to you on. You have an iPhone too, right?
Such high fidelity here.
Here.
So yeah, I would say that the
because I'm not on my.
Hold on, check the private chat.
So yeah, I just did. That's why I look like this.
Well, but that is a very good point. Is that the ambush theory is consistent with this location? They could have parked behind. I mean, and I really want to examine the maps of the scene. That's why that a map and a timeline are so important because we need to really understand how these intricate gears work. And here's something I really want to make a point, and I've been thinking about it. Is that everybody says like, oh, coincidence? I think not, right? And we want to project coherence and rationality onto a timeline so that everybody knows what's going on and this was all concocted. Well, reality happened in one way. There is a truth. We are trying to discover that truth looking backwards, but it did happen in some way. Because it happened in that way, it's like, well, it couldn't have happened in any other way because unless he'd done that. No, things happen in coincidental ways. Things happen in a path, right? To say that to project coherence and rationality onto the activities of every moving part is a mistake. To see a conspiracy when in fact it's just the random actions of an event unfolding is a mistake. I mean, does that make sense? Because people are looking at this and they're like, oh, well, maybe he put the tree and the phone fell down and then they ran and they talked the dog and they did the remote start of the car. And, all of these Rube Goldberg creations to think if he's the genius mastermind, because how else could it have occurred? You're forcing it. Occam's razor is appropriate here. And that is the simple theory is probably the correct one.
Well, what is the simple theory?
Well, the Andrew Bronca theory.
Still holding up.
Yeah, it's still holding up. And I mean, that is a much more believable theory to me at this point. But, you know, the state has not rested their case. But that to me, it's like, okay, somebody parks out there. They scope out the scene. They're hiding back there with a shotgun. They hate Paul. They want to knock Paul off. They do. They're surprised. That's very consistent. It's very clean. You don't have to have phones in trees and remote starts and hiding of clothes that disappear and blood spatter and touching the thing. All of these crazy things that there were details that like, aha, this is the tale that cracks the case, right? I'm just the only detail the detail that I'm focused on is this timeline of the wife's phone's last movement and the car, mainly because that's actually innocence exculpatory. But there are some questions related to that issue. Anyway, I'm just making the point that be careful about reading in patterns into events because things did happen in a certain way. Just because there's a pattern doesn't mean that it is rationally decided and thought through. Make sense?
Yeah, the question is there a plausible alternative hypothesis to guilt? And there is. And as long as there is, it's not guilty or it's not proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. No matter how much we might emotionally want this guy to be found guilty for this murder. That's not the standard. No matter how many bizarre schemes we can come up with where he would have been able to be the killer. Of course, it's possible, I guess, he was the killer, but that's not the legal question.
Now, but the other problem here, though, and Andrew's right about that, but the problem is that juries are not required to follow the law. If they hate his guts and they want to convict him, and the state can get this to the jury, which they're going to do because this judge is just going to let it fly, and then it's going to go to the jury, and then they convict him not on the evidence, but just because they hate his guts and he's guilty and he's a scum, which he is, right? Then you've got a wrongful murder conviction. So, I mean, I'm just.
Oh, don't worry. You can win that on appeal.
No. Appeals are losers. And I don't know about the 3 minutes mirrors. It's not 3 minutes. It's 15 minutes. There's a 15-minute gap where between 8:44, the last moment that he is known to be with them at that kennel, and 9:06. So that's 6. Let's see, what is that? 26 minutes, right? Let's see. 44,
22,
6,
right?
22 minutes, right? So there's a 22-minute gap. And if somebody's lying in wait and observing the scene, they will see him go back to the house, wait for the moment when he goes in the house, then come and confront and do all of this stuff. So it's a 22-minute gap. It's not a 3-minute gap. It's like, because everybody's saying this video puts him there at the scene at the exact time of the murder. 22 minutes is not the exact time.
Yeah, actually, and the video doesn't put him there at the exact time of the murder. It puts him there at best 10 minutes before the murder.
22. We have a 22-minute.
I thought it was 40. I thought it was like 46 to
54. 8:44 was the video
That's
with the
what
dog where
defense
his
lawyer
voice is
said
there.
in opening statement. That's what the defense lawyer said.
Yeah,
Less than
so
10 minutes. But
the
that's
dog
not true.
video,
It wasn't-
8:44 to 8:45.
It was over 15 minutes.
And let's address the lies. Tasman also has the lies. I'm not sure that this is a lie because, you know, people forget this is a highly traumatic thing. And that is the kind of detail that you would probably forget. And I would have to really go back and parse exactly how he was talking. Actually, Megyn Kelly's show, she said they had some sort of truth detector person come on and say he's got all these indica of guilt by what he's saying.
Did you saw the clip though? I saw the clip. It was, I mean, I don't do behavioral science. I don't really buy into it. But I mean, when you look back to, I rewatched the whole testimony in the car. And then I saw, because I didn't know that he was addicted to prescription medicine before, but he actually, him and his defense team have actually said that to be true. So, but I didn't know that before yesterday. But after I watched the clip from Megyn Kelly with the behavioral science guy, whatever, I looked back to the car, like on the premise of the night of the killings, and they have like the 4 people in the car, him and behind him is a woman, and next to her is his lawyer, I think. But if you look at him, then you look at his eyes, he's like, it's kind of druggy,
The other problem is the time of death. They will not be able to nail down the time of death.
Oh, I can tell you the time of death. I can tell you the time of death to the minute.
Well, what is it?
I mean, it's. Do you think it's a coincidence that both Maggie's phone and Paul's phone stop at the exact? They're both texting. They're both actively texting, and then they both stop.
That's an assumption. That's not hard
That's not an
evidence. of
assumption.
time of death.
That's enough. No, that's actual evidence. That's the
That
phone
they
data.
stopped
That's the-
texting.
that they stopped.
I'm not.
texting.
I haven't texted in the last. I haven't texted in the
I know,
last.
boomer, but they're younger than you are, and there's it's in evidence. It's in evidence, okay?
But the fact that they didn't text is not evidence of when they died.
It's evidence of when they both stopped texting while they were texting.
Well, here's the
agree.
interesting
Okay,
thing.
no,
'cause-
I guess Stephen, you have to understand. For everything I say, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I'm not in court. I'm not
Okay.
practicing. Okay,
Fair enough.
I'm from the Netherlands. I mean,
But if you're going to say something, you got to be able to defend it. You know,
Right.
and then
and I shot you. It's an
She's
evidence.
super stoned.
the thing
Here's
is,
the,
She's in a coffee shop right now.
The
But I
core
can
is
defend
not-
it. I can
I was gonna
defend it.
say before, Bronk. I was gonna say before. You've got such a nice voice, like such a deep, nice tone of voice, and now it's
Oh,
I'm stoned.
baby.
I think I might be. I don't know. No, I might be stoned. Okay, Nick, you're on.
No. But I can defend it because we have to draw a little distinction here, because maybe they're not killed in that moment, but the logical reason behind both of them stopping texting, or the inference that the state is trying to draw, whether or not they can successfully do this, is up to the jury, right? But the inference is that their activity stops. The reason that their activity stops is maybe not because they're dead, but the killer is there. So let's say, sure, the killer materializes, holds them hostage or whatever for a few minutes before they die, but we still have the problem that the killer is there, the killer is present, and whether or not they die in that moment is something. But all of the activity stops at 8:50. It's 8:54 p.m. and the next thing.
No, it's 8:48. 48 for Paul, and then the next message at 8:49:35 is not read. So you have
That's for Paul, and
for Paul, and then for Maggie, she responds at 8:49:27, and then her phone looks at 8:49:53 or 35. I don't know.
Right, but
so
then
it's within like 20-30 seconds of, not even.
But her display
few
comes on
seconds.
and the orientation changes, and then she records 59 steps at between 8:53 and 8:55.
She doesn't. The phone does.
Well,
I think she's already dead, but
we
she
don't
doesn't.
know.
The
So
phone,
I'm
but
being
the phone does. So you,
right, but
you
I'm being
said
deferential
she.
to the. I'm being
You said
deferential to
she.
the.
The phone.
Well, okay,
does.
yes, to be precise, the phone records it, but I'm being deferential to the idea that that she's responding to Paul dying, and then that goes till 8:54 for her, or 8:53 when
Nick,
it
just
comes
quickly,
off.
Can I email you? Send me an
Yeah.
email address in the.
You have my email address. I emailed you the link.
Well, I emailed you 20 times before and you never responded.
Look, my quality of responding to emails is not relevant to whether or not it exists.
I know, right? No, but I'll try. No,
Yeah, you can send it.
The
I'll
images
check
are
it.
interesting. Yeah, I don't do social media. Sorry, folks.
So,
well, you
so
should.
the
Social
problem,
media is great.
but let's stop for a second, because the problem here is that the phone. Okay, so the phone evidence, we've got a window in time, sometime between 8:44 where he's there to 9:06, right? So that's a 22-minute gap. It's already been testimony that driving from this place back to the other place is 1 to 2 minutes. So that means any time after, if somebody's observing this whole scene from afar, any time between 8:46 and to 9:06 is an opportunity to do these killings and escape. So I mean, I would love to have, another thing I would do is, if I was prosecuting this or investigating this, is have my deputies reenact the scene and with stopwatches and time it out about how much time it takes to get to these different locations, because that would be very helpful to understanding if it could have been done the way that we're saying it, or the defense for that matter. We might see that in the defense. We might see a reconstructionist who says, I'm going to observe him going back to the house, wait until he gets in there, go inside, and then do the executions. pick up the phone, do this, and then go win.
But only the
gets dropped.
defense would do that, because the outcome you're looking for is to exclude him, right? It would be impossible, because you can't. It's either possible
but they
or not
should
possible.
do that.
Only not
Well,
possible
okay,
can be
but
absolute.
You say the
Sure, the state
I
should
mean,
do that, of course, before they charge this guy. They should have done that.
Yeah, I mean, and they did. It's not like they were waiting. They took plenty of time. They had plenty of time to do that. They wanted to charge him. So I'm just saying, you know, I did that when I prosecuted. I had a very interesting case involving timings about when it was a drive-by shooting case, and we recovered the alleged shooters in the car. 90 seconds from the drive-by shooting location was picked up by a police officer and called it in. So we knew when the shooting was because of the 911 calls, and we knew when the officer picked it up. And so my question was, what was the time from the shooting location to the place that the car was picked up based on testimony? And I got in a car with a deputy, and we drove that thing, and it was exactly 90 seconds. It was right on the money. So it was consistent with their guilt. So that's the kind of thing the prosecution should do.
But if they do it, they might find out it's. They
Well,
still only have.
We don't want to find anything that might find the real killer.
Steve, you've got a problem here. You said what the prosecution should do, and that's been a big part of the defense's case, is that the prosecution has the one thing they've consistently not done is what they should do.
Well,
right?
I understand, but I'm asking that the state. I'm holding the state to a higher standard than just low-level skullduggery and advocates for guilt against people they don't like. That is not the system that we should live in. We should expect more from our prosecutors.
I agree. You won't find disagreement from me on holding prosecutors to a higher standard.
I'll send you 2 emails. I'll send you another one now with the.
The medical examiner. I did want to say that I've been trying to make this point. The medical examiner will not be able to get down the time of death to the point of 22 minutes. They're not going to be able to say that. So that doesn't matter what he says. They're not going to be able to say he died at, 8:45, which is right at the time of that video. That testimony is not going to exist from the medical examiner.
Welcome, Sean, potentially criminal. How you doing, brother?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're fine.
Uh-oh. I see smoke in addition to drink.
Well,
So
we don't
I-
see you, Sean. Can't be you. Have you?
You sound like you're
Are
in
you
the
all the way
bathroom.
under your
Are
desk?
you in the bathroom?
Yeah,
No, I don't know.
I don't know what happened to your mic lately, man. It's been really weird.
So I'm using my laptop in my office. It doesn't have its own microphone.
That makes sense.
That explains
Oh,
it.
you're in the Netherlands. Charlie Peace is in the Netherlands, right? Is marijuana legal in Netherlands?
No,
It sure is.
No, it's not.
It's not?
No, it's been condoned. We call it gedoogd because that's our horrible language. It's you can have up to 5 grams of weed or hash in your on your body, or you can have 1 or 5 plants in your house. I think, I don't know. So, but it's illegal to transport it, to grow it for sales. So it's a fucked up system. It's weird. I think
Very strange.
We used to be quite liberal, I think you call it, on this, but
Yeah.
I think it's a shitty system. It doesn't make any sense. But no, it's officially not legal.
Okay, is this
I
a
lived-
picture
I-
of the property?
I lived across from a coffee shop when I lived in Maastricht, right across from my apartment. And for it may not be legal, but they were doing good business.
No, I know, but you were not able to buy more than 5 grams at a time.
Man, in Minnesota, we've decriminalized it to like 44 and a half grams or something. 5 grams is nothing.
Minnesota.
Yeah, well,
All
that,
right, so this is the
I won't
crime
make
scene.
fun of your accent if you don't
Boy,
make fun of mine.
What accent do you want me to do? I can do the Dutch accent like this, like I am from the Netherlands and I talk like this. But
Why do you
this
have an
sounds-
Aussie accent?
Because I used to pretend to pretend to live in Australia. I know it doesn't exist. I agree, 100%.
Okay, so
But
here we got one of these pictures that you sent me. So here's
Yeah.
the area, And there's
Yeah,
another
so
one that's a little bit
left,
better, but
left up, left upper side, extremely left.
yeah, this is the
Like
house.
Antifa left. There's the house. Yeah, that's where Miss Garcia got killed by, well, allegedly, Alec. And if you go down in the middle, yeah, down there with the red roof, I think that's where the doghouse and hangar area is. I've got more pictures. Just show the other ones.
Yeah,
what sent
I
you.
will. I was just the ones that I'm pulling up, the ones that I think are the most relevant to that super chat, which here's the. Okay, come on. Why is this not working? Everything about this is terrible. Copy there. Paste. Let me look. I have to do this in a bootleg way. Okay.
No, I know. I just spent 10 minutes trying to send it to you because I don't do social media.
People who don't do social media weird me out, by the way.
No,
I'm
it's
just kidding.
No, I should weird you out, but
Okay, here we go. So here's the nope, damn it. God, I hate everything about this.
You need to snag it.
You'd think I'd know how
so
to do
get
this,
your
but
iPhone, mister.
it's way upstairs. Here we go.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can see it. No, but I have a question, or I don't want to go all Emily Baker. I have questions. I love her. No, but I do have questions. The video of Paul and Alec. See, if you name them both, Nick, you don't have to think about who's who. The video of Paul and Alec in the afternoon of between 7:30 and 8 p.m. where they were checking out trees.
Right.
This is a thing you do, right?
Looking
out
at trees? I mean, maybe if you have a big property.
We've had 3 witnesses saying that. I think that's what they said. The best friends of Paul said that the video on Snapchat at 7:30 to 8 p.m. There was a video posted by Paul where him and his dad were gonna look at some trees that they had planted, but they weren't growing all that well. Wasn't that just on this property though? If you look at, I think it was the first photo.
Yeah, but there's a ton of we're only getting bits of this property. There's more of it across the road, even where they're 1,700 acres is huge.
It is immense, but there's also did they check all the
size of the Netherlands?
I think it's at least twice the Netherlands.
Because you have this area over here.
The search for guns, because I think it's just it's so crazy when you hear the defense speaking of he had less than 10 minutes to leave, and to what would he have done with the guns? Well, he's fucking thrown it in the water.
Well, they went to the water and they dived looking for the guns.
Did they though? I didn't know that. I can't.
Yeah, that was testimony from the diver, I think, or the guy who directed the dive team, and it was like in the second day of testimony or the first. There was the one woman who was there to sort of supervise the law enforcement. It's hard to remember when all this happened because it was so freaking boring, but she was supervising the investigation, and her job was to actually go out and kind of oversee the dive team, if I remember right. So
okay.
Yeah.
But then also he went to visit his mother, and in the open. See, I'm so confused because I've listened to the defense opening statement again. I really think that might be a good thing to do, Nick, because I'm so confused now with the statement, with the testimony that has come in. That
well, see, and that's kind of what Steve has been saying is the problem with not the problem with the American system. The problem within the American system for the state in this case is that confusion favors the defense. If you're confused about the timeline, then the state is screwed.
Yeah, but the things. So there were a couple of things that he said that I don't think were quite truthful, but he said when he went to visit his mom, like after I say he supposedly shot his soon-to-be ex-wife and son. He
Right.
went to the ex-mom and he hid something behind the house of the mom, and a raincoat. And he said, "Well, the witness will say it was a top, but it was a raincoat. It was like, well, a raincoat or a poncho, like a rain poncho." That happened. There's testimony of that. The defense team doesn't say it didn't happen.
Well, that testimony hasn't come in yet. I mean, the
No,
state
but,
may.
no, but the defense lawyer did say it in his opening statement. He referred to it, so he didn't say it didn't happen. Again, I'm not being legal, like from a too legal perspective. I'm being like the devil's advocate. Maybe I should call myself that.
The devil's advocate.
Yeah, just
I can add that to your name if you want. Here we go.
There you
Edit
go.
name and headline here. The devil's advocate.
Charlie Peace, devil's advocate. Peace
There
is
you
actually
go.
it's my surname. My surname is Peace. Well, it's the Peace, but I don't want to sound like Fauci. So
How do you do
in
that?
Dutch,
You got a two-line thing there, Nick.
So it's a new thing in StreamYard where you can add you
name
can
and
add
headlines.
headlines.
Oh, no
Yeah,
kidding.
you
Look
have
at
to
that.
enable it first, and then once you enable it, you do it with the edit name setting.
Yeah,
on there.
And you
Oh,
can do
shit,
it
they're
yourself
back.
when you log in. You can do it, Bronca. So you can do like law self defense, and then you can do your little whatever your new promo codes are.
Rift is,
down below
yeah.
it.
So we're gonna bring this dude back
So
on.
we're still on the voodoo
Look at
guy,
that.
right?
What? Oh, there you go. Nice. Tina Tesfaye says hello.
only that.
Are we back?
Yeah, we're back. Oh wait, I
was
don't have
waiting
the volume
for
up. Hold
Sean to
on.
start vacuuming.
Oh shit, sorry, Sean.
No,
I'm not trying to ruin you. I'll put you in the cut cage for a second.
All right, Agent or Mr. Greer, please review what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. Put a line with.
So,
items 66.
Tina Tesfaye
69,
says,
and 104.
hello from Dubai. Something doesn't add up about this case. Maybe it's just me. No, it's not just you. We'll see
Yes,
if
sir, I
it
did.
Ends up adding up later.
State's Exhibit 112 is sled item 66, and that was determined to be 3 fired bullet jacket fragments and 7 pieces of lead, listed as from Margaret Murdaugh at autopsy.
Sled in Dutch means
State's
slut.
Exhibit 11. 111? Yes, sir. Excuse me. I apologize. 111 is sled item 69. And that is one combination wad listed as from left axilla of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
So a reminder to the chat, this guy's a ballistics guy, so he's going to be going
And
through
State's
the,
Exhibit
any of the bullets
113
and
is
shell
sled
casings
item
that were
104.
recovered from the scene.
Oh, that
Or
sounds
And that was
really-
one birdshot pellet listed as found with
I'll be
Paul
back
Murdaugh.
shortly.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 90, slide item 31. Did you have an opportunity to inspect this item?
I did inspect sled item 31.
Is this the item you inspected?
This firearm is unloaded, safe to handle.
Put it
Yes,
in your
sir. I see
mouth,
my
Ben.
identifying marks as sled item 31 on this firearm.
Tell us what this is.
And that was determined to be one Browning model Auto 5 Light 12 semi-automatic shotgun, 12 gauge with serial number 03867NB211.
And did you conduct further examinations on that firearm that we'll discuss in a little bit?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit and entered into evidence. State's Exhibit 89, item 30 on your report. Did you have an
P.S.
opportunity to inspect that firearm?
How much money will it take to make this stop?
This firearm is also unloaded.
Always more. Chris Campbell, from the forest, the killer could see the kennels to know when the dogs were locked up.
Yes, sir,
Paul's
it
back
did.
would be turned.
And how do you know that?
Priest with the
When I'm
guns
looking
during
at these
supper.
firearms, we scribe our evidence if possible in multiple locations. So I'm looking for those identifying features of that SLED lab number and that item number, as well as my initials on some of these items that I was able to mark that. So I see that on this firearm.
Body locations fit. Maggie's phone thrown about 10 minutes after. Time enough to be out on the road. Check Google Maps. No, I believe you, man. It's certainly an alternative theory that fits the evidence.
And for purposes of our results that we'll discuss shortly, did you conduct additional testing on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Just the rifle?
Handing you what's been marked.
No, this is a
entered into
shotgun
evidence
still.
as State's Exhibit 91.
Unless he just brought him a
It'll be
new
your
one.
sled
I was
item
looking away.
number 32.
Just throw the box around. It's fine.
Thanks. Different shotgun.
Tell me if you
Now
recognize
we
that
get
firearm,
another
if you,
shotgun.
in fact, were the one that received it and conducted examinations on it.
What if
This
he
firearm's
accidentally
also
racked the
unloaded.
slide with his finger in
Gonna
there
look
and just
again for
got
those,
like everything
identifying
got
marks.
stuck?
Yes, sir. I identify this as my SLED item 32.
Lastly, I'll direct your attention to what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 88 and sled item 33. Are you familiar with that item?
This firearm is also unloaded. Yes, sir. I'm familiar with this item.
Is that the item that you conducted tests on?
Yes, sir. This is the SLED item 33.
Direct your attention then to State's Exhibit 210, which would be sled item 34. It's been entered into evidence collectively as State's item 210. Are you familiar with the contents of that evidence package?
They're not going to do each round separately?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are they?
Sled item 34, State's
They might.
Exhibit 210,
Don't jinx it.
was determined to be 1 magazine and 26 unfired cellular and bellow 300 blackout caliber cartridges.
It was sled item 34, but this State's Exhibit 210 included with the rifle we just took a look at?
Yes, sir. It was submitted in the same package as the rifle.
moving on to States Exhibit 143 States Exhibit 143, 144, 150, and 148. Entered into evidence already. That would be sled items.
Will someone get this witness a bag of
166,
chips that he could open in front of the mic, please?
168 and 169.
Yes, sir.
Handing what's been marked as those exhibits. Would you please take a chance to review those? Let me know if you're familiar with them and if you had an opportunity to analyze them.
Yes, sir. I believe I have seen these items.
Okay. Tell us what they are, if you would.
Each of these 4 items are 12 gauge federal shot shells, and they each all have the markings that are consistent with each other: a federal premium double aught buck 3-inch Magnum.
Do your notes indicate where they were located?
I have an indication based on the packaging.
Okay, what did the packaging indicate?
The packaging for States Exhibit 150, from what I can tell, says from Red Bin on workshop bench.
Ooh, say firm again.
For States Exhibit 144 says from Red Bin on workshop bench.
Firm. My bad.
States Exhibit 143 says from Red Bin on workshop bench. And States Exhibit 148 also says from Red Bin on workshop bench.
All right, thank you.
It's law of self-defense. Get firm.
Now I'm going to hand you what's been previously entered into evidence as States Exhibits 145, 146, 147, and 149. That would be sleds number 162, 163,
Oh my God, this trial just gives us so little to talk about.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob,
Same as before, if you wouldn't mind, please take a look at those and let me know
I'm gonna
if
turn
you
them
are
down
familiar
again.
with their contents.
Jeez. Their volume has been so erratic lately. Like sometimes the court comes in just super hot. Rob, are you enjoying this trial?
The unboxing stuff is the most obnoxious shit I've ever seen in my life. They need to teach them how to open the shit away from a microphone.
Yes. And to just open it efficiently. Or to open it like the Hulk and just rip it open and have everything fly all over the place. That'd be great.
I also really hate this witness. I listened to the motion before. This guy's really terrible.
Seems very,
Yes, sir.
very bigoted of
That's
you.
what they are.
Why do you hate South Carolinians?
All 4 of these items
Why do you hate
are Winchester 12 gauge
tool
shot
marks
shells,
on
and they all appear to
extractor.
have the same information on the shot shell of dry lock 3-inch with the number 2.
Did I like crank the volume on this? Hold on, let me check. I don't think I did.
Long Crime's got an ASMR fetish. That's why.
Dude.
Torture fetish.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously entered into evidence as
Like it's on occasion, it's so loud in my ear that it like makes me get kind of lightheaded.
Please take a look at that piece of evidence and let me know if you are aware of what it is.
Oh, Buster's back in court today, huh?
Boys are back in town. Is that his
Was he
beard
there?
sitting
Yes,
next
sir.
to
This
him?
appears to be
Was he
a
there for the
box
financial
for,
stuff this morning?
Ammunition.
I don't remember.
In the 300 blackout caliber.
And does that box indicate the maker of that 300 blackout ammunition?
It does.
Who's the manufacturer?
Cellular and Billow.
S&B?
Yes, sir.
He's got his arm really close to that girl. I don't know. It looks like a Me Too allegation coming. Buster is brought a hostage as well. It's like this guy's niece right next to Buster. You know what happens. Testify about the ballistics.
38 and 39. I'm handing you what's been now admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit 260. Please take if you would, please take a moment to review those items and let me know if you're familiar with them.
Rob, are you coming on tonight?
I'll be there.
Sweet. I got to find some other degenerate people to get on.
As long as we don't go till 4 a.m. like we did that last time.
Yes, sir.
We'll probably go till 4 a.m. like we did that
with this
last time.
evidence.
And what are they?
No, I get
These are sled items
hired on trial
35 through
nights, so-
39. These were each fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases with the head stamp of Cellular and Bellow.
Thank you. What's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Just a reference, sled item numbers 108 to 135. Collectively. Agent Greer, these items now admitted under State's Exhibit 261. Please take a moment to review those items, any notes or information you might have on them, and let me know if you're aware of what they are.
Oh, please don't open that bag in front of the microphone. That looks loud
Yes,
as hell.
container AB was submitted to the laboratory, and it is to contain sled items 108 through 135. I am familiar with these items, and this package appears to not have been tampered with since I sealed it last, as I see my initials and seal date there at the bottom.
And what's inside that package?
Inside this package, there are 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, as well as 12 gauge shot shells.
And did you have an opportunity to perform an analysis on these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
This guy sounds like Lindsey Graham to me.
Mr. Greer, I'm offering you
Well, I'm
what's been
here
marked as
to
State's
testify
Exhibit 398.
about
That would
ballistics.
reference slide item 22.4.
I put the ball in
And I
ballistic.
believe without objection, we'll offer it as evidence. If you would, please take a look at that item.
You want to hear about my lady?
And cross-reference with your report and let me know if you're familiar with what it is.
Can we get ladybugs in the chat for good old Lindsey Graham? Grahamnesty International.
Yes, sir. This container contains 2 sled items. That's sled item 22.4, which is a swab of debris that I took, a reddish brown debris swab from the right side of the item 22 receiver.
Which item is 22?
Item 22 was the camouflage Benelli Model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun. And it also contains sled item 22.5, which was another swab from that same shotgun, and that was reddish brown debris swab from the left side of the item 22 receiver above manufacturer information.
This guy's hairline has more conflict than Ukraine.
With that.
Yes, sir. When I receive items of evidence, a part of my process in documenting the evidence and opening the evidence is to look to see if there's any foreign or trace material on that item. When I was examining this firearm and opening it for the first time, I took note of that. And when I did that, I noticed those two areas that I saw reddish brown debris. In order to preserve that,
Good
prior to
Christ. Oh my
application,
God.
I swabbed those items.
This is
Sean,
a
was
murder
that
in
you?
progress.
Collected.
I think that was
and,
Sean.
maintained.
Is it? He's gonna
Is
start
that you,
vacuuming.
dude?
What was me?
You bastard.
No.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 399, which references sled item 22.7. State would offer that into evidence after you identify it, and I believe without objection.
What's it all
Yes, sir, I do
mean?
recognize this, and this package is still sealed with my initials and seal date. Item 22.7 was the unfired 12-gauge shot shell that was submitted with the item 22 camouflage Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun. During my testing, I used that submitted ammunition that came with the firearm to test fire the weapon with, and that is represented here as sled item 22.7, State's Exhibit 399.
Okay.
Submitted.
All right. Mr. Greer.
Unbreaded.
Before we move on to your
Submitted.
analysis and your results, if you would,
This
please,
investigation got sledded.
tell me a little bit about the firearms identification process and the number of ways that you use to identify whether a firearm shot a particular projectile.
Sure. As we were discussing earlier, when I receive evidence,
I hope they
to the
shred this guy
laboratory
on
and
cross.
begin my
I hope they just
examination,
annihilate him on his
there's
tool
a
mark
lot of
analysis.
documentation that has
They
to
did a
happen.
shitty job during that first
First, as
motions
we're opening
hearing.
the evidence,
So
we're going to one, make sure
Maybe they polished
don't
up.
preserve any of that trace
did
or foreign material.
better have done some
We
homework.
use photography to document the evidence as we're opening it and to photograph the actual item itself and that trace material or foreign material. We also use a lot of departmental worksheets where I take notes on the firearm, the magazine, the fired components such as the cartridge case or the bullet, and also any other thing that we need to document throughout the process, or unfired cartridges. We take note of all of that, writing down all of these characteristics that we're seeing on the evidence. In order to do our examination, though, we have to look at these fired ammunition components, these cartridge cases and these fired bullets, and look at their class characteristics. So we're going to count on a bullet. We're going to look at its rifling, trying to determine its caliber through weight and measuring it, and counting those number of lands and grooves that comprise that rifling, like we spoke earlier. That's what gives that bullet that twist. We document that. We may also look at those cartridge case and look at those things that have the same class characteristics. That could be the caliber of that cartridge case, the shape of that firing pin, and any overall features. Items that share the same class characteristics will compare together. And it's kind of like climbing a ladder at this point. Those items that share the same class characteristics, we climb to the next step on that ladder and we compare those items. We're going to look at those fired bullets with each other, those fired cartridge cases with each other, and we're going to look at all of that under high magnification. We use a comparison microscope in our laboratory to look at these items. And basically, if you think back to a biology lab that you may have had in school or some kind of science lab, when you look through a microscope, that's what we're doing. But we're using this comparison microscope to look at two things at one time. And it uses an ocular bridge so we can look through like a set of binoculars to look at these things. We can change the angles that we're looking at all these tiny little scratches and striations and impressions on the evidence that you can't really see with the naked eye. We're going to look at it under that magnification and compare all of that to each other to help us reach our final goal, which is a conclusion. If we have firearms that are submitted, we'll also have that documented. Those firearms that have the same class characteristics.
What if the appropriate conclusion is inconclusive?
Fire bullet, and it shares the same rifling specifications.
Yeah, these guys are one step above polygraph examiners.
That bullet with test fires from the firearm. So I'll make sure the
That's how
firearm is
reliable
safe
this
to
stuff is.
fire, and we'll shoot that firearm within our laboratory. We have several different ways to do that with a water recovery tank and a tunnel that we're able to shoot.
So is he going to determine that it couldn't have been any of the weapons that they found? Thanks.
I'll compare those test specimens with
Imagine
each
the
other
evidence
to
that the
look at
state
how
has
those
of the murder
marks that
weapon
I
is
was,
we don't have it.
looking for in
Like
the
that's
microscope that we were talking about to see how they're reproducing on those test fires in whether that be a bullet or cartridge case. Compare that under the microscope and then compare that where necessary.
The best they could say, these are probably the murder weapons.
After looking at all
That's
that,
what he's intending to do. So that the extraction marks on the shotgun
or whatever that conclusion
is consistent
may be, I
with
arrive at that and I
what
write
I
that
tested.
conclusion down.
They
That
don't know that it's the
point,
murder weapon. They
another
can't prove it,
qualified
but this is the
examiner
closest
within
they
our
can
firearms
get.
department
Yes, because they
will
don't test
review
all
the
the
evidence
others.
themselves. They'll look at all the
It's all
submitted
bullshit
evidence
science.
and compare that with each other and with those test specimens that I fired and arrive at their own conclusion. If they're in agreement, then they'll sign off on my conclusions and a report can be drafted. And that's how we get the information out to our customers through our report. At SLED, we have the 100% micro verification process where everything that we're issuing a conclusion on is reviewed by another examiner. So that case file, all that documentation that I generate goes to that examiner or reviewer. It undergoes a technical review and an administrative review before a report can be released. And in a nutshell, that's how we work each case.
How often do your colleagues say you fucked
items
up?
of evidence that we get in each case? But
Well, no,
that's
because
a
that's
quick overview.
oh,
of
our
how each
colleagues
case
look
is
over it.
worked.
It's like,
And-
do you
and
guys
those,
ever catch yourselves?
That process.
They're
will
never
apply
going to
this
admit to that.
case.
Thank you,
I asked that
Mr. Greer.
once.
Speaking of the peer review
The guy
process,
said no,
that goes
we don't
on
mess
a lot,
up.
was that conducted blindly, meaning the person reviewing your report doesn't know what your findings are?
That's correct.
Oh my God.
Could you explain? So
One local says this guy's hands are tiny and I can't look away. They are. Look at them.
First prime opinion. Is that right?
Right. I'll look at the evidence
Minuscule
myself,
hands.
arrive at a
What's
conclusion,
playing in the background?
and the second examiner
I don't know.
will look at it
Not it.
and come to their conclusion on their own. Once they have arrived at their own conclusion, looking at the evidence with their own eyes on the microscope, they'll read my results to see if they're in agreement with what I have determined or not.
And that, I think you just testified, but was that done in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
Got Marco Rubio over here.
Before we move on, please tell me what it means for a cartridge casing to be cycled through a weapon. What does that mean?
Sure. If you think back when we were looking at the cartridge earlier, an unfired cartridge, when we look at these items under magnification on the microscope, there are several different areas that
But he
we're
likes to
gonna
look at
be
his hands
concerned
under
with,
magnification.
and looking at for those microscopic scratches and impressions, those little striations. One of those would be a firing pin, and that's what comes through the breech face of the gun to detonate the primer. Also the breech face marks on that primer from the gun. Ejector marks, that's what kicks that cartridge out of the gun or the cartridge case. Extractor marks, that's what pulls it out of the chamber of the firearm so that it can be kicked out. And also chamber marks, and that's on the body of the cartridge case, that cylindrical portion. So when we're looking at evidence, our ultimate goal is to say something was fired by this gun or they were fired by the same gun. And we do that, and we can rely on that firing pin.
This guy's hands look really messed up, don't they?
Because that's what
They're
struck the
still
primer
little.
and
Dying.
caused it to detonate and fire that cartridge.
What's wrong? Did he starve him?
There's other things that we can
It's
look
intentional.
at.
It's so
just to single
that
out, like
when he holds up
extractor
the
marks
bullets,
and
they look
ejector
bigger than
marks,
what they are.
and chamber marks.
I think he just imported his, he adopted his hands from Ethiopia.
Cartridge.
I can't actually listen to him now. All I can do is look at those little baby hands.
Magazine, insert it into a semi-automatic firearm, pull the slide back,
Look
load that
how little there-
cartridge into the chamber, and then you decide you're not going to shoot, or you need to
He's got to buy like
remove
he
that cartridge for
wears
any reason.
children's-sized
You would
mittens in the
pull back
winter.
on that slide of the
You should have
handgun,
someone
Yes.
taper
and the
his
cartridge
sleeves
would be
down.
extracted out of the
It looks like
chamber
they're
and ejected.
swallowing his hand and
Through
arm.
that process,
Yeah.
there can be marks left on the cartridge. That also would
He's got the
happen when you're
same size
firing it,
hands as
but
that skinny
that's not what
female
detonated that
prosecutor.
primer and set that off. Those ejector marks, those extractor marks, and that just means that that cartridge, we can say, has
Why is he
traveled through
always smiling
that
too?
firearm at one point
The
in
entire time.
That's not to say
Stephanie
it's
says-
firearm, but it's
He's very
cycler marks
happy.
that we're seeing.
Stephanie
as it
says that
cycles
small
through
hands
that
are a
gun.
side effect of Biktarvy.
Is it accurate to say then that the
Noah Hastings
cycling
says he's
marks
two
are
midgets
separate and
standing on
distinct
top of
from
each
the
other?
actual firing pin marks that when you're reviewing these under a microscope?
Yes, sir. As far as what we're looking at geographically on the cartridge case, those would be in a different location when we're looking for those ejector marks or extractor marks or chamber marks. That's not something that we typically would be seeing on the primer area that detonated that cartridge.
Thank you. If I could, beginning with your results, if we could begin with your examination of all the shotgun shells, so the actual shells that were retrieved as part of your analysis, beginning with sled items 9 and 10, which would be states item 33 and 34. Could you tell me where these items were retrieved? Remind us where these items were retrieved from, first of all.
Sled items 9 and 10, that's States Exhibit 33 and 34. Item 9 was from marker 9, and item 10 was from marker 10, which is my understanding that it was at the feed or storage room.
And I'm going to put these on the Elmo, but if you would tell us what your analysis of these items would be.
Yes, sir.
Objection to these opinions based on the prior ruling.
Preserving the record.
Yes, sir. When I compared and examined those two shot shells with each other, I determined that those two shot shells had been fired by the same firearm.
And do you know the make and model or the make and manufacturer of those two weapons? Sorry.
I wouldn't be surprised if this guy testified
Yes,
that
sir, I
the
do.
300 blackout rounds came out of the
sled item
shotgun
9.
too, honestly.
Yes, sir.
Item 9 is which item?
Item 9 is the red and color shot shell, which is States Exhibit 34.
Okay.
That was a federal premium double-aught buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. And sled item 10 is the black and color shot shell, States Exhibit 33, and that is a fired 12-gauge Winchester dry lock number 2 shot shell.
All right, Mr. Greer, moving on to referencing item 22 collectively.
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 399, 22.7 on your report.
Yes, sir.
Can you turn this trial off of slow mode?
This would be States Exhibit 399. Did you have an opportunity, or could you tell us what that is?
Yes, sir. That was the unfired 12-gauge shot shell that was submitted originally with the item 22 shotgun, which is the camouflage color Benelli shotgun.
Could you go ahead and open that package for us, please?
Yes,
Shocked
sir.
Kitten says, how does he test a gun? No way will his finger reach the trigger.
No.
Yes, scissors first.
So before, did he match those two fired shells to the shotgun that was found at the shed? Did he
No,
say
he
that?
just matched him to the same shotgun or the same gun.
Okay.
That's all I heard.
But not to the gun on scene. They have to give him little children-sized scissors.
Safety system.
The cut safe.
Put the little ones that come in the shred kit.
Little nail clippers.
Remind us again where that item was retrieved from.
This item was originally submitted with the item 22 camouflage Benelli shotgun that was submitted to the laboratory.
Meaning it was actually loaded into the shotgun?
When I received it, it was not loaded in the shotgun.
I bet that
but
watch
this was
just
an
falls
unfired
off all the
shot
time.
shell, as it was submitted. This is the shot shell that I test fired in that shotgun.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Probably needs help getting out of the car.
Doesn't pick the right size shirt. Shirt's 3 inches off the sleeve of his coat. Can't see shit.
He goes to baseball games and just buys those giant foam hands to feel better for a minute.
No.
Oh my God.
Make you manufacture the
This is also a 12 gauge federal.
You think they have the equivalent of platform shoes and gloves? Where you, the kind of foam filled on the inside looks like you have a normal sized hand.
All my gloves are flesh.
Back to state's item.
Platform
34.
gloves.
Are those two items consistent with each other?
The greatest moment of his life was going to the wax hands booth. They gave him a discount.
Yes,
They're like,
it does
this isn't
appear
going to
that they
take
are
much
consistent,
material.
in construction and their head stamp information.
Oh, Locals is the worst. When he fists a girl, she asks, is it in yet? Oh my God.
If you would, since let's work through the number of firearms that were identified by you. Did you have an opportunity to test those firearms with the projectiles retrieved?
Yes, sir, I did.
What were your results for item 30, the Mossberg pump action shotgun?
In regards to the two shot shells?
Correct.
My results after examining that, it was determined that the item 30 shotgun did not fire the items 9 and 10 shot shells.
And could you move on to
Closed
item,
captioning was
your
very
item 31,
confusing.
states item, one moment, I'm sorry.
Closed
And the item you
caption
just
said
referenced
did
was states
fire.
item
He said did
89, the
not.
Mossberg shotgun. States item, states exhibit 90, sled item 31. Please tell us about that item.
Yes, sir. Based on my examination, I was able to determine that item 31 was not fired by, that item 31 did not fire items 9 and 10.
All right, concerning states exhibit 91, your sled item 32, that would be a Benelli Super Black Eagle 2, black in color. Could you tell us your results of that?
Yes, sir. Based on my examination, it was determined that item 32 did not fire items 9 and 10.
Item 32 was, however, recovered with a number of rounds in it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And what were those rounds?
Item 32, the Benelli model Super Black Eagle 2 shotgun, was submitted with 2 unfired 12 gauge shot shells, Federal and Winchester.
You think he's got a little baby grand piano at home, like a children's size one?
All right, did you have an opportunity to compare the shot shells with item 22, the camouflage color Benelli Super Black Eagle 3?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and if you would, please tell us your findings concerning item 22.
Sure. When I compared sled items 9 and 10 with those test shot shells that I fired through the item 22 camouflage shotgun, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. I was unable to determine whether or not items 9 and 10 were fired by item 22 or if they had been fired by another firearm with similar characteristics.
And were you able to eliminate item number 33 from this round of testing concerning the shotgun shells?
That's correct. The shotgun shells were not fired by the item 33 rifle.
Mark Freeman says, went to high school with Special Agent Greer. He's an honest guy and a great person. I have no doubt.
Is that this guy, Greer?
Moving on to your results. Moving on to your testing. Blackout rounds.
Yes, sir, I did.
So their best evidence of a murder weapon is inconclusive.
And of the cases of the ammunition, both fired, spent, so shell casings, or unfired ammunition, were the ones we examined today that were retrieved from the scene. What make and manufacturer were they?
The cartridge cases were head stamped with the S&B logo and 300 blackout caliber.
Did you have an opportunity to test fire and examine sled item 33, states exhibit 88, the 300 blackout rifle, black in color?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Could you please tell us your results from that examination for that weapon?
In regards to test firing the weapon?
Correct.
Yes, sir. When I examined the item 33, I test fired it using the item 34 magazine. That was the magazine that was packaged alongside the rifle. During that test firing, the first available cartridge in the magazine, as I inserted the magazine into the firearm, it was fed and chambered into the rifle correctly and as I expected. The cartridge was successfully test fired, and then it extracted and ejected from the rifle again as I expected it to. However, as the firearm cycled, meaning when that bolt was coming back forward to load the next available cartridge in the magazine, it failed to feed that cartridge into the chamber, and I had to manually cycle it to load the next cartridge into the chamber. That issue did not prevent me from test firing the firearm, and no further analysis to determine that cause was conducted.
Hold up. Did he say it jammed when he tested it?
Sled item do a second firing in your exam.
And how many shots were fired that killed the wife?
Cartridge casings that would have been fired by item 33 rifle. Your item 33 states exhibit 90,
okay.
States exhibit 88.
Yes, sir, I was.
And just to be clear, we're talking about this 300 blackout rifle. Is that correct? We're talking about your item 33?
Yes, sir. That is sled item 33 that I examined and test fired.
What were you able to identify with the rounds recovered, 300 blackout rounds recovered? Please list their.
The firearm company should sue him for defamation.
Yes, sir. So I compared all the 300 blackout cartridges that I received, and based on my examinations and comparisons, I was able to determine that sled item 38, 109, 110, 121, 126, and 127 were fired by the item 33 rifle.
And those would be various items that were recovered that we've been through and identified in the state's exhibits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So some of them you would say were fired by item 33.
That is correct.
I know you mentioned before with item 33, or sorry, state's exhibit 89. I'm sorry, state's exhibit 88. I know you'd mentioned before that it wasn't working properly. Does that inhibit your ability to test it in any way?
No, sir. I was able to test fire that firearm and recover those test specimens that I needed in order to make those comparisons.
Do malfunctions occur in firearms from time to time?
Yes, sir. They can occur.
Oh, you leading.
But nevertheless, you were able to simulate you were able to fire the weapon eventually.
Yes, sir. I was able to test
was
fire the
leading
weapon
too.
and recover those
Everything was
test
leading.
specimens that I needed.
All right, I'm going to reference sled items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, Do you understand which items I'm referencing?
Yes, sir. I do.
And how did you compare those, or how did the analysis go when compared with item 33, states item 88?
Yes, sir. When I compared those items, that was items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, and 122 through 124, and 128 with each other. And when I compared those with those test specimens that I fired through item 33, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. Again, that means I was unable to determine if they had been fired by item 33 or they had been fired by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics.
Still on item 33, states exhibit 88, the recovered 300 blackout rifle. Were you able to compare the ejection and extraction marks of various 300 blackout rounds recovered and casings recovered?
Yes, sir.
And what was your findings concerning some of those items? And please list the items, and we will go back and identify states exhibits in a minute.
Oh, God.
Yes, in looking at the mechanism marks on items 111, 114 through 115, 118 through 119, 123, and 128, I was able to determine that those items had all been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the item 3 rifle, the item 33 rifle at some previous time.
Texas Red 512 says, just tuned in. Who is this albino Oompa Loompa? I don't know if you're talking Greer or Murdaugh.
My objection to the next opinion that he's about to offer based on our prior rulings, just for the record.
Yes, sir. It's not-
Prior arguments and understanding the court's rule.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Greer, I'm going to real quick reference on your chart, on your list, items marked sled items 2 through 7, 35, 36, and 37, and sled item 39. And that would be states exhibits 63 through 68. And just please verify that I've handed you states exhibits 63 through 68 and identify if they correlate to items 2 through 7.
What? Hey guys, what's with the head bobbing by the defendant and the gum chewing? Sorry, guys. English is not my first language. So the gum chewing and head bobbing.
Yes, sir. These
Typically, the head bobbing has been a result
68 are
response
sled items
to
2 through 7.
Stress.
Him responding to sort of traumatic events like seeing the pictures of his wife and son
Show
dead.
you what's been marked as
He's been chewing gum this whole trial. It shouldn't be happening, but it is.
Don't forget the brains. No, but wouldn't you advise your client against chewing gum?
states exhibit.
Oh, yeah. And usually the
260.
judge tells him not to, but not in this trial.
I'm still listening, by the way, guys. I'm just changing to guide tonight, but I just thought that was not as weird as
States
tiny
exhibit
hands.
250, which correlates to slide items 35 through 39. Please verify that for me.
But just a bit. I would advise against it if it was my
Yes, sir. This
client.
is States Exhibit 260, which is a container that is to contain sled items 35 through 39.
Okay. Slide items 2 through 7. States exhibit 63 through 68. After review of the crime scene, where were those located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, it's my understanding that those cartridge cases were at marker numbers that were near or around the body of Margaret Murdaugh.
And those would be 300 blackout rounds, is that right?
That's correct. They're 300 blackout caliber.
Or they were spent
Cases.
casings?
Yes, sir. Those are fire cartridge cases.
And states exhibit 260, items 35 to 39, what are those again?
Those were all fire 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, head stamped with the S&B logo with the and 300 blackout caliber.
And where were those items recovered?
Listed on our submission documents, those were from the ground at side entrance door.
Have you physically been there to the Moselle property?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you familiar with the ground at the side entrance door?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Is that the side entrance that leads into the pool table and the gun room?
Based on my understanding of the scene, yes, sir. I believe that is where those were collected from, near that door that goes into that room.
We have 300 blackout round casings collected from around Maggie's body, and we have 300 casings collected from the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any notes? Did you take any contemporaneous notes on the condition of your items 35 to 39, those collected at the side of the house?
Yes, sir, I do believe so. I'm going to reference my case file here to confirm.
Would referencing your file help you refresh your memory on that matter?
Yes, sir, it would. During my examination, when I looked at items 35 through 39, which were recovered near that door area, I did note that they were tarnished and weathered in my case file.
Mr. Greer, tell us what you found concerning those items.
Based on my examination, it was determined that items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, and 39 had matching mechanism marks, and it was concluded that those items had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
So if I understand it correctly, the items collected right by Maggie had been loaded into, extracted to, and ejected by the same firearm that identified that items were picked up by the side of the house.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
First, I call bullshit, but second of all, so what?
Additional items were collected as well, and did you have an opportunity to analyze those?
So what we've got is a matched
Yes, sir,
300
I did.
blackout rifle to
And identify the sled item
some of
numbers.
the
and then we'll
rounds by the
identify
house.
The state's exhibit numbers.
Those were slid items number 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122.
Handing you what's been marked as state's exhibit 261,
This is so ridiculous.
which includes various items. And what are they again?
Yes, sir. This is a container that contains multiple 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases and fired 12 gauge shot shells.
And in that collective bin include 300 blackout rounds of the items you just listed?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Tell us what your findings were for those items. And where were these collected?
Based on the submission documentation, those were collected from areas such as from to the left of a shooting chair near field, from a right corner near field, from in front of a shooter's chair under a table. Would you like me to identify each location?
For those items, have you had an opportunity to review some body-worn camera footage and evidence and kind of identify what that actually meant?
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
What and generally when it says left leg and right leg and near the front or back, what is it talking about?
Wait, what?
It appears that there's some type of shooting area that those were collected from.
What were
They
your
had a
findings
range on the
concerning
property.
those items?
It was determined that those items, and to include items 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122, also had those same matching mechanism marks to conclude that they had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm as those at the crime scene around Margaret Murdaugh's body, and those several recovered from the home.
So the items collected around Margaret Murdaugh's body matched the items collected outside the house. which
Action
matched
asked and
items that
answered
were collected in the
and
field at the shooting range.
Yes, sir. I was able to identify that the cartridge cases recovered items 2 through 7 near the body, did have matching mechanism marks with several of the items from the area around the home and those in the shooting field, and several of those in the shooting field, to conclude that some of those had been, that those have been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
So I'm going to reference slide item 8. That would be states item 250. States exhibit 250.
Oh my God. Bathroom.
Put it on the
Be right back.
What is that item again? Remind us, please.
SLED item 8 was one fired bullet determined to be 300 blackout caliber, listed as near tire impression at marker 8.
Recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir, at marker 8.
Is that a fire projectile?
Yes, sir, that is a fired bullet.
Is that, how much does that bullet weigh?
According to my notes, when I weighed that projectile, it weighed approximately 147.4 grains.
Handing you what's marked as exhibit 213. Remind us again what that is.
State's exhibit 213 appears to be an ammunition box marked cellular and below, and 300 blackout caliber.
What are the grains indicated on that box?
On the side of this box, it has information about the projectile, and it says 147 grains on the side.
Is state's exhibit up on the Elmo, is that consistent with that 147 grain projectile?
Yes, sir. That bullet appears to be intact, and based on my examination and looking at these fired bullets as a part of an examination, I would say that would be consistent with being 147 grains.
So I just noticed he's not chewing anymore, and someone told me chat saying it might be nicotine gum. Why is he not chewing?
Inspect sled item 12.
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, this
Tell us
obviously
your results of that.
a lot worse.
Sled item 12 was one
Opening
fired
boxes.
bullet, determined to also be 300, most consistent with being 300 blackout caliber, and it was listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
And did you have an opportunity to weigh that projectile?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the results of that?
When I weighed that projectile, it was approximately 146.8 grains.
147 grain unfired ammunition?
Yes, sir, I would say that would be consistent with 147 grains.
I'm sorry, I don't want to talk over the people here, so I'll just go. I'll be back later. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Cheers.
Real lastly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state and entered into evidence as state's exhibit 143, 144, 148, and 150. Can you please remove those collectively and let me know if you are familiar with the make and manufacture of those items?
Who's clicking?
State's Exhibit 143 is a 12 gauge federal shot shell. It says Federal Premium Double Lock Buck 3-inch Magnum on the shell, on the side of the shell. States Exhibit 144 is also a 12 gauge federal shot shell. On the side of it, it says Federal Premium Double Aught Buck, 3-inch Magnum.
That's what he calls his little friend.
States Exhibit 148
Magnum, 3-inch
is also a
Magnum.
12 gauge
Magnum.
federal shot shell. On the side of it, it says Federal Premium Double Aught Buck, 3-inch Magnum.
Okay.
And States Exhibit 150 is also a 12 gauge federal shot shell with the same information of Federal Premium Double Aught Buck, 3-inch Magnum.
Are all of those 4 exhibits that you just reviewed of the same manufacturer and same make and model?
Yes, sir. They appear to have the same information and also in their in their construction as well.
If I use one for demonstrative purposes, all the rest are the same?
Yes, sir. They appear to be all consistent.
Showing you what you just identified. This would be States 143. Is this the item you just looked at, Mr. Brewer?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 34. Remind me again which item that is. Sled item 9.
States Exhibit 34 was sled item 9. That's correct.
What's the make and model of that?
Sled item 9, States Exhibit 34 was a fired 12 gauge shot shell with the Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum, red in color.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 399. This would be, where's item 9 from?
Item 9 is listed as from marker 9. And again, based on my understanding of the crime scene document, that was near or around the speed room.
And marked as States Exhibit 399, sled item 22.7. Where is that item from?
Sled item 22.7, States Exhibit 399, was the unfired 12 gauge shot shell that was originally submitted as item 22 with the camouflage Benelli shotgun.
States item 4, and you've already reviewed this. Exhibit 4 for the state, 22 for you. Is that the same shotgun that you're referring to?
They find the murder weapon yet? No?
Not
Shotgun.
yet. Just additional bags and boxes being opened that deafened all of us.
Oh, God.
They have the shells found in the feed room are the same manufacturer
Yes, sir. This is my
of
item 22
type
shotgun.
as the shell found in the
Camouflage
shotgun.
Benelli
That was
Super Black Eagle 3. Is that right?
That's a nice gun.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yes, sir. That's
Benellis are good.
correct.
They're like $1,700.
And all those items.
Yeah, I'm kind
are
of
the
envious
same
of their private
model
range and
manufacturer.
collection.
Is that correct?
Start
Yes, sir.
stealing
They
money
all
from
appear
your
to have the
clients so you
same,
can afford it.
Head stamp information and information on the side of
Not
the
legal
shell,
advice.
and their case construction all appears to be consistent.
What's your item 10 now? Well, first, let me collectively hand you what's been marked as States Exhibits 144. Sorry. States Exhibits 145, 146, 147, and 149 collectively. Please take them out individually, review them. Let me know if you recall what they are. Make and manufacture is what I'm interested in.
These will be the dry lock shells, I expect.
States Exhibit 145, it's head stamp Winchester 12 gauge with dry lock 3-inch and a 2 on the shell. States Exhibit 146 is head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the shell, it says dry lock 3-inch number 2. States Exhibit 147 is head stamp Winchester 12 gauge on the shell, dry lock, 3-inch, number 2. In States Exhibit 149, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge on the shell, dry lock, 3-inch, number 2.
You know, to indicate where those items were recovered.
Based on the packaging.
What is the packaging? Where does the packaging indicate those items were recovered?
The packaging for States Exhibit 145 says from estate box on bookshelf in gun room. States Exhibit 146 says from Kent box on bookshelf in gun room. States Exhibit 147 says from nightstand in Paul's room. And States Exhibit 149 says from estate box on bookshelf in gun room.
And hand you what's been marked and identified as States Exhibit 33, slide item 10. Where was that located?
Sled item 10, again, was a fired 12 gauge shot shell, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge on the side, dry lock, 3-inch, number 2. And that was located at marker 10, which again, based on my understanding, was near that feed room.
Identify, please, the make and manufacturer of that item.
Yes, sir. It was head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. And on the shell, it says dry lock, 3-inch, 2.
Is that consistent with the make and manufacture of all the other items you just reviewed?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are those all the items you just reviewed, Mr. Greer?
Yes, sir.
All right, no further questions from the state.
All right. I've been waiting for Cross on this guy since he got on the stand.
We'll take a few minutes break, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, denied, Nick. Delayed. Gratification delayed.
You know what, Judge? I'm going to get you a job as Alex Murdaugh's housekeeper for that. Is that a death threat? I don't even know anymore. What's appropriate to say? How you guys doing? We got a couple of guests. Runkle, how you doing, man?
Well, the government backed off slightly for about the next 10 minutes on some of the firearm bans here, so that's a good thing.
That's nice. That's good. 'Cause
Yeah, they're going to come back with it.
They were going to make you like a felon, just straight out.
Oh, they're still going to try.
Well, glad to have you here. Have you been watching this thing at all?
Off and on. I've been kind of busy and dealing with other stuff, but this is wild. I don't know. I can go on a rant about all of this firearm identification stuff. So
yeah, it's interesting that the state's case is predicated on this one gun potentially maybe is the murder weapon, but it's completely inconclusive. And the other one is not the murder weapon. That's what we've got out of this guy that I've seen so far. Did anybody get something better than that? That's
No, that's pretty much it. And the basis for that conclusion is they kind of look similar. The markings, that is.
right. I mean, that's what the science is at this point. Is we eyeballed things and we think they look the same, but we don't actually use any scientific method. So.
Oh no, no, Runkle, it's peer reviewed. They just don't define what a peer is.
or what the review process is,
Or
or
what
if
the
the
review
peer
process, or
or if they care. I like John. He brought up. Did any of them ever tell you fucked up? Have any of them ever checked you on anything you've said ever?
A pear in Dutch means a pear, so just a fruit. Maybe it's that.
Oh,
I don't have any trust in this. What I thought Runkle, you you said it perfectly.
The process is crap. The science is crap. The fact that they lost the argument the way they did in the motion limine was junk. They threw a bullshit argument that they didn't put their heart into the argument as far as the defense is concerned. Didn't Harpootlian cover that? The defense of that one? Sean, you watched that, didn't you? I thought Dick Harpootlian argued in opposition to allowing this guy to testify at all. And he didn't come in and challenge the science. He didn't come in and say there wasn't reliability. He simply challenged the evidence that this guy was going to testify to, which allows this guy to get on the stand. And the problem you have is you have someone who is purporting to say this is a peer-reviewed process, which automatically gives it inherent weight and credibility to the jury. And he gets to say, yeah, they kind of look the same, therefore this is the gun.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah. If the reviewer is doing shit work and the peer group also does shit work, then the peer review obviously doesn't mean anything.
Right. And let's not forget that the peer group is motivated to do shit work when the peer group is a state prosecution team. Like that. I know that sounds horrible, but their job is conviction. Their job is not the purity of the science or anything else. I mean, what they want to do is make as close to, as close to science-y as they can, the process for which they determine that this gun must have killed someone, as sort of a backwards confirmation of what happened.
No, exactly. There were more troubles with the peer review group, as I read it. I thought all of it when I read it was you start with the conclusion, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, don't get me wrong. In the Netherlands, our system is way worse than your system. So good on you guys. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I like looking into the American legal system. Definitely with the jury, it's way better than what we have, because we just get a judge who says, yeah, no, it's all good, bye. So this is better, but there were more troubles.
Toolmark analysis right now is under appellate review in several circuits in the U.S., whether it's admissible at all in criminal cases like this. You have an active conflict that's begging to be heard by the Supreme Court, and you come in and make an argument that allows this guy to take the stand. I don't know. That part frustrated me. And the
worst part is the results of the analysis are inconclusive.
Correct.
And this is a criminal prosecution. Like, it needs to be conclusive, or it should be excluded from the state's perspective. Now, if the defense team had a toolmark analysis and the state says the murder weapon is conclusively this, and they say, well, we've got this toolmark analysis that we show that it's inconclusive, that, to me, that's a little bit of a different story. I don't know that that's fair necessarily, but if your goal is to raise doubt, you bring in an expert who does this. But if your goal is to actually prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this is the thing, you'd think that their toolmark analysis would conclusively show a gun that was used to commit the murder, or we would be ruling out any guns, not this ambiguousness. That ambiguity is the enemy of beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, but it differs between different states. It's different in South Dakota than it is in, probably Minnesota. But also, I mean, ask Emily Baker about it. I think she has a different point of view about it as well. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you.
Nice to meet you, Rob. No, it's great.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Great video, mate.
Oh, thank you. The only thing the state has conclusively proven at this point in time is that he's guilty of various financial crimes.
Yep.
That's the only thing that I've seen that's conclusively proven in this entire case. Everything else leaves a timeline that doesn't make any effing sense. And
he already said he did that. He already confessed to that, to some of those. So what are we doing here? Why are we wasting everyone's time? And why did he indict him in September 22?
Because plenty of jurors will say he did one bad thing, so he did another bad thing.
Right, that's a bad thing.
No, that's like I'm not sure that he's not going to get convicted, because juries, you never know. But from a legal perspective, it's ridiculous.
I agree. Jonathan says if Mark Zuckerberg was a car salesman and liked men, I think they're talking about Special Agent Greer there. That's nice. Team Ruby says to hell with finding the murder weapon. Has the plaintiff shown up? Do you guys know the plaintiff?
Grabs.
Squizgar says so they have no missing shotguns and none of the ones they could find could be matched. This is a huge issue. Yeah, I mean, it goes just back to everything Branca has ever said about shooting crimes is that there is no right way to do it. Not having a murder weapon is evidence that this guy is the murderer, as far as the state is concerned. Well, he must have ditched them then. That's obvious, and only guilty people would ditch the guns. Well, I mean,
this case is ass backwards. You don't convict because it sounds like a good Grisham novel.
Right.
You convict because you lay out everything and it becomes beyond a reasonable doubt conclusive that every single thing that they've told you about the timeline is true.
But this is why are you sorry, I don't want to interrupt you either. No, this is exactly what I mean. What is great about the American legal system, what we don't have in the Netherlands, is you only kind of need one juror beyond a reasonable doubt. Like we can have a woke judge and just say, yeah, good enough for me.
So in the Netherlands, there's not a jury trial system. It's all
Not
bench
at all.
trials.
Yeah, not at all. Zero.
None. Wow. Okay. Because Canada, we've got fewer, but this would definitely still be a jury trial unless the defense agreed to have it heard by a judge. But I don't know why you'd have this one heard by a judge.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want a case like this. You want jurors because you want to be able to focus on 1 to 4 jurors at least who will hopefully stand firm and say not guilty from the defense's perspective. Yeah. Unless this guy did it, of course, then he should go to prison forever. I don't care.
No. If this guy did it, but the state doesn't make the case, then he should go free.
Correct. Our ball 716 says defense opening question on cross. Did you just testify you managed to limp wrist a rifle and we're supposed to trust your gun knowledge?
Runkle, were you here on that part where the first time he goes to test the 300 blackout at Jams?
Yeah. And then he's like, and we're done. I'm like, what? You're not going to even like try again? Like,
yeah, I mean, that was baffling to me. It's like, okay, because I don't know enough about guns and tool mark to understand, but it feels like if the gun jams and has to be cleared, then maybe like for science, you would want a cleanly fired round to come out, not jam, because in my brain, it says that maybe the markings could be different or messed up or interfered with by the jamming process. Am I dumb?
Well,
it shouldn't be. For the round you fired.
Branca and Nick, I talked to Emily Baker about it because she said something about this. I think she was prosecutor, right? But she I saw a clip of her talking about in the bullets. I'm sorry, guys. English is not my first language, but it could be interesting because for her in her state, I think it is admissible the evidence based on this, and I don't know where are you, Branca?
Well, I'm in Colorado, but I work everywhere. But it doesn't matter to me. It's a legal question. It's a firearms question. I mean, if he fired a round and it chambered, it fired, it extracted, that round should be fine. The bullet should be fine. The next round may be messed up from the failure to feed, depending on how it, exactly how it failed to feed. But the one that fired should be fine in terms of now you have a bullet, I guess, that you can test. But I think all this matching stuff, unless there's some gross defect or mark characteristic in the chamber or on the round, that makes it genuinely, obviously unique. Like these two blackout rifles, the one that's missing and the one they still have, they're off the same assembly line, the same CNC machinery. I mean, they're going to be as identical mechanically as two devices possibly could be. And
as are most 300 blackouts in the.
Well, all the reasons why you can't do certain kinds of photo lineups are the same reasons why they shouldn't be doing matching in the way that they do. You know, where
and they
it's
can't
like,
exclude anything. There's no null hypothesis here. There's no, you didn't look at the other 10,000 blackout
but
rifles that were made in the same
Emily-
year.
Yeah.
Emily said it's like a fingerprint.
Don't. That's
These are not.
These are
This-
not.
No,
fingerprints.
I know.
This is like a fingerprint that 500 people share.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I
So-
don't agree at all. I don't agree at
Yeah.
all. That's what I'm
Imagine
saying.
a fingerprint that 500 people have, and that's
Well,
what we're looking
here's a
at.
good example. Let me give you an example. So, damn it. They used to do hair analysis based on comparison rather than DNA. The number of wrongful convictions based on hair analysis that was comparatively similar would shock you. The people
And
that
the hair
did it for
analysis,
decades.
and the hair analysis, the FBI's hair analysis unit was found out to be bullshit eventually. So, on top of it,
Yeah.
The
how
trouble
it
is
that the
there's
people
no
who
money.
keep-
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh,
No,
the
go ahead,
people who
Ron.
keep producing bullshit sciences, like, you know, sciences of like hair analysis and fiber analysis and digestion timing and all of these things that have been used to convict people. And then later we find out that they're just, but like these same people keep producing these things and we keep
Because there's
buying
money in
as
it.
a society.
There's no money in debunking this stuff. There's money in pretending it's real. If you pretend it's real, you can be an expert. You get fees. You can set
your
up
associations, yeah.
associations. There's money to be. You have conferences. You're respected. You get credentials. You hang stuff on the wall in your office. If your effort is to debunk this, what do you get? You get nothing.
That's why I mentioned it. I mentioned it because Emily seems so convinced, and she's really great at what she does, just like Nikki and yourself. But I think maybe if you guys go on stream and have a talk about this.
This one is one that lawyers are going to argue over forever.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, we got.
I think it might matter.
Just want to we can agree on one thing, and that is you're not here to tell this jury that any of the weapons in this room were used, in your opinion, to murder Maggie or Paul. Correct?
Good start.
Based on my examination of the evidence, was able to identify that there were matching mechanism marks in items around, as mentioned, in the body of Maggie Murdaugh and other areas of the property. And
Non-responsive.
in regards
Way to not answer the actual questions, asshole.
Yes.
The first one out of the gate.
Items 9 and 10 were inconclusive with the item 22 shotgun.
But this is how you know that your expert is biased as well.
So that means
he's on a
you
side.
cannot, and you did not, and you are not offering an opinion that item 22 shotgun was used to murder Paul Murdaugh, correct?
My result was inconclusive. And what that ultimately means is I'm not able to determine that. It's a possibility that it could have been fired by that shotgun, and it also could have been another firearm with similar characteristics.
Meaning it's just equally possible it wasn't that gun.
That's possible.
And this
More than
300
equally.
blackout. We know a 300 blackout was used to murder Maggie Murdaugh, correct?
Based on the evidence that I received, I did have several projectiles that were 300 blackout caliber that were most consistent with that, as well as several cartridge cases that were head stamped.
Rein him in.
And you're not here to tell this jury, in your opinion, that this 300 blackouts laying on the floor here was used to murder Maggie Murdaugh, correct?
The results of the comparison.
Yes or no?
Yes or no? That's sir. Yes or no?
2 through 7, with test fires from that item 33 rifle were also inconclusive.
Cut 'em off.
Meaning it's-
Bullshit.
I was unable to determine if those cartridge cases were fired by item 33 or they've been fired by another firearm.
Holy shit, that was how long of an answer?
And the answer was just
How
no.
many
I just say so. No, correct?
how many cartridges were found at the murder scene of 300 blackouts? Do you remember?
Remember?
Based on my understanding of the crime scene, I believe I was only submitted items 2 through 7. So that would be 6 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases. And again, I was not at the scene to recover those. That's just what was submitted to to me and based on my understanding of the evidence.
Okay. I'm gonna stay on the 300 blackout for a moment. And I'm gonna show you what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit 69. Excuse me?
Just what I previously.
Yeah. And you have your file there, but take a look at Defendant 69 and tell us if you recognize that document as coming from your firearms file report, excuse me, extended report.
I hope he nails him with his own report, the
Cut him
extended
off.
version of the report that wasn't submitted.
Yeah.
And I think you cut him off right here, and you basically say, "Do you not remember what was in your report?"
Yeah.
He's had enough time. Get him moving.
Yeah. Yeah. How much of his own report does he need to read?
Yes, sir. This State's Exhibit.
Defendant's Exhibit.
Excuse me. Yes, sir. Defendant's Exhibit 69 does appear to be a copy of 2 pages from my case file.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move Defendant's Exhibit 69 in the evidence, I believe, without objection.
Not objection.
It's admitted.
Yeah. This is page number 67 and 68. We're going to pull it up on the screen. And while we're doing that, Agent Greer, is this your worksheet for the 300 blackout that's here in the courtroom and sled item 33, which bears State's Exhibit number 88?
Yes, sir. That would be a copy of my worksheet for sled item 33.
Okay. And this is the item that you're not prepared to tell the jury here that, in your opinion, was not used to murder Maggie Murdaugh.
Based on my examination
I
of
like
the cartridge
that.
cases, or several of those cartridge cases that were recovered from all the locations, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. I'm unable to determine if they were fired by that firearm or by another firearm or firearms with those similar characteristics.
Ask the
But you
exact
did
question again.
test fire this item 33, correct?
He's getting there.
Yes,
Rob,
sir, I
think.
did.
And on the second page of Exhibit 69, Doug, if you'll pull up the description of what happened, and if you'll tell the jury what problems you encountered when you test fired item 33, which is State's Exhibit 88.
Yes, sir. During test firing, I loaded the magazine with cartridges. That was sled item 34. And I inserted that into the magazine well of the sled item 33, the rifle.
Slid it in.
I chambered the first available cartridge into the firearm and fired it. That went as expected. The cartridge was fired. It extracted and ejected from that firearm properly. However, as that bolt was going back forward, I would have expected it to pick up the next available cartridge from the magazine. However, it didn't. And I had to manually cycle that bolt again to load the next available cartridge from the magazine. That issue did not prevent me from test firing it, and I was able to collect those test specimens that I needed. And no further analysis to determine the cause of that was conducted.
So when you say you had to manually, it says as a firearm cycle, the next available cartridge in the magazine failed to feed in the chamber. So then you had to manually do it. How do you manually do it?
Yes, sir. On the top of the firearm, there's a charging handle. I had to pull back on that charging handle, which in turn pulls that bolt backwards. And when I did that and released it, it was able to then go forward on its own and pick up the next cartridge from that magazine.
Put his foot on the side, pulled up on it like a bike.
And you had to do that every time you fired Exhibit 88, is that correct?
If it didn't feed,
Yes, sir, I believe so. During my test
that's
firing,
usually operator
I
not
did
certain the
have that
magazine
phenomenon
properly. Does he
occur.
know what he's doing?
So is it fair to say Exhibit 88, item
Might
33
be, or it
was
might just be-
malfunctioning when you tested?
Could be, but I mean that's
It did not work as I expected it to.
I doubt he tap rack banged the thing.
That's what I mean. Yeah, he didn't
and load that
remediate.
next cartridge as it should. However, when we're test firing these firearms, we're holding them in different weights because we're test firing them in a bullet
With little
recovery
baby
tank, which
hands.
at the time
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you find
was
someone with
a
normal size
vertical
hands to
tank
hold it?
filled with water.
To see if
So
that
I
would
had
help?
hold it in
Supervisor
kind
to
of
help?
a strange position. But
Also looked like he was shooting a Howard.
I did have this situation occur. But again, no other testing to determine why that.
How you held
was
it has no
happening,
bearing on the
was
fact it didn't
conducted,
operate.
And I was able to test fire that gun and collect those test specimens.
You can hold those fuckers upside down.
And is it fair to say you were not able to rapid fire, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, and shoot bullets in immediate succession?
Oh, this is
During
hurting
my
me.
testing, I had to manually load that next cartridge in. So it just took the amount of time that it would take me to do that step, if you will. Instead of
This
the
is where
fire
I
was
was going
doing
with
the
firing
function for
cycle.
me, I had to do it. And that's what I did in this case.
Okay. And then, all right.
Like a little kid holding his book
Were you
report.
able to get the projectile out of the water tank and compare it to the two projectiles found at the murder scene? I believe, I don't know if it's item 8 or as part of your analysis, did you compare projectiles from item 33 to the projectiles found at the scene?
Yes, sir, that is correct. I did collect those test fired bullets from our water tank, and I did compare that where appropriate with the fired projectiles that were submitted.
And did you reach any conclusions based upon that projectile comparison?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were those conclusions?
Based on the observable physical characteristics of items 8 and 12, those are sled items 8 and 12, I determined those to be most consistent with 300 blackout caliber. Item 8 may be suitable for identification with other evidence, and item 12 sustained damage, and it was unsuitable for identification with other evidence. That means that due to the damage that it had sustained, there were no identifying features that I saw under the microscope that I would use for identification purposes. I also received several other projectiles and fragments that I compared to the item 33 rifle. Due to damage in their size, the calibers items 11, 66, and 137 could not be determined. They were just too small for me to make any determination about their caliber.
Just like his hands.
Due to damage and the limited marks of value that I saw on item 11, specifically the fired bullet jacket fragment and the item 66 fired bullet jacket fragments, I was concluded that those may or may not be suitable for identification and compared those later on to the rifle.
What are you going to do? Put them on a
Based
mass
on,
spec machine?
No marks of value that were displayed on the item 11 bullet jacket fragments, item 11 piece of lead, and item 66 pieces of lead. I determined those were unsuitable. So again, due to there being no marks of value for me to compare, I was unable to compare those with those test bullets. Item 137 bore some type of strided marking. However, I was unable to determine the origin of those marks and use those for an identification purposes. And it was determined that it was also unsuitable. Lastly, the 3 items that I did compare with those test specimens that fired from those rifle, which were item 8, the item 11 fired bullet jacket fragment, and the item 66 fired bullet jacket fragments, the results of those comparisons were also inconclusive with each other and with those test specimens. And that was due to damage and just insufficient markings for us to base our opinion on.
Nope.
Is anything going to be conclusive?
It cannot be determined
Or helpful?
whether those items were fired by item 33 or by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics.
So Exhibit 250 is the projectile that was found by marker 8, I believe. Confirm that one, please.
It's like he's trying to explain away the hetero porn his gay partner found.
Yes, sir, that is correct. State's Exhibit 250 was sled item 8 near tire impression at marker 8. That's correct.
And I believe you just as you're reading from your report, told the jury that you couldn't make any conclusions about the projectile seized at the scene from the projectiles fired in a water tank from this 300 blackout laying on the floor here. Is that right?
That's correct. The results of those comparisons were inconclusive, so I'm unable to determine if item 8 was fired by the rifle or by another firearm with similar rifling characteristics.
Well, aren't the rifling marks on a projectile as it goes through the barrel more reliable when making firearm identifications than most any other tool marks that you rely upon?
I wouldn't say they're more reliable. We do rely on the rifling in that barrel to mark those projectiles, and that's what gives those markings on puts those markings on those bullets. So we're able to look at them and do a firearms identification examination on them. Tools, firearms, all mark evidence. Again, I was unable to do that in this case, and my results were inconclusive. I mean, that's due to the damage that these may have sustained and to just insufficient markings that were on the bullet when I looked at it. There was not enough of those markings on there for me to determine if they were fired by item 33.
But item 8, exhibit 250 there, do you recall whether there was human organic matter on that projectile when it was recovered?
Let me refer to my notes. I don't have documented in my notes that there was any foreign material or trace on it as I received it.
But we know that that projectile was recovered at the murder scene at marker 8. Is that right?
Yep.
Near the top.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Near the tire impression at marker 8. That's correct.
And you made comparisons of of shell cartridges, the back end of the full bullet that were collected at the shooting house on the property at Moselle. Did you not? I don't have the numbers, but we went through them a moment ago. You did. You remember? Let me ask you to take a look at the projectiles that were found. I believe they're items, well, nope. They are items 108 through 125. I'm not sure what their state exhibit numbers are, but if you look at 108 through 125 in your report, those are spent 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases.
Sled items 108 through 125 was determined all to be fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases.
And in your report, it references left of shooting chair near field, right front corner, et cetera. Maybe you don't know, but or are you aware those were collected at a gun house at a firing range on the property?
Yes, sir. And I'm going to back up. I misspoke earlier. It's 108 through 124 are the 300 blackout.
Let's make it even more confusing.
Cases. But based on my understanding of everything, yeah, there was some type of shooting field or stand that I believe those were collected from, and that kind of seems to coincide with the item descriptions, which is what I'm familiar with.
Okay, and were you aware that when you're sitting in the shooting house and you're target practicing, that there was a earthen berm that the shots were fired into?
No, sir. I've never seen this area.
Okay. Would it have been helpful to your analysis if investigators had dug out items from that earthen berm of the projectiles, such as what's sitting in front of you as State's Exhibit 250?
We're able to look at bullets.
Just answer the
question.
We don't have any type of restraint. It may have been helpful. Bullets, as we've seen here, come to us in all shapes and sizes due to their damage that they may have sustained. So I'm unable.
The
to
answer
really
is yes,
answer
it
that
would have
question without
probably
seeing
helped.
the evidence.
Of course, more evidence would help. Obviously.
Rein him
Let me ask
in.
you, a little more about the conclusions that you reached as documented in your report, and I've particularly focused on item 128. And
This is in West
still
Hollywood.
talking
Don't let him
about
run through the streets happy.
the Buster 300 blackout that's laying on the floor here in the courtroom. And just so we're clear, there were items, the cartridges that we talked about, the back end of the bullet, that you were able to conclude that they were fired by this gun, right?
Yes, sir. I was able to determine in looking at the totality of the marks on those cartridge cases that there were items submitted to me have been fired by that firearm.
And your conclusion that they've been fired by this gun, and we're talking about the cartridges. One is cartridge 38, which is up by the residence, correct?
Yes, sir. Sled item 38, that's my understanding. And it was submitted as being recovered from near a door.
Well, and that's the door that you testified that you saw when you went on the property.
Yes, sir. I believe so. That's my understanding.
And so it's been a long week, 2 weeks, but there was a sled agent early in the case who had body cams going around picking up spent shell cartridges adjacent to that door, and you believe this is one of those, correct?
That's my understanding that those items came from the area outside that gunroom door.
And you concluded that item 38, along with some other items found at the shooting house, which would be, these 109 and 110, you concluded. And where 109 and 110 found? Yeah, that's the shooting range, correct?
Yes, sir. As submitted to the lab, collected item 109 was collected from right front corner near field, and item 110 was in front of shooter's chair under table near field.
Okay. And so one spent cartridge found next to the door up at the house, main residence at Moselle, and then you've got 5 found at the shooting range that you say, in your opinion, were fired by this gun.
Yes, sir. That is my opinion.
But then you've also matched other cartridges, according to your report, items 111, 114, 115, 18, 19, 123, and it says 128 in your report that you say were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from this rifle.
That's correct.
But you don't say they were fired from this rifle.
That's correct.
But they were spent shell casings found at the shooting range, correct?
Yes, sir. And those were fired cartridge cases in it, and it's just plain term. They had been fired. When I'm looking at the totality of all these markings, again, we go back to those 5 areas that we're really going to look at. The marks that I saw that were in agreement, that I made that conclusion and based my opinion on, were those ejector or lug and extractor marks, and that's not what detonated that primer. So that's the difference there. So we know those marks can occur when that cartridge or fire cartridge case is cycling through there, but that's not what detonated that cartridge, and that's the difference in that result. Yes, sir.
Well, let's look at it from the other side of the coin. So you're saying that the breech marks on the primer, where the firing pin hit the primer, did not match up. Item rifle 33, the breech marks on the firing pin didn't match up on these spent cartridges. 111, 114, 15, 118, 119, 123, 128.
No, sir. When I did compare all of these cartridge cases to each other and with those test cartridge cases fired from it, those items 111, 114, 115, 118, 119, 123, and 128, due to insufficient corresponding markings on that primer and in those breech face marks, I was unable to determine if they were all fired by item 33 or by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics. I did examine those, and the results of those comparisons were inconclusive.
So you're saying you're not telling the jury they don't match. It's just you couldn't match them. They're
Never excluded, just
My
inconclusive.
results of those comparisons were inconclusive. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you also in your report reached the same, you conclude that it's inconclusive on whether item 33, State's Exhibit 88, are you saying it's inconclusive whether item 33, Exhibit 88, fired 2 through 7?
That's correct.
Are you saying it's inconclusive as to whether item 33, which is Exhibit States 88, at some point in time, loaded and extracted from item 33?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, we just talked about there's a difference between firing and then cycling and extracting.
Yes, sir.
Tool marks.
Yes, sir.
Did you look at State's Exhibit 88 to see if the extraction marks matched up to items 2 through 7?
Based on the evidence that I received, I was able to determine that items 2 through 7 had those matching mechanism marks with items 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116 through 117, and 122, to conclude that those items have been loaded into, extracted, and ignited from the same firearm at some previous time.
But you can't identify the firearm, the gun.
Right, correct. In terms of being fired by, I was able to determine that several items had been fired by that rifle, and the results of those comparisons with the other items, items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, 122 through 124, and 128. Those comparisons with each other and those test cartridge cases fired by the item 33 rifle were inconclusive.
Imagine getting directions from this guy.
So,
God. Well, actually,
Let's
the
see.
best route to
I
get
can
there is
understand
inconclusive. You can
what
put it
you're
in ways
talking
and find
about
multiple
with regard
paths.
to your conclusions on that items 2 through 7, which were shell casings found near Maggie's body, and other spent cartridges found around the Murdaugh house and at the shooting range. You conclude that they were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
That's correct.
And for those, I guess we have the same issue. You looked at the primer, the breech marks on the primer, and you couldn't make any conclusions on those, right?
When I looked at the primer area where those breech face and firing pin impressions are, the results of including that in a fire by result were inconclusive. And that is the results for items 2 through 7, and 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, 122 through 124, and 128.
Mate, you sound more like a woman than I do.
Aren't the breech marks in the firing pin, aren't those more reliable than extractor marks when you're doing an analysis?
During the marking of these specimens, if you will, through firing.
Yes or no?
The machining process to create those firearms, we see tool marks on fire cartridge cases and fire bullets from multiple different processes. I can't say that one's more reliable to mark than the other. It's all due to the machining process and also due to the individual wear and tear of that firearm through use of it in repetitive use or abuse of the firearm. That can also add to the markings in each of those locations that we're looking at, whether it be something from the breech face, from the firing pin, those extractors and ejectors, or even the rifling in the barrel. All of
The
those
defense expert will be succinct
variables
and
can
precise.
play into those markings and how we see those and how they reproduce on our evidence and how
But that's what I meant, Nick.
individual
Yes or
they are
no?
to each gun.
Yeah.
He sounds like a woman.
Does bring me to another point. Isn't your opinion based
Keep
upon
yapping.
conclusion that every 300 blackout manufactured in the world, whether it's put together by John Bedingfield or mass assembled at Palmetto State Armory or anywhere in the world, that each one, when they cycle a bullet through and eject it, will produce its own unique, like no other in the world, its own unique tool mark? Isn't that what your opinion is based on?
Again, during the manufacturing of these components.
Is that a yes or no?
Thank
you. Thank you.
Well, can I get a yes or no and then an explanation?
He looks to the judge. Help, judge.
I think literally everyone said thank you.
Restate the question.
Is it your opinion based upon
Yes or no?
the presumption or the basis of your opinion is that every 300 blackout manufactured in the world produces its own unique set of tool marks when it cycles a bullet through?
Yes or no?
I would like to answer that. with
Yes or
no.
I know what you'd like to answer it with, but
I
yes or
appreciate
no.
Yes or no, and he can explain
Objection.
all day long.
You can answer yes or no. You must answer yes or no, then explain.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Oh, you fucking loser.
Is it your opinion, in this case, about the shell cartridges being fired from the same 300 blackout? Isn't that based upon your presumption that each 300 blackout manufactured in the world
he born a
makes
woman
unique
die?
tool marks when
Maybe.
it cycles a bullet and ejects it?
Yes. Or...
No, he can't say it. He knows he has to say, no, that's not my opinion.
But this is.
God, this looks so bad for the state.
I recognize
His head's gonna pop.
It's hard to say. I have not looked at every 300 blackout.
Yes, that's the
in
answer.
the world. So it's hard to answer that question. But again, based on my knowledge of
No,
of
shut
the
him
laws
up.
Oh my
made,
God,
I'm
you don't
able
get
to
to- you don't-
support my answer
He's looked at more than one.
without answering it in a yes or no manner, I suppose.
But you're saying you found shells here, cartridges here, cartridges there, cartridges at the murder scene, and they all have not all the marks are identical, but enough marks are close enough to being identical. In your opinion, they were fired by one weapon in the world.
Look at Rob.
It's my opinion that those
I hate this
had
cross.
all been cycled through
This
the
is
same
being
firearm.
horribly done.
Yes, sir.
But not fired by the same firearm.
No, sir, that's not what my
He said
my,
no. He said no.
my conclusions say. As far as being fired by that firearm or by the same gun, those results are inconclusive.
So that means that the markings on the breech, because they were all fired, they all have a fire pin hitting the primer, and you call that breech markings, correct?
Yes, sir, those are breech face markings that we would see on the primer.
And there were dissimilarities between those where you couldn't reach a conclusion.
That's correct. Those shared, again, those same class characteristics. So we compared those to each other. Based on our comparisons, that's correct. There were not enough, there's not enough agreement. There was insufficient agreement there for me to reach a conclusion based on my training and experience and looking at all of these cartridge cases that I could say that they were fired by the same firearm. And that's how we arrived at that conclusion.
And can you say when those tool markings were made on the, or when the, scratch that. Is there any way to
Get your shit
determine,
together, Jim.
for you to determine when the shell casings, cartridges were cycled and ejected in this one firearm that's unique to all others in the world?
I cannot date when those were fired or when those were loaded.
cannot
into or
date. You could have
extracted
stopped
and
there,
ejected
buddy.
From a firearm, no, sir. I cannot put a timestamp, if you will, on that, no, sir.
And you can't state whether it was a 300 blackout assembled in 2016, given for Christmas gift, or if it was a replacement given in 2017 or 2018. I mean, you don't know what year the gun was that cycled and ejected?
That's correct. I do not have knowledge on the year of manufacture of these firearms.
Okay. Now let's move on to the shotguns. And you were clear a few things up. You were shown a lot of items that were taken, unfired shot shells. And this is 12 gauge. I'm going to show you exhibit 143, 144, 145, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way to 50. And I'm not going to ask you to take these out, but I want you to take a look at all those and tell me when those were seized or taken into evidence in this case.
This cross is the biggest blown opportunity.
It's
I
lumbering
do see a
and
date
fumbling.
on the packaging.
Just nail him on the yes or no over and over. Every question should be like yes or no, this, then explain. Every one, because he's non-committal.
Right through it. That states.
And the more you nail him on that, the more he
9/13/21.
looks like a weasel.
Yep.
Okay. And so you understand that is June, July, 3 months after these murders, correct?
Yes, sir. That September 13th will be several months after the murders. Yes, sir.
And that those were seized at different places around the property?
Yes, sir. According to the information here, it appears they were from different locations where they were collected from. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess you don't know whether, the property of Moselle was open to Alec Murdaugh, from June till September, as far as you know, right?
I have no knowledge of that. No, sir.
And if he had the mind to, he could go out and remove it, every shotgun shell on the whole property, right?
I have no knowledge of how the scene was maintained.
Well, it would appear that no one removed any shotgun shells since you have them there in your lap, right?
It does appear that these were collected from these areas listed on the package on September 3rd, or I assume it's September 13 as it's dated and labeled by the person who collected these.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 63 and 60, what I marked is Exhibit 63 and 64. These are pages 51 and 55 from your report.
I bet this guy can untangle really fine jewelry chains with those tiny hands.
And will you just confirm this for me? 63, 64, pages 51 and 55 from your report.
Guy's got a special laptop keyboard that's 1.5 inches long.
Yes, sir. I do recognize Defendant's Exhibit 63 appears to be a copy of an item 10 worksheet for the fire shot shell.
Yeah, the cross in the rifle should have been entirely, are you able to definitively match A to B? Yes or no?
And then keep him on that question until he answers.
Again and again and again.
Defendant's Exhibit 64 appears to be a copy of my worksheet for sled item 14, which were 24 birdshot pellets.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce into evidence Defendant 63 and 64 this time. And just, Doug, if you pull up 63, which is page 51 of the report, and Agent Greer, will you tell the jury what this is?
Yes, this is just a copy of one of our standard worksheets that we use to document evidence in the laboratory. So this is an ammunition and cartridge case worksheet, which is why I utilized it when I was documenting the item 10 fired shot shell. And this contains my notes that I took on that item.
Okay, and just so that we're clear, are we talking about Exhibit 33? This is the black colored shot shell that was found in the feed room where Paul Murdaugh was murdered?
Yes, sir, that is correct. State Exhibit 33 is the item we're discussing.
And you have a name under notes. It says on shot shell, it says, quote, dry lock 3-inch 2. You see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
You see that, Doug? Can you highlight that? Thank you. And again, the exhibit there, and that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And number 2 is the size of the pellet?
Yes, sir. That would refer to the size of the pellets or birdshot that
Got
was
number 2 fingers.
that we would believe to have been loaded into that cartridge or that shot shell, excuse me.
Okay. And then if
Has
you
40
go
gauge
to
fingers.
Exhibit 64, page 55, Doug, and it's 55 in your report, Agent
This
Greer.
guy does toolless watch repair.
And are these the
Just climbs in there.
pellets that were provided to you to analyze the number 2 size pellets?
Yes, sir. Sled item 14, I determined to be 24 birdshot pellets, and those were listed as being from dog food storage room.
The jury's about to confess.
And if you'll look at under the caliber, it says number 2, and it says steel. These were steel pellets, were they not?
Based on my examination and based on my observation, yes, sir, they were magnetic. So that would provide that they had some steel in them. Yes, sir.
And birdshot can either be steel or lead, I suspect. Maybe there's a third kind.
There can be multiple different metals used in making pellets. Lead is one, steel is one. There are also other metals that can be used in making pellets. Yes, sir.
Have you analyzed any of the Winchester dry locks that were seized in September of 2021 to see whether they're steel or lead?
No, sir. I have not analyzed their contents.
Okay. Now here you've got Exhibit 64. You've got grain weight, and won't you explain what you're referring to? I guess I needed. I'm missing a page for that. So if you'll look at your page 54 in your file, because it says continued from Wade, and I guess that's on page 54. Is that right?
No, sir. That's just referencing from the weight category. That's kind of at the top portion of the page.
Okay.
I just continued my thoughts down below.
This guy's hands are so small, he tried to develop
So help me
bulimia
out
and
here.
failed.
You say there's 5 pellets weigh 3.4 grams. And then 18 pellets only weighed 3.6 grams. How does that work?
I weighed each of those pellets individually. And again, we're weighing in grains. And when I weighed those on our scale, that is what I documented. 5 of them weighed 3.4, and that should be a piece. 18 of them each weighed 3.6 grains, and 1 pellet weighed 3.8 grains.
Okay.
So the total of them altogether was approximately 86.4 grains.
Great. Thank you for explaining that. You also weighed the grains of the 300 blackout projectiles. And you don't have that in front of us right here, but did you not weigh the grains there?
Yes, sir, I did.
You got it. You tell us what they were. I have my notes here. I believe you said 147 grains. State's Exhibit 50.
It's a little light for number
Your
2
item
shot.
8 on your report.
Yes, sir. When I weighed sled item 8, which was 1 fired bullet, it was approximately 147.4 grains.
And are you familiar with how 300 blackout ammunition is sold? What weight classes there are?
I don't know all of the different weights that are within that caliber. No, sir.
Do you know there's like a subsonic and then supersonic?
Again, I don't know everything.
Please
about
don't
that
know the
caliber.
answer to that. Oh my God.
There
Aren't you
are
a
various
ballistics
weights
guy?
that bullets
Shouldn't
are
you have
sold in for
researched
each
this?
caliber. So I would not be surprised at other grain weights.
You
but
didn't
I don't
I've been
know
a ballistics guy since last Friday.
all of them off the top of my head today.
So as far as you know, the only weight you could ever get is 147 grams. Right?
When I weighed these
item
item 8 and item 12, they weighed approximately 147.
So as far as you know, that's the only weight you can get, right?
Non-responsive.
This is one of the most poorly conducted cross examinations I have seen, period.
You can pin the guy
an
down
expert.
without being rude.
Of an expert. This is horrible.
You mentioned in your testimony that item 32, which is Exhibit 91, had a Winchester and a Federal 12-gauge shotgun shells in here. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. They did have 2 unfired 12-gauge shot shells submitted with it. That's correct.
But
This
you
guy
did more
left
than
a
that when you testified shortly
Yelp
ago.
review
You
on the
said
Zondervan
one was a
website.
Winchester and
The
one was
Bible
a
pages were
Federal.
too thick for his fingers.
Yes, sir. One is a Federal premium heavyweight TSS, and one is a 12-gauge Winchester Longbeard XR, I believe.
Okay. The Winchester is not a dry lock, correct?
No, sir. The markings on that shell said a Longbeard XR.
Okay. And the Winchester found in the murder scene is a dry lock, correct?
The item is 10 shot shell, which was recovered from Marker 10, which I do believe, my understanding is that around the body of Margaret Murdaugh was a Winchester 12-gauge shell, and it says dry lock on it. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And then item 22, which is the gun that Murdaugh came down, was holding or was leaning up against his Suburban when Deputy Daniel Green arrived. That was, do you understand, loaded with a 12-gauge and a 16-gauge shell.
Lady
correct?
Raggets brought
When
me
I
this.
received it, it was unloaded, but I did receive a 12-gauge shell and a 16-gauge shell. That's correct.
If you fire a 16-gauge shell and a 12-gauge shotgun, what's likely to happen?
That's something that I have not done, so I'm unable to answer that question.
Is it dangerous to do such a thing?
As a
no
firearms
idea.
examiner, I would recommend
He doesn't
shooting
know.
the ammo that your firearm is chambered for. I can't predict what would happen if you shot that shot shell or attempted to.
Hey, trivia. When I was in the Netherlands, I was unable to purchase a slingshot. I wanted to take out some pigeons near my apartment.
Yeah, we're fucked in the Netherlands.
First, I tried for a
spoke
BB
of
gun.
this review process
Pardon?
at SLED with regard to your tool mark analysis, and you said you do your analysis, you look at things under a microscope, and you type up a report.
Yes, sir. I look at the evidence, reach a conclusion, and write or type those conclusions. Yes, sir.
And then a reviewer, someone, and in this case, what was the name? Initial CW?
A number 2 shot must look like a grapefruit in his hand.
Chad Smith, another examiner within our department.
Is he on the same level with you at SLED?
He is also an examiner. I don't know his classification, but he has been employed in the department longer than I have, completing firearms examination.
Have his hands grown up?
And then he looks at it, but does
Got
he
little tiny
prepare
feet.
an independent report and then flips the two over and see if they match, or does he just take a look at it, come up with his thoughts, and then look at your document to see if he agrees with it?
He does not prepare an independent report. No, he does look at the evidence and arrive at those conclusions. And he would read my results. If he agrees with them, then he will sign off on those conclusions. If he disagrees with them, then there's also a procedure for that too.
What percentage of the time does that happen?
Yeah, how often does he disagree?
You mentioned that in order to make an identification or a match, or you have to have a certain number of similar, or is it similar or identical characteristics?
In order to make an identification, we want to see sufficient agreement between the individual characteristics. There's not a certain number that I use, as we use a method called pattern matching. And we're looking at, under the microscope, all these tiny striations and impressions, and looking at the surface contours of those two tool marks with each other. And we're looking at those individual peaks and ridges and comparing those under high magnification in order to make an identification. And based on that, through our training and experience at doing this job, we look at thousands of comparisons.
We're special.
Conduct thousands of
How
comparisons.
special is special?
But you don't know that
During
300
time,
blackout
we-
comes in any other
we look at
grain
things
than
that match each
147.
other that we know have been fired from the same gun or made by the same tool, and we look at things that have been fired by separate guns and see if there's any agreement or disagreement.
Why
And
is this
we look at
happening?
thousands of these cartridge cases and bullets and tool marks in order to learn what that sufficient agreement is to make our identification.
Completely
How does this
arbitrary.
help anyone? Yeah, how does this help anyone?
Okay, and you
Like, either the
gave
state or the
the jury an
defendant.
analogy like a ladder, and that you have to get up so many steps as you reach. The first step, I guess, would be rifle or shotgun, right? And then the second step would be caliber of rifle, if we're talking about a rifle, and then you keep going up the ladder.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to look at those class characteristics. So we're going to determine if if they're the same caliber, do they share the same rifling specifications if they're a fired bullet? If they are, then we can compare those. If, for instance, if a bullet has 5 lands and groove and it's going to the right, and we compare that to another bullet that has 6 lands and grooves and it's going to the left, then we know those did not come out the same barrel. So there's no need to do any type of comparison there. However, if we look at 2 that have those same
Both of those
lanes and
bullets have
grooves,
more
those
lanes
5
of
lands
grooves, and
grooves,
this guy
they're all
has
going to the
folds in
right,
his
they're the
brain.
Same caliber. Then we'll go up that ladder, if you will, and compare those.
This cross-examination is fucking
if they were
inexcusable.
fired by the same
You
fire.
already had a shot at him at a motion.
Tell this jury how many
What are you
steps of that
doing?
ladder you have to go up before you can make an identification.
As far as making an identification,
Oh, God.
it's based on the marks that what we see under the microscope. When we're looking at all of these marks, we want to see that sufficient agreement. Again, we want to see enough agreement so that what is there is better than any agreement that we've seen in tool marks that have been created by different tools. And that's learned on the job, doing this, doing practicals that I did in training, looking at thousands of comparisons.
Oh, so
of
there's
things that
nothing
I've test
objective
fired,
about this? Now
that I
follow up
know
with
are fired
that.
from the
So it's
same gun,
entirely
looking at
subjective
things
to
that I've
your
test
training
fired
and
from different
experience?
guns and looking at that.
Yep.
It's also
No objective
done
standard
through
on this?
studies that I participated in training. I'm looking at things that help us know what that sufficient agreement is within all of those features and looking at the
Ask them to explain
totality
a
of those
scientific
markings.
method.
So we're not going to base our opinion just on one little mark. We're going to look at the entire surface area of that bullet, the entire surface area of that cartridge case in order to make our conclusion. We're not looking at one little mark and making.
Why is he still talking?
So we have to think of the totality.
Just letting him narrate this whole thing off. It's crazy. It's cross, man.
So
yes or no?
the
Yes
short
or
answer
no?
to my question, there is no set number of steps on the ladder you have to reach before you can.
This is
make
phrenology.
We use a pattern.
May as well be running those little hands over my skull.
And that's how we do it. And that's a widely accepted method throughout all firearms examiners in the United States and the world, really. That's what we've been using for years to complete.
And it's
firearms
still garbage.
identification. And that's what's been widely accepted, looking at these patterns and comparing them in order to make our identification and reach our conclusion.
Are you aware that tool mark identification is currently under Supreme Court review?
But
Say that.
isn't it true that that your field of expertise has come under criticism by the scientific community?
Oh my God, go
there
further.
There has been criticism, but again, there's been research completed to.
Gosney sent me the National
to-
Research Council and the President's
support
Council of
firearms
Advisors in
identification.
Science and Technology.
I mean, the National Academy of Scientists issued a report and was pretty critical of the objectivity of your work, that it is more subjective because you don't have a set number of ladder rings on a ladder you got to reach. It's based upon your experience, your training, and your
Exactly
opinion.
what I just said.
But there's no objective criteria by which to measure.
Are you
whether
listening?
something matches
He's on a
or not.
20-second delay, so.
You're aware of that criticism by the National Academy of Scientists, right?
I'm aware of some of the criticism, yes, sir. However,
oh, now he looks like an asshole. Keep going.
The process of making the identification is subjective in nature, but it's based on some objective data that we're looking at. There's, again, lots of information that we're looking at. The contours of those tool marks, the individual peaks and ridges of those tool marks, and looking at it.
In like
it's
palm
not-
reading,
it's
like
not
that.
just looking to see.
Yes.
Is this a match?
Tarot
So we're
cards.
really looking in under high magnification.
Tarot cards are
So
objective.
all of these features to see.
They're
High
objects.
magnification just makes small
what
stuff
agreement or
big. It doesn't
disagreement
make
that-
things
that we can
congruent.
determine. And again, that's based on some objectivity, of how
This
we
guy doesn't
arrive
actually
at
use a
that
magnifier. He just runs his hands over it.
You agree that your chosen field
Caresses
is
each bullet gingerly
part
and
art
Feel the grooves.
as much as science, right?
Our field is an applied science, really. We do
Can finger the
use,
primer pocket.
lighting and angles to look at these features under the microscope, and it's important to know how to move those items around and move those lighting and those different stages on our microscope in order to see some of these markings. It can be difficult to do, and there is a special technique that you have to learn in looking at this and doing it and using that microscope to really become familiar and efficient.
Do you agree with me previously in this courtroom under oath that this profession you're in is part art?
There is some art to it, and that's just the lighting thing. For example, we have to look at that, and we have to use that oblique lighting in order to make some of those striations show up. Again, these are tiny little marks that we're looking at under magnification. But the field itself is not art. It's an
Use
applied
software
science. We're
or your
using,
eyes to make that
scientific
comparison.
processes to reach these conclusions.
Well, my eyes. Oh, fuck off. then.
With years of research to support it.
You first examined item 22 back in June of 2021, correct?
And I wish he would have made it
Which
just
is-
hung
which-
out on that how
which is the
shit
rifle-
is your
the
science.
shotgun that
You moved
Alex
on
Murdaugh
too quick and
had
you
that
didn't
was
peg him
taken by
down.
Deputy Green, right?
Yes, sir.
Start
Item
reading from the
22 was a
NAS
Benelli model
report.
Super Black Eagle, and I did receive that item in June. Yes, sir.
And when did you receive, I'm not gonna pick it up again, but I dropped it and it's almost past 5 o'clock on a Friday. I don't want to create a bit more of a delay, but when did you receive the 300 blackout?
Is that the item 33 rifle?
Yes,
you're
sir.
referring to?
The defense better have an expert lined up that explains how this is junk.
Yes.
I received item 33, which was inside sled container K on June 10th.
And when did you issue your preliminary opinions on item 33 and item 22 to your agency, SLED?
I released some results to our agents and investigators on June 10th. Yes, sir.
I think he calls it art.
Are you aware after June 10th that SLED dive teams have been going out in Colleton County, diving the waters, trying to find murder weapons?
I'm not aware of what all our dive teams were doing. No, sir.
Well, you certainly didn't report to the folks who were relying on your work that we found the murder weapons, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You didn't report to the folks at SLED who rely upon your analysis that, hey, Eureka, we got the murder weapons.
No, sir. That's not what I reported.
And you've never received any projectiles from the shooting range at Moselle to compare.
Objection, Your Honor, ask an answer.
I haven't asked my question yet. Have you ever received any projectiles from the shooting range at Moselle to compare to the projectile item number 8?
Possibly, but you can answer it.
Yes, sir.
If you've answered it before.
Based on my understanding of the scene, I do not believe I received any projectiles from that shooting area.
Did you say you can answer
But
it?
that's based on my understanding of
Answered it
where I
before?
believe the other projectiles were recovered from.
He's just tired.
Or if you haven't.
When you got item 22, the shotgun, do you know whether it had been swabbed on the inside of the barrel?
I believe it had been processed by other departments. However, I do not know what those swabs entailed.
If a shotgun has been recently fired, does it leave evidence in the barrel that soot stuff?
Yes, sir. It's possible that we would see some type of residue from firing in that barrel.
And are you aware that Agent Worley swabbed the top before she removed the 16 gauge shell from it?
No, sir. I do not know what Agent Worley did in this investigation.
Can you see residue with the naked eye of a shotgun that just recently been fired?
Sometimes, yes, sir. And that is something that we also document as part of our examination of the firearm. And when I looked into the barrel and looked down the bore of the item 22 shotgun, I do have in my case file circled that I noticed some fouling or residue in the barrel.
Was it recent fouling or residue, or was it just a dirty gun?
I can't date when that fouling was placed there. That residue was placed there. No, sir, I can't put a time on it.
What about the 300 blackout? Was it? I think you have a note there's some fouling there, but maybe I'm confusing it.
Yes, sir, that's correct. On the item 33 rifle, I did note that there was some fouling or residues in that barrel.
The opinion that you have provided this court as to the shell casings from the murder scene, which are SLED items 2 through 7, and that your opinion is that they were loaded into extracted extracted and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time with items 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116, 17, and 122. And those are shell casings that were found around the house and at the shooting range. Your opinion that they were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm. Do you hold that opinion with 100% certainty?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion. That is the conclusion that I reached.
Did you ever tell Agent Owen that you could not forensically state with 100% certainty?
No, sir. When I arrived at that conclusion, that was my conclusion. And it was also agreed upon by the reviewing examiner.
So if there's a note in Agent Owen's report that you couldn't reach it with 100% certainty, then someone has made a mistake?
I don't know the contents of Agent Owen's report.
Well, they clearly have a witness an expert who disagrees with them.
Or he's baiting him.
It's kind of a terrible cross, all told.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like
What
he
a
should have
wasted
just
opportunity.
the basics of tool mark is garbage. You can't nail down if this is actually from any gun that was recovered, right? Like,
it's a stand. He's doing a little stand break. That was a completely wasted cross examination.
Is this a stand break? They're not break recess for the day?
he's going to let him. I think they're going.
The prosecutor wants to redirect. I don't know
I think he's
why.
going to let him finish.
Why? Why redirect on that?
That's what I mean. If I'm the prosecutor, I'm saying no redirect. We're good.
Maybe if they redirect and then they recross, it'll be worthwhile.
Yeah.
You'd have to wake up. He's tired now. Everybody's tired.
Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 400. Could you kindly review that very, very quickly and let me know if you're familiar with what it is?
At the very least, you better be ready to object here because he's going to try and leave the hell out of him.
Man, those pages are huge.
No, it's just. It's just perspective.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This appears to be a copy of my report.
It's an accurate, complete copy of your report?
Yes, sir. It does appear to be.
All the things we just discussed today?
Yes, sir.
State would move to admit item State's Exhibit 400. I believe it.
No. What?
Mr. Greer, please, because some of the
Wait, what was that?
He got the entire report in.
Please tell us how long has firearms identification and tool mark identification? How long has it been around?
In its current form, I would say the early 1900s is when this really became popular, and firearms identification was born with several important cases.
The fallacy of
It was
antiquity.
as early as
Good
the
work.
1900s that they started looking at this evidence and looking at those individual characteristics through microscopy. So ever since that time, it's just evolved and grew with further research and support, advances in technology, and but it's been around for several years.
And are you familiar with any studies that were done utilizing what would be called consecutive barrels?
Yes, sir.
Firearms. Explain to us what a consecutive barrel study would be and what's done in those.
Sure. When we're looking at those characteristics under the microscope that were imparted onto a fired bullet or a fired bullet or a cartridge case. And we're looking at all those tiny little features. A consecutively manufactured study takes into the account of the manufacturing process. So all those marks, as we discussed, are coming from that gun being produced by a manufacturer. Metal scraping and removing metal. So we have tools cutting and tool stamping and really working on hard metal surfaces. So when we look at a study that has consecutively manufactured things, that presents an opportunity for a worst case scenario for us as examiners. If those tools were going to leave markings on other firearms, so if you had this breech face being made,
His worst case scenario is having to open a jar.
It made the next one. It made the next one. Those are consecutively manufactured. If there's any carryover of those characteristics from one to another, that's what that study does. It highlights that and it puts that as an emphasis as part of that study. And we as examiners are looking at that. That's our worst case scenario. If we're going to see any carryover of that tool making that item or that breech face, we would expect to see marks. There's several studies that are out there, and I've participated in several of those as part of my training, where we're given samples that have been fired by consecutively manufactured barrels. So if we see any agreement between each of those barrels, we should see it there. Or studies where we have consecutively manufactured breech faces. Again, those are breech faces made by the same tool, one right after another. And if we see agreement in there, we should see it in that study. I've participated in those studies, in those research projects. Some of them have been studies prior to me becoming an examiner, and I was able to clearly distinguish and accurately distinguish between those projectiles. So I was able to determine those projectiles were fired by this barrel, this barrel, this barrel, and this barrel, or that cartridge case was fired by this gun with that breech face, this gun with that breech face, and this gun with that breech face. So we are aware of that in our community, and we do things to be proactive on
Objection.
that. And that's just an
fucking
example.
novel.
And that's something I participated in and was able to successfully pass as part of my competency in determining what was fired by what in those consecutively manufactured studies.
And you were able to compare firearms that were consecutively manufactured, one after the other, right after the
Objection leading. Asked and answered. Shut up and sit down.
And just for clarity, we're talking about, I'm referring to items 33 and 22 on your report. That would be the item 33 being the blackout rifle, and then item 22 on the camouflage Black Eagle 3.
Yes, sir.
Your results for some of those were, when you say inconclusive, what does that mean? Does that mean that they could have been fired, or that you just can't determine?
That's correct. Inconclusive is one of our conclusions that we can issue.
Which one is it? You mean A or B?
That's
correct.
Inconclusive technically isn't a conclusion you can issue. It's the opposite.
Means is it's possible it could have been fired by that gun, and it's possible that it may not have been fired by that gun.
It's all BBC for this guy, folks.
Oh my God.
Attention to states, to your item number 165, States Exhibit 147. Remind us again what that item is.
Could I see item 165?
Make me find it.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Oh my God.
So this is what the seventh circle of hell feels like.
If you have it.
No, sir. I'm not sure that I would be able to find it.
It should be here. Unfortunately. 146. All right, I'm handing you what's entered into evidence in States 147. That would be sled item 165.
Yes, sir.
Did you identify what it is again and where it was located when it was found, more importantly?
Yes, sir. This was a Winchester 12 gauge shot shell. And on the side of the shot shell, it's stamped dry lock 3-inch 2. On the packaging for State's Exhibit 147, it says from nightstand in Paul's room.
Looks like a thermos
I know
in his hands.
Council asked you a question about, your field being an applied science, just so we understand what an applied science is. Are there any other examples of fields that are applied in that general realm of applied science?
Oh, this is going to make me mad.
Yes, sir. A lot of what we do as firearms examiner is learned through our process of training and looking at samples and learning the job. It's kind of like, if you will, a physician. They go to school. They learn a lot in their medical school, but they still do a residency program, if you will. So they're on.
I'm kind of like a doctor.
Doctor.
Comparing what he does to.
Oh my God!
He's already out of the gate. What's the point? And it's also not a. You have to give the reason for the objection.
So they learn things in school. Firearms identification is not something
They
that
learn
you
things
can
in school. I
necessarily
learn
go
things
to
in
a
school.
and
I'm
learn to
basically
do.
a fucking
You can't get a
PhD in
neuroscientist.
The next day. There are universities across the nation that
They do brain
firearms
surgery. I do
identification
gun
as part of their
surgery.
Firearms program, and they're teaching that component. But in order to achieve your competency at this, you need on-the-job training. You need the experience and looking at these samples and knowing how to evaluate the markings that we're looking at on these ammunition components.
Lastly, Agent Greer, Mr. Greer, refer you to State's Exhibit.
I mean, we all know about the NSA report criticizing medicine.
I have accurately predicted the future on at least 15 separate occasions.
Direct your
I'm
attention
trained
to
in tarot
item
card reading.
128. Can you see that on your screen, Mr. Greer?
Yes, sir, I can.
Specifically, your findings concerning 2 through 7.
This guy can reach between the molecules.
Which items were 2 through 7?
Those were from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, respectively. And from my understanding of the crime scene, those were the ones that were located around Margaret Murdaugh's body.
Okay. And again, we're on what page now, Mr. Greer?
That's on page 7. Yes, sir.
Items 2 through 7 found around Maggie's body. Items
expertise
35 through 37 and 39, where were those located?
Those were from the side entrance door, which would be the door, I believe, coming out of the gun room area.
And items 108, 113, 116 through 17, and 122, where were those located?
Those were from various areas thought to be from the shoot field or from the field.
And tell me again what your conclusion was.
I was able to determine that based on matching characteristics in the mechanism marks that items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113.
This guy salts his food 1 grain at a time.
Through 117 and 122
all he can
had
pick
all
up.
been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
You can't move boulders.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Further
Thank God.
examination.
You have a chance to do something here.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank
Let's
you.
just
Step
not.
down. And while he's preparing to step down, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the remainder of the day and the
Of our lives.
weekend, and we'll need you back at 11:30 on Monday
All right.
morning.
Does he still have more
11:30.
That means
Four
financial
evidence?
argument in the morning.
And this guy has Parkinson's. They call it quantum jitters. Oh my God, that was horrendous. Ugh.
Well, that was
Okay.
a missed opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully their expert will rehab it. But I mean, they should have been hammering this guy. But you can't say that these guns came from, or these bullets came from this gun, right? Well, we did an in-depth. No, just answer the question. Did this bullet come from this gun? I don't know. Then why are you here? Why are you
Because
here?
they pay me.
The worst part is they had a full, essentially the equivalent of a Dauber hearing on
Wait,
this
wait,
guy.
wait.
They had
Hold on.
Which witnesses will you have?
Your Honor, if we're talking about the in-camera hearing, we'll have Mark Tinsley, and we do have another issue, which I believe I had indicated to Your Honor perhaps in the pretrial conversation as to a conversation that took place a few days after the crimes occurred, in which there were a number of individuals present. Mr. Murdaugh was present. I don't know the contents of that meeting because I've been out of an abundance of caution, have stayed away from that.
Oh,
I
don't
believe
you?
that we may have a little bit of testimony just on whether or not there is any attorney-client privilege to that conversation. I've been careful throughout this investigation preparation not to be privy to that, but I do believe that it is not an attorney-client privilege conversation, but I'd like the court's ruling on that before I became privy to the contents of that. That's the only other issue at this time that I think would be addressed in camera that morning.
Your Honor, and sort of a surprise here. Were those conversations recorded?
No. And I mentioned this.
Neither one of us know what the contents of those conversations are.
I believe Mr. Griffin was present at this meeting, which is exactly why I wanted the court's ruling before I became privy to the contents of the defendant's statements at that meeting.
Excuse me, what?
We'll wait with bated breath to hear whatever it is.
Well, if Griffin was present,
Can you
how would it
more
not be
specific
attorney-client?
as to what you're talking about, Mr. Waters?
From my understanding, there was a meeting or some sort of gathering in which Mr. Griffin and Mr. Murdaugh and then a number of other individuals were present, in which the defendant made some statements. The contents.
Is this in the car?
I think
Is this
some
in
of his partners
No.
and
It's
other
later.
individuals, maybe some family, to which I have never been privy to the contents. However, I would like to know the contents, but I've been careful out of an abundance of caution not to ever become privy until I
Okay,
had a
you're
ruling from the
bullshitting.
court that there was no attorney-client privilege because of the presence of third parties to that conversation. So I would like to address that with the court, and if the court believes that and rules that there is no attorney-client privilege, then I may, at the appropriate time, examine people who were present at that conversation as to what the defendant said.
You think he's unaware of content?
No, he wants to invade.
Hold on.
That would be in relation to the murders of Maggie and Paul. It is an in-camera matter that if we have the time available, I wanted to raise that with the court. Maybe we can go ahead and knock that one out as well.
All right. Any thoughts by the defense?
Your Honor, what he's referring to is, it was on Thursday, June the 10th, when SLED came to John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting property to interview Alec, to interview John Marvin Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, Buster Murdaugh, and and I was there to represent Alec for purposes of that. Before SLED got there, we were all in the house. I have no idea what beyond that he's talking about. I mean, what was supposedly said or heard, or I have no idea, but beyond that.
Well, you just said he can now examine those witnesses to ask what was said.
That he's trying to find the substance of and who he's going to get them from.
You just gave him a list of who he can get them from. But this should have been handled way earlier.
That's just it. We would have a witness as to the circumstances of who was present, and in the event that Your Honor rules that because of the presence of third parties, it was not a protected conversation. Then
What are you hoping to get?
Become privy or asked to become.
You don't
privy
get to
the
just
contents
fish for
of
this,
that.
though.
And
I want to know what was
this is-
said. Oh, fuck
By
off.
inquiring of who?
Well, the witnesses who were present, and so I'm going to call one of those, which
Law
could be
partners.
exactly. And again, I wouldn't even have to do that on the stand. I would just want Your Honor's blessing before I did that because of an abundance of caution and protection of the attorney-client privilege. At that point, I could, offline become privy to the content of it. It may be nothing. I've just been told that there was that meeting. And
Who told you?
and the circumstances of it, and I don't believe.
Does he think
it's
Alex
protected, and so I'd
confessed
like
to these
know
people that he murdered
what
his wife and
the
son?
defendant said at that meeting.
Sounds like he's asking for a deposition, Your Honor.
Yep.
He's got no right to an evidentiary hearing about what happened at a meeting.
Yep.
In the course of a trial. He's got no right to compel people to come testify so we can find out what was said. That's discovery. I mean, You know,
We're
state
long
grand jury
past
allows
that.
him to do that, but there's no rule that permits him to conduct a deposition, whether
When
in
they-
court or out of court. And that's what he's trying to do.
When did you find out about this?
Not asking to conduct a deposition, Your Honor. I'm actually
I
been
know.
doing this out of abundance of caution.
Oh, fuck off with your abundance of
protection
caution.
Of the
Exactly.
defendant's
It's
rights
such
and making sure
bullshit.
that we didn't cross the line
Nobody
without the
believes
court's
you.
input. And again, the content may be something that's useful.
This should have been a pretrial motion.
If
For a
you'd like
deposition.
to
When did you find
brief
out
or
about
send a
this?
memo or cases to the court regarding statements made in the presence of counsel and third parties, whether that's protected by attorney-client privilege
It's the
or
wrong
not,
question.
then the court can address the issue.
Yeah, I'm with Bronco on this one.
Yeah, it's way.
It's the wrong
And,
question.
I'll be happy to
Oh my
address that
God.
Monday morning. I will.
That's me crazy. You can't get the right answer if you don't know the right question.
The short answer is no, you don't have attorney-client privilege when third parties are present.
South Eacham Second 44, which just generally, of course, states the rule that if attorney-client privilege communications are related in the presence of third parties, protection is lost. And I can.
No, this
go
is
ahead
fine.
and
No doubt
answer
about
that, to Your Honor.
This is a
And
sandbag.
I'll certainly be prepared to address that.
This should have been done long ago. Not
Right.
It's like ambush.
Because now this is surprise for the defense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 9:30.
All right. Yeah, well, that's what I asked. When did you find out about this? When did you decide you wanted to do this?
Well, if it was done on June 10th, I mean,
exactly. You had some
it-
time.
it doesn't even matter when they found out. They could find out about it today. They had discovery. They had the opportunity to interview any of these people and at any point ask, hey, were there any meetings that you had with you and Alec Murdaugh that we're not aware of? You know, we know about this one, this one, this one. Did you have any others? They could have asked every single witness there if they had a meeting. And
Yeah,
when
but
they
not
found
today.
out-
Here's
Right.
the thing. Unless here's what he might be trying to do. He's been putting on these different witnesses for the 404 examinations. If he gets an answer in one of those questions that he didn't anticipate that suggests there was a meeting that he says he wasn't aware of, he's essentially trying to reopen discovery at this point and get a deposition during the course of trial. And with that, I'm 100% in line with what the defense is saying at this point in time. If you're getting information about a meeting that you weren't aware of, that you had the opportunity to discover during your investigation, but you get that on the stand as a surprise, you don't get to say, hold up, let me see if I can invade attorney-client privilege in the middle of a trial and
You're too
surprise
late.
the defense with a new witness.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's this is risky because the judge is so freaking permissive. But
Yeah,
then
it's like-
how are they going to navigate this? Because you have to ask questions that are related to some sort of conclusion. So you can't just ask, well, what was said? Tell me everything that was said at this meeting. Like, that is insane. Like, that's a wild proposition.
That's what you do in the
depositions are for.
investigation.
Right.
This is what Creighton Waters has been doing the whole time. I've been furious about a lot of the financial stuff because you ever realize his tone of voice completely changes when he's talking about the financial crimes? It's like he's walking around with a hard on talking about the financial elements of these crimes. Goes straight into cross-examination mode no matter who's up on the stand. He wants to keep fishing. He wants to bury this guy behind everything he can. And I hate the fact that the finances keep coming up over and over and over again. It's overwhelming the trial. It's
Yeah. Lucentile says, shouldn't this be done by the taint team anyway, even if it's allowed not by the state? No, because almost certainly if there are multiple people present, nothing said in the presence of anyone else is going to be protected by attorney-client privilege. So if Griffin and if Murdaugh are having a conversation and then anyone else is sitting next to him, they can ask that guy anything that Murdaugh says because anything would effectively be admissible as a party statement against his own interest. Who they really can't ask is Murdaugh or Griffin. Those they're not going to answer. They're not going to bring them on the stand. But anybody else present there, yeah, they could certainly ask them questions about what was said. And like Andrew said, it's almost definitely not protected. I mean, that attorney-client privilege exists between you and your attorney, and maybe you, your spouse, and your attorney, if your spouse is present because you get spousal privilege along with that. But that's, I mean,
yeah, I mean,
don't you waive
spousal
it by,
privilege gets pretty.
it gets messy.
It gets messy. I mean, what if your spouse wants to testify? Is it her privilege or is it your right? So
it's supposed to be yours, but you know,
but no,
spousal
it's you,
privilege
your
isn't as
lawyer,
protected.
and of course, you know, anyone working for the lawyer. Obviously, anybody in the practice would be covered by privilege. Experts, you know, they're talking with, probably almost certainly covered by privilege. But once it's outside that circle, that's just a normal person,
right?
But the prosecutor's saying that he doesn't know what the contents of that are. I'm just like, okay, so they put this guy up on the stand. What happens if he gets up and he's like, he said that he was innocent? It's like,
he couldn't even say who it was.
Yeah, this is weird. This is like some last minute shenanigan BS.
I think I think he actually does know. I'm calling bullshit on him saying he doesn't know the contents of this conversation.
That's what I've been calling all along. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was so careful. I was so careful. No, you. First of all, I doubt it. Second of all, you're protesting way too much about how careful you are. Third of all, you're not willing to disclose the name of the person who gave you this information about this meeting or what might have been said. And you're going to tell me that someone came up to you and was like, "Oh, by the way, I just want to let you know there was a meeting with some people." And so, yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to say. There was a meeting with these guys involved. Oh, okay. Why do I care?
London stuff, yeah.
Never a follow-up question of why he needs to know about this meeting or what was said at it. I don't buy it for a second.
Chat made a pretty bad joke.
What's that?
We're talking about spouses privilege.
Yeah.
I don't know that would apply in this case. That was the chat's joke. But no, it's a solid joke.
No, actually, he has absolute spousal privilege here. She can't say a damn thing about it.
Well, that's true.
Oh. You want to figure out how to solidify spousal privilege? Take the Alex Murdaugh course on.
Only $3 million.
Not legal advice.
Speak for yourself. Okay, let me start reading these super chats. Blue Varo says Nick got judge blocked. I wish. Smoky Bones, YouTube won't let me say what I want to say about this guy. This is our friend Mr. Greer. Blue Varo says today's show is brought to you by the following word: inconclusive. Luis Cuevas, ask Drex if this guy has ever given him snacks or if he just watched. Amazing Wireless 2 says I'm a little behind Nick, but boot this abo hole. Justin Wright, I would screw with this guy by handing him a bunch of spent shells and ask him if they are from the same weapon. And really now says, don't think spousal privilege matters in this case. Oh, yeah, that's the one you were just talking about. Andrew, looks like you've got a thing here.
Hey, yeah, thanks. Upcoming, folks, Saturday, April 15th, our Law of Self-Defense Advanced online class, how to make yourself hard to convict, an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property, taught live by me, full day course, Saturday, April 15th. And if you sign up for that course this month, the month of February, you get 25% off your registration. This is the only one of these classes scheduled for 2023. Learn more and sign up at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Thanks, brother.
Thank you, sir. Of course. Of course. Welcome back,
hey,
Steve.
What happened to the time, man?
He's getting ready for Vice's stream.
That's right. I'm getting ready. I'm think that sidecar is luring me to the. I got
the dark side.
My liver for the Vice's stream, just so I can hang.
Did you watch any of this?
I only caught the last little bit, which was the
Nick,
thing
you're doing
about
Bronco wrong.
What? Oh shit! Yeah. I've been keeping it south of having 7 people on. Give me just a second. Boom.
I only caught the last little bit with the William Tubin. Okay, are they going to have Tubin on? I wonder. Somebody just they're hitting my erogenous zones here on the chat. Sorry, no, I just
wait. I'm
caught
sorry. Tubin is Tubin is in your erogenous zone.
Yes, Tubin and Blau. I sent you an email. You might have not got it, but it was on the ballistics experts about.
Well, you're talking about a different Tubin than I am.
Yeah.
No, not that Tubin. No, Tubin and Blau. It's Tobin, Tobin, and Blau, Blau, which is the definitive study on gunshot tool mark matching and debunking that. And there's also the National Science Council study, as well as the President's Council study on forensic sciences. So those are the first things. And
sorry,
then,
when you said Tubin and then they're hitting me in my erogenous zones, I was like, what are you talking about, Steve?
My erogenous zones are in the law.
Yeah. I think Tubin may have crossed some legal lines himself, frankly.
Yes. No, I was wondering if they were going to actually have him in the as an expert, which would be really cool. I'd love to see him talk. But no, I caught the end when they were talking about the late reveal and the digging and the discovery, and they want to invade attorney-client privilege at this in the middle of a trial. That's insane. That's mistrial. That's mistrial stuff.
Well, probably not going to have attorney-client privilege conversations in there. That's one thing that seems clear, unless you have a different opinion. But it seems like there's 5 or 6 people present. One of them happens to be Murdaugh. One of them happens to be his attorney Griffin. But the presence of those other people seems to preclude any attorney-client privilege. Unless you have a different...
Maybe so, maybe no. But here we are in the middle of the trial, and the state's going to pull some inculpatory statement out of the defendant's mouth and throw that in the middle of the trial that the defense went to trial with, speedy trialed on, without the benefit of that information and discovery. That's way unfair.
But
Way
is
unfair.
it acceptable? I would say it's unacceptable, but I only know the Dutch legal system, European. But
No,
is it?
It's hard to predict anything getting called as a foul on the prosecutor in a lot of these cases. They get to pull a lot of the whole surprise a lot easier than the defense can.
No, but like if by the book, if you obviously I mean, how many times are you gonna get caught? Are you gonna get any results out of lying on stand? I mean,
well, the book depends on how good the attorney is arguing it.
Here's the other fun thing. What happens if that statement turns out to be the lawyer recognizes that this statement is false? Now we've got a problem where the lawyer has a potential conflict because they could be a witness as to this statement. They would have known that at the beginning of the trial, but if it had been disclosed.
There are so many problems with what the state's trying to do here. It's incredibly dirty. It's incredibly problematic. It would inject a major appellate issue into the case if it was ever allowed. There's just no way. The fact that this judge is even entertaining it is ridiculous. But he, like, I think it was Andrew just when I was coming on, somebody said this judge has been super permissive, and that's a fatal flaw. I mean, that is a major flaw that this judge has. I mean, I like his demeanor. He's he seems very careful and methodical, but you could go to an extreme on all things, and that includes being overly deferential and overly careful to the point that you're going to make mistakes like this. You know, a judge should say, "You want to do what? You want to do what? Denied. Move on, counselor." I mean, you know, a good judge would take control of this instead of like, "Oh, I'm so cautious about everything." Get some assertion.
Yeah, but
what would Judge Borkowski do?
That was what I was thinking.
You can't do that. Who are you going to add as a witness? Why? Where'd you discover them? Did you lie about it? Get in chambers. I'm going to kill you. The Wizard of Ego
shotgun.
Wizard of Ego does say that Tobin is on the witness list, Gosney. So you should.
Oh man, that is so freaking great. You don't even know. I've been an admirer of Tobin for years. That article, people, you need to put that. Did you get my email? You need to put that in the chats because
you need to put it in the chats.
Okay, all right, I'll do it.
Well, Steve, to be honest, I hope this guy is as advertised because that entire cross exam was a complete.
Oh, now tell me, I missed the entire cross exam of the firearms guy, the matching guy, right?
You were gone for like 6 hours. I didn't realize that you were gone that long, Steve.
You missed nothing.
There's a lot of filibustering going on.
It was worthless. His conclusions were that it was inconclusive. the defense would not nail him down to a yes or no answer. Even when the judge told him he had to give a yes or no answer, he didn't. And the defense didn't follow up with I asked you and the judge told you for a yes or no answer. So just give me the yes or no answer. He just let him narrate an entire story about every single question. It was embarrassing.
And bury his exculpatory evidence, right? I mean, instead of just saying it was inconclusive, he'd say 100 words, lull the jury to sleep, and then just say inconclusive and stop. They never heard that.
I'm gonna put the study in chat in the YouTube chat. Can you put it in Rumble chat?
Sure.
So while you're doing that, Andrew, can I maybe ask for your law self-defense course? I'm quite interested. Maybe some other people from Europe are. How can we?
It's only American law. I have no idea how you do
things. No,
things.
I know it's American law. No, we do shit. No, don't even go there because it doesn't make any sense here. No, but maybe we're interested in following it. So is it live or do you get it sent online?
It's live. It's a live stream class. I'm going to put you have access to the private chat here, right? In this.
Yeah, no, I know. But maybe
I put my email in there.
Cheers, yeah.
Email me and I'll send you whatever.
But anyone who's interested, even Europeans, can go to lawofselfdefense.com/advanced and get sign up info on the course right there.
Exactly. So. And this is the advanced course?
It's the advanced course, full day.
There you go.
Every course Andrew does is advanced.
Many hours of listening to me.
Well, you do have the voice, so I like it.
Very kind.
Okay, so yes, there's lots of chats. I want to start going through them, but if anything pops up, please go ahead and pop in and say whatever. Virgin Nerd.
Oh, sorry. Ahead. I've got to slip out. So thanks for having me on. And this was wild, that ending.
Yeah, buddy.
The ending, I missed the lead up. Did I catch the best part?
Yes.
Yes.
All that part that you missed it was very slow and boring.
But if you're saying that he did
Wait,
not.
Uncle. No, he's gone.
Are you saying?
No,
or did you say that he did not? What he testified that the shells did not match? What was the evidence of the defense?
No, that it was inconclusive. That was what he testified to, was that it was inconclusive what gun they were fired from.
But he's a genius. He's brilliant. He's never wrong. He's always been able to do this. He studies as much as doctors. He can read the future and tell you how special you are. He's basically God. Just has come down.
That's what all these guys got. But I thought the state said in their opening statements that the shell casings that were found on the property were a match to the murder weapon.
Well, so correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but this is what I heard. I heard that all the shell casings were a match with each other for extraction, chambering in the same gun, not attached to any specific gun, but they'd all been cycled through the same gun. And the ones that were not at the crime scene, the ones from the house and the ones at the range, had similar matching with each other in terms of firing. But none of them were matched to a particular gun.
Minor adjustment to that. There were some from the house, not from the crime scene, that did match the recovered 300 blackout rifle, but not all of them. There were a couple casings that matched that one. I believe I heard that, but I was staring at his hands.
So what you're saying, this was another one of those, the good stuff gets buried in a mountain of BS and nothing. So the only thing that
there's still nothing attached. We still don't know what the murder weapon is.
Well, correct. I got that, but they're saying that whatever the murder weapon was, it fired the same shell casings as were found elsewhere on the property, right?
That's what his testimony is.
Okay, well, that's tool mark evidence, and that goes to that the murder weapon was one of the Murdaugh guns, right?
If that evidence is to be trusted, then yeah.
Yeah,
but even if so, what difference does it make?
Oh man, I can't wait. Tubin's going to testify. See, this is me geeking out and nerding out on law stuff. I've been arguing this point in appeals for years, and I'm telling you, years. I'm going to shout out to my buddy Ernie Chang, who is a great defense attorney down in Titusville, who turned me on to this whole issue and turned me on to the Tobin Blau paper. about this firearms matching, and I have argued it, and this might be the case where we finally get some law out of the appellate courts. With Tubin on there, I thought they'd have him because he is the guy. He's the one that basically, and the reason I'm telling you to read that paper is he takes apart this tool mark matching evidence and says, okay, what can be said and what cannot be said? Here's all the problems with this tool mark matching science. And he shows you why it is not science. It's an art, it's an opinion, and you cannot definitively do that. And he takes it apart systematically. And he is a very credentialed, extremely well-respected guy, along with Blau. So if you want to know why I'm so strong opinion about this, it's because of that paper and the follow-on. I'm not just the National Science Foundation and the President's Council on Forensic Sciences both agreed with Blau and Tobin. So no.
I've given everyone titles now.
This,
my new favorite
interesting,
thing.
Because the defense team also wanted to bring in some evidence what had to do with a polygraph. I don't know if you know anything about that. That was in one of the motions in limine. This was
in this case.
Name was in this case in the motions in limine. It was the sort of groundskeeper. What he was mentioned as ground. No, sorry. Here we go again. It's the guy who shot Alec through the head. It's his drug dealer. Sorry.
Oh, his assassin.
Yeah, but that was his drug dealer. And also the guy, who shot him through the head. He is the guy who was, I think when he shot Alec through the head, it was picked up by the cops, and then he testified about this case. I'm not sure. You can find the motion in limine. It might be interested to deal with it. He went on to have a polygraph test and failed in certain areas where he was asked about the shootings of Paul and
polygraphs aren't
polygraphs.
admissible.
Yeah, I know.
However, I'll qualify that though to say that if you take a polygraph, the statements that you make in response to questions are admissible. So the statements are admissible. The fact that it's in the context of a polygraph are not. So a lot of people will make statements and then they think, oh, it's not admissible. No, it's absolutely admissible. They're just not going to mention that it was a polygraph.
Yeah. Okay. So the state, I think that was, I think this was a motion in limine of the state, and I think it was regarded to a Brady violation. I don't know the exact thing. Maybe Nick, you can look it up.
Well, I'm not going to look it up now because I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. But I'll look it up later.
But it's basically that the defense can't bring up a claim of third-party guilt.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
Because the story of this drug dealer.
So was there a hearing? Was there a motion? Was there a ruling? What happened?
No, there was a motion, and I think this is the same with this judge. He did what he I think always does. He says it will come up during the trial when it comes into evidence. He's not really a big ruler on motions beforehand.
That must be hard to do your job as a judge. Verge of nervous breakdown. Welcome to Paralegal. Oh wait, Rob, you have to get out of here, right?
Yeah, I got to run. I got to get some food in me before this evening's live stream. So,
are you going to be on Devices?
No, he's going to be on with me.
Well, I've also got my Friday night show at 8. So I've got that going on at 8. I'm going to probably blow a gasket talking about that cross. And then I'll be on later with Nick.
I can't wait. I can't wait. All right, buddy. Eat up and we'll talk to you later.
See you guys.
Take care, Rob.
Peace.
Bye, Rob.
Guys, make sure you check out all of my panelists. I've got most of their links in the description. I don't have Law and Lumber. Wait, I do. I've got links to everybody except for Charlie, who doesn't have social media, but I've got links to everybody else in the description. You can check them out, and including Legally Dirty Blonde. She doesn't have a YouTube channel, but she has a podcast on Spotify that's listed on there. And I've got some stuff with Steve Gosney and Andrew Branca, aside from just their YouTube links. We've got, the advanced course in Steve's book. So make sure you check everybody out. Sour Cream says
I will mention on the polygraphs are complete BS when it comes to the science. But what they can be effective at is if the person you're questioning believes they work, You can get answers out of them that you wouldn't otherwise get.
They're an investigatory tool, not a trial tool.
Well, you know that
Yeah.
I have a friend who would very much disagree with you, Mr. Bronca.
I know, but I'm still right.
I think everyone is a friend who would disagree with Mr. Bronco, but I think he's right on more occasions.
Except that my friend is probably the premier guy.
Oh, he's
you could
asking for
possibly-
friends.
Yes.
Mhm.
Bronca knows what I'm talking about.
All right, here we go. Sour Cream says, the chair is at the door. The chair is at the door. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. Echo, Echo, Bravo, 3 Delta. Kevin Coburn says, is there a good reason that the defense did not deal with these prior acts issues with a motion in limine? Seems like a mistake to allow the state to even bring it up in their opening statements. We've covered this. They did attempt to, but this judge ambiguously deals with motions in limine where he just doesn't rule on them. Says, well, we'll get to them when they come up. Rick Nikita says hotels are expensive. They can be. Absolutely. I assume you're talking about Vegas. Yeah. Some hotels are
confirmed.
not.
I will be there. I'll definitely. My wife just sent me the tickets, so
sweet.
I'll be there.
Sweet. Looking forward to that. Travis
Both of you,
Schipple
Steve?
says,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Travis Schipple says, hey, Steve, saw those kids last night downtown Charleston that got to the Citadel. They're all savages. Charleston is full. Or that go to the Citadel. I think it's because you were talking about like college kids in Charleston.
Oh, yeah. No, the Citadel kids are a little tougher, but no, I'm talking about you go to Charleston, all the kids are walking around with their bow ties and their parasols. It's so great. I love it. It's an old world, man. It's very much gentility and Southern hospitality.
I could see Mr. Greer walking around with a bow tie and a parasol.
Who's great? Oh, the guy.
The defense expert.
Yeah, funny.
Jolson WTTM says any more of these deep fakes of Nick and he'll get on camera crying with eyeliner running, saying that this is what real pain looks like. Yes, that'll be me. Liberty or Death says Nick's family is 1024th inventor of Tabasco. There you go. Yes. Fallen Hero 4567 says, can you summarize the 2 stories and take my money? Summarize the 2 stories.
Did you finish the story?
The Tabasco story? I did
Tabasco.
not.
No, you didn't. So this is
the summary is it's long been lore in my family that my great uncle or whatever who worked at a Hilton restaurant in Louisiana invented Tabasco sauce. He had a very vinegary sauce made with these Tabasco peppers. He did a handshake agreement with some guy who wanted to market it. He ate there. He liked the sauce. He wanted to market it and bottle it. The guy then cut him out of the deal. So he took the recipe to the McElhennys, who are the richest family in town, said, I don't want anything. Please just run this guy out of business. And they did. If you ask the McElhennys, they would deny this till their dying day. Of course, they would never, ever admit that that happened. I don't know if it's true, ladies and gentlemen. I don't care. No one in my family has ever approached them and asked them for money or any sort of credit or anything. It's just a lore story that's probably made up that my grandmother used to tell. I don't know. That's it. But as a joke, the one time to summarize the gambling story was when I had $20 given to me at a casino. I went to the Tabasco machine and I put the money in and I ended up getting the max payout on a nickel slot and I won like $300. It was great. It was wonderful. So I figured that tells me that the story is true because the machine recognized its true heritage at my touch.
And it's on the internet now, so it's true.
Yes, that's correct. Farside SC, I just got home from Vegas last night and came home to 3 kids and a wife with the coof. I'm not sure what's worse, knowing I'm going to catch it or worrying when my wife notices what she's caught. Scott Fox, the DA sounds like Zelensky from Tommy Boy. Farrell Drake, welcome to Paralegal. Dan Reeder, thank you for the donation. He also says, it looks like the prosecution watched the movie Fargo, sold the script for their case, but dropped a few pages on the way. Slick556 says, if finance stuff is allowed by the judge, do you think the 6-figure amounts being tossed around are going to prejudice the jury? Murdaugh's already thought of as the Clintons and Kennedys of the Low Country.
Yes.
Yes. I think, Steve, you brought that up.
Right. No, I think that not only is it the theft dangers, it's this class thing. I mean, people get very jealous and envious. And, you know, if you've got a jury, I mean, the jury's nobody's going to have the wealth that this guy has, and him throwing around money and stealing, especially steal. That's why I think stealing from that little kid the little kid, the 33-year-old, but the son of the housekeeper or whatever that passed away, and he stole $1 million from her or something. That is just not going to go over. There's a class envy thing that could play into this. Just get him because he's rich. You know, that's also a prejudicial effect of this trial.
Top City says, would it be worthless for the defense to let this testimony in to provide validity to the alternative theory that his defrauded clients wanted him dead? That would not be a good strategy. It would be a mitigation of the admission of all the evidence. But again, this evidence of the financial stuff is so overtly prejudicial and puts him in such a bad light that it's impossible to think of a jury finding him not guilty when he's been such a colossal asshole.
Yeah, the right ruling really for the judge here would be to exclude it based on prejudicial effect outweighs the probative value. But I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to let it in, and it's just going to endlessly delay this case. And the more the state, though, the amount of stuff they want to put in and talk about really almost overwhelms. Like, people, when they're listening to this, are like, "What happened to the murder trial?"
Yep.
Yeah.
And
what is this
then
trial
you've
about?
then you get you got a trial within a trial. It's kind of like a Shakespeare play, the play within the play.
Plot thickens.
Mm-hmm.
Kangi Cosmos says, I wonder if the rejected call on Paul's phone from Robert Bull is the same Robert Bull who owns the Smugglers Inn on the border of U.S. and Canada. Says he's sometimes an informant and also helps illegals cross the border. Call around the time of vids. Who knows? No idea. And that's a critical thing to both that Top City question about the alternative, theories. You can raise alternative theories, but it's basically going to be on closing arguments. You're like, and by the way, did you see all of the people he defrauded? All of these people have motive to kill his family. And that's all you're going to get, because you're not going to get testimony to support it. You're not going to get evidence.
The defense strategy to rebut such testimony.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, my point is, you're not going to get evidence in on it. You're not going to be asking these people, oh, by the way, did you want to kill him? Because they're not going to say yes. So you're going to have to just throw that in there at the end. It's going to be a very weak rebuttal to a lot of very prejudicial evidence, is my opinion. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder how much the defense, because this defense team is obviously pretty gold-plated. I'm wondering how much they discussed the paint him as the saintly father, good guy that everybody likes, and if they saw that as potentially opening the door. I'm wondering how much they actually attacked that. I had a similar issue in a case where we discussed it beforehand, because there was some bad video that was from a week before that we thought was unrelated, but that would hurt our client. And we specifically said, we do not want to open that door. And of course, it was that gotcha moment that the cop introduces the stuff in non-responsive to our question. And so the cop opens the door and we redirected him. And then the state says, oh, they opened the door by asking the cop a question. It was so dirty. This issue hits me close to home, because I've been on the bad end of it. And it's really, I hate this gotcha game that the state likes to play.
Corn Pop says, bus Steve to Vegas, party bus. Yeah, that'd be fun. A generic account says, if nothing else, this trial is making me reappraise my use of debt and my finances generally. Thanks, Big Red. Jesus Crisp says, we love Steve too much to put him on a Greyhound with the pores.
Thank you.
Beautiful Messy Ball says, one of Gloria Satterfield's sons has disabilities, so please be nice. Is that the one who was talking today? I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to be mean.
Oh,
I just
right.
have Eric.
No, he looked like he was a little messed up to me.
But he could have also just been really introverted.
Nervous.
Yeah.
Yep.
Eric Non-Idol says the Daryl Brooks trick blended in with his team. Brian P, thanks for the donation. Lottie says, did the whole town do it Orient Express style? Yes. Pro AF Farrier, I'm just a simple horseshoer, but how does murder magically make financial crimes go away? It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off for him. And this is, of course, the big question that the state has never shown us. And they may have a theory on it, and it may be a good one, and they may have evidence to bolster it, but we haven't seen it yet. Corn Pop, find Steve's knife. You got the killer. Isaac G, something to note. The Attorney General of South Carolina himself has been sitting in on the trial in the prosecution. Patrick Kiernan, welcome to lawyer status. Big Rig 0485 says, objection, boring. Kevin Dorr, I expect the prosecutor to call in Lindsey Graham to say Alex M gave him his ladybugs. Brian P, could you lose your law license over your OnlyFans site asking for a friend? You know, that's a good question. I think it would largely depend what is on the OnlyFans site, but generally speaking, lawyers get protection, First Amendment protections for their non-law or non-practice related activities. In most
you have to
states.
send us access. We'll take a look and let you know what we think.
Yeah, there you go. But there is certain content you could do that would be legal on OnlyFans that may violate some of those rules against prejudices. So be careful. Shut Up, I Can Cook says, this is so riveting. I can't get enough. Steve Robertson, your chat is like a frat house on Rush Week. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Barco Verrer, legal LE down south full of GED wielding failed HVAC specialists who couldn't pour bodily fluids out of a boot with instructions printed on the heel. Huh? Okay. Kyle Miller says, as someone who is 30, bald, and in South Carolina, I am offended. No. Must be a witness in the trial. Jake Skywalker, what do you think of the spy balloon over the U.S.? I don't know. Shoot it down.
No,
Why is this hard?
Isn't it a freedom of skies, though? Isn't there like a treaty that regards that you can fly over and do that kind of stuff?
I have no idea. I think they're offering a reward for people to shoot it down.
No. There's a freedom of, you can fly over other countries. I know we had that deal with Russia. I don't know if China's a signatory of that treaty.
Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see much about it. Pentagon says a Chinese spy balloon flying over U.S. Pentagon says, who knows? 200-watt studio. I hope it flies over my house. I got some things to say to China. 200-watt studio says Agent Horny. Yes, all the time. Ben Ryder, horny. Man must have had a blast with the last name in middle school and high school. Joke's on you. It was a woman. Dudley Lucky, why are they only asking these witnesses to verify the swabs? Look, they were just getting them in to get the evidence in itself. And in my opinion, they did that very well. That was nice, very efficient.
Quick.
Bam, bam, bam. Got those in. Ghost of Recon. So the prosecutor's strategy is to make the testimony take long enough that the jury all has Alzheimer's by the time the trial is over. Bad Weather Biker, Legally Dirty Blonde is awesome. Been watching her on and off since Mindset interviewed her a few months back. Bojangles Poonan, awesome to see Legal Bites is back. Glad you guys made up. That wasn't Legal Bites. Jonathan Prezio says, Jesus Christ, SLED needs to go back to working for Santa. This fairy tale stuff ain't working out. Grifty says, I just dropped new Eliza thread on Twitter. New spicy pics. Help me share the word on it. Guys, check out Grifty on Twitter for all of your Eliza Blue needs.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The Open Skies Treaty, just going back to that earlier thread, it's called the Treaty on Open Skies. Looks like Trump withdrew from that treaty and China's not a signatory.
So there, shoot it down.
So much for that.
Vermillionaire says, I just got off jury duty. Your law-splaining ways and Andrew's look at the hard facts only method helped me decide this guy's future. He was guilty. Mackenzie Holm. Okay, attorneys, you're going to have to go way back for this one. I'm applying to law school. What is one piece of advice you would give an aspiring law student as it pertains to the application process? Well, I can start. I'll tell you exactly what Ty Beard told my mom to tell me, which was actually really good advice. He said to have Nick send in applications and then to contact the law school admissions department, which is usually a really small group of 3 or 4 people, and to ask them to do an in-person interview and then go in and do the interview with them. And then that way, when they're sifting through all of these applications,
they'll see your name, remember the conversation and interaction they had with you, and that kind of puts you in their mind versus all of these other people who they've never seen before or met. So that would be my advice. I did that. I got the person I was supposed to meet with was actually out that day. So I met with the dean of admissions who gave me a tour of the school. We talked for like 2 hours. It was really good. And we had a really good conversation. And, I kind of got to give a second personal statement in addition to the one you have to write up. And it was great. And then I got in. I only applied to one school. I got accepted. So
you've known Ty Beard a long time then?
I didn't know him really until the Vic case. I mean, I knew of him, but I don't think I'd even talked to him before the Vic case in person. So he's known my family forever, but not me.
Got it.
Do any of you guys have any additional advice?
I got lots of advice, but I would rather just, if he wants to email me or something, I could talk to him about it. Because yes. One is he could take our American law courses. If you want to get a leg up and crush it, getting in law school is not hard. The question is, do you really want to do it? It's a big time commitment. It's a big financial commitment. You have to quit your job and do nothing else for 3 years and hopefully pass the bar. One of the reasons that Andrew and I have been doing this American law courses, one of the target markets that we hope that they will pick up on it is to take our courses so that so you don't have to quit your job and you can see if you really do want to be a lawyer. It's like a first-year law curriculum at that level. And then if you like it and you say, gee, this is something I want to do, then you can go to law school and you'll crush it in your first year because you already got all the good stuff given to you by the best professors that we've selected. So
you take those 1L classes, it'll be the second time you took them.
And you'll
for most of us.
Right. And I teach the criminal law and the criminal procedure. We have an expert on evidence doing it. We have a property class. We've got a great con law professor that's coming in. I'm so excited. I can't wait to announce our con law professor. We've got it. We've got her in the bag.
AmericanLawCourses.com.
Right. So it's really a whole first year package of all the most difficult stuff. And if you think about it, if you took that, it's a lot cheaper than going to law school, and you don't have to quit your job or anything. So that would be a suggestion, is do that.
There you go. Jonathan Prezios says, I'll try to better explain. Alec Murdaugh put a lot of money in a trust for his kids that no one can get to. If he is found not guilty, the money does get reverted back to him, then his creditors, i.e. the bank. Okay, so I saw you say this at the time, and I'm wondering where you've got the information. Have you read the trust? I'm not sure why a not guilty verdict has an automatic reverter in it and why a guilty verdict would not revert but would then pass on to his son, unless that was written into the trust. And if that was written into the trust, it seems like the court may be able to pierce that protection, in my opinion. But I'm just curious where you've got that information, because I mean, if the trust is available, it'd be fun to read. Absolutely. Well, as fun as a trust can be. It'd be fun to pick out certain provisions of it.
If you're in bankruptcy, a bankruptcy court can certainly claw back anything. I mean, they may be able to pierce an irrevocable trust, but if it's revocable, it's still your money, really, at your whim. So,
right. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big things. The clawback provisions, for things like infirmity and state support and stuff, they'll pierce irrevocable trusts so long as they were made within 5 years. Bankruptcy courts have similar abilities to claw back money that was gifted in anticipation of bankruptcy or whatever, even if it goes into trust instruments it's just another entity. So it's not that simple, but I'm just curious where you get the information on that. But if the trust is available online, that'd be a banger to read. Cycle Boy says, hey, little Nikki, earlier you said these DAs will have political bank if they burn Alec Murdaugh as a slime ball. If they lose, are they going to be burnt themselves? Bingard. Depends on their conduct, but probably not. Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell says, firearms examiner isn't a hunter, but he does get his meat straight from the source. Corn Pop sent a unicorn.
Adam Fritz, Rackets, picked up a bottle of Whistle Pig smoke stock on my way home from work today. Quite tasty. Thank you for the coverage. Same to Bronca and Steve. Bill says, hey, Rackets, have you seen the Blanton's Char number 4 2022 special release? It's really hard to get Blanton's here. People have sent me Blanton's, but they don't sell it anywhere around my house. So no, I haven't seen that. Jonathan Drennan, we know he owed money to everyone, and we now have testimony of a drug habit. Isn't killing the family standard operating procedure for cartels if you owe too much money?
Well, there's a wide circle of suspects for sure.
Right. Suzanne Barber, welcome to Paralegal Status. Nora Stevens, my daughter had a red hot when she was like 4, and she said it tasted like Fireball. Had to have a talk about that, what she can say outside of our home.
That's good.
Sherry Reed, Steve, bought your book because I like you. Your mom sounds amazing, and she's raised an amazing son. Can't wait to buy your next book as well. Much love to you all.
I'll say I can't wait to start telling you about my next book. I was working on it a little bit during a break when I was off, and I'm really looking for a lot of the things we're talking about. You think I got a law review article? Wait until you get my life advice. Oh my goodness.
Alberto Bonsanto says, could Charlie re-explain the theory in order? I don't even know what theory they're talking about at this point. Mag Ming says, who all was in the boat accident? Was Paul throwing any of his friends under the bus? Who sent him the yo message? Did they check their locations? You can find all that info out Googling the boat accident, who all was in it. I don't know if any of his friends that testified were in it or not. The main thing is that one girl who died.
Can I add
Rogan
in the book?
sent the yo message.
What's up, Steve?
Oh, can in the boat accident, was it immediately reported they didn't find the body for a period of time, or was it delay reporting?
No, I think they reported it. I mean, the boat was wrecked, so I think that it was reported right away. But the girl had been thrown out of the boat. It took them a week to find the body.
Okay,
is my understanding.
Sorry, the thing
go ahead.
was with the boat accident that the father went to the hospital and tried to convince the kids not to talk to the police. He sort of intimidated them. So this is out in the open. This is they've. I'm sorry, guys. English is not my first language. It's hard.
You're fine.
No, but when I heard the friends of Paul testifying, they all had very similar things to say. Oh, they were so great, so loving. Even though Maggie was divorcing Alec. But
Well, I mean, she went to talk to a divorce lawyer. We don't know that she was actually going to go through with it.
She on the 7th of June when it happened, she was staying at the beach house. Like this was the yachting house. They had a normal house and the beach house. Like they were separated. And he texted her to come over to the yachting house, and she texted a friend saying, "This is weird. He's asking me to come over. I think he's up to something."
It's weird because you'd think that would be admitted into evidence right away.
I know. I mean, again, I don't have any proof for this. I just saw it on several sites.
Sure.
But
the 200-watt studio says Charlie is a great addition. She has very ample assets. I hope she doesn't mind my saying. Great smile too. Jonathan Riggins, the Murdaugh name was once respected, but abuse of powers made them very disliked in the Low Country. Money afforded them friends. Those money and friends were in quote. And 200-watt studio says boating accident, Charlie. You mean motorboating accident?
Yeah, come on, guys.
Calm down, 200-watt studio. Jimmy Ingalls, how many outfits do you have?
No, I just took on a jacket. I'm gonna go out soon. I
was gonna say you've like changed more times than Taylor Swift. Jesus.
I charge more as well.
Jimmy
it's like
Ingalls
a 1970s variety show.
Was the missing 300 blackout stolen before or after the boat accident? Okay, so
long before,
and then the new missing one was just missing from the time of the murder. Let's see. Jonathan Riggins, I can still see a conviction even if the state can't produce a concise theory. Everyone here knows about them and their rumors of abuse of power. Oh yeah, I mean, we can, of course, we're not talking about what the jury will do. That's something that Andrew said a million times. I fully agree with. predicting jury verdicts is nonsensical. You can have the
Absolutely.
most ironclad legal case on the planet, and a jury can just go, guilty or not
Yeah.
guilty.
Well, and this is the thing. I think there's just such a low bar, especially with this judge, for the state to get that case to the jury. And then they're hoping all the evidence and all the hatred against the Murdaughs will land a verdict if guilty, and then the appellate court's not going to reverse. So, but that doesn't mean he did it. I mean, you know, people say, oh, the jury came in, therefore that's the truth. I mean, I respect juries. That's the best that we can do. But that isn't the God, giver of God's truth is not a panel of 6 people.
Right.
12. I don't give
12
a
in
fuck
this case,
if you did. I
right?
don't give a fuck if you did it or not. It's if the state is able to make their case, and they're not making their case. So I hope that if nothing else is coming in, then I hope that
But
he's
let's
found
assume-
not guilty, even though I think he did it.
Well, let's assume it went to the jury right now. Okay, we're saying all this legal experts are sitting around saying, there's no evidence and stuff. But if the judge lets it go to the jury, the jury could just say, we don't care what the evidence is. He's a scumbag. We don't like him. We're convicting him.
This is
Boom,
this
guilty.
is what I'm trying to do with my commentary. I'm trying to look at it from a sort of juror perspective, and not from a legal professional perspective. Even, you know, I obviously I don't know the American legal system like I know the Dutch legal system, but that's what I'm trying to look at it from the perspective of someone who would be on the jury. So someone who would be allowed into the jury, so not prejudiced.
It's like my buddy Flux. You ever hear Flux talk? Flux is like that. She's like just a common folk who's very perceptive. She brings that.
Brian P says, Andrew, it's time to eat again. Lucy Bauer says, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Alec Murdaugh using multiple phones per Wilson's testimony yesterday? Look, I have 2 phones. So I mean, I don't know. Lots of people have 2 phones. He could have one phone that he uses primarily for business. He's also a drug addict. Maybe he uses one phone specifically for drugs, some sort of burner phone. I have no idea. I have 2 because I have a personal phone, and then I have a phone that I take with me to conventions to like live stream and stuff like that. And I do like my hot tub streams and stuff from that other phone because I like the camera and the
I have 2
microphones
phones
on
as
it.
well. I have 2 phones
Yeah.
as well.
I have 0.
You got to make up for Steve.
You don't have any. You don't have a. Don't you have phones, Steve?
I got a landline. If you
Oh
need
my
to call
God.
me, call me at work.
No wonder you're so bad at texting. How do you even text?
I have one, but I don't even keep it. It's a tablet. The
Oh,
thing
you
is,
text from your tablet. Okay.
who says quick, call my appellate lawyer.
Starshine says, is the C.S. Smith that received money during the testimony today the same Smith that tried to shoot Alex in the head? No, I don't think. Well, maybe. I don't know. Isaac G. I love this ADHD girl. Keep her on, please.
That would be me.
Pinochet's helicopter tour says, if the fam didn't want to be ICE, maybe they shouldn't have benefited from his corruption of blood. May Soros, Gates, and demons meet the same fate.
Yeah, the man
There
that
you
is
go.
the man who shot him in the head, Curtis Edward Smith.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Uh,
So someone, I misread the question. I thought they meant, was a person testifying today that guy? And I was like, no, I think that would have stuck out. But no, it's someone
Yeah,
that
no, they were
testified
talking about writing.
him.
Yeah, writing checks to him. Right.
Gotcha. It moves says contradictory evidence. RE unlocking phone Thursday 6:07:12 and 6:30:30 on your stream. Hightower said it was not unlocked. McAllister said it was. I have no idea. That I kind of get glazed over when they start talking numbers and times and not like laying out a timeline or why it
Context, yeah.
matters. Yeah. Daniel White says Stephen appears to be annoyed by Charlie. Ooh, gauntlet thrown. Jalbatross 64 says
as he should.
we should all go on a super chat strike until Charlie is off the stream. Oh my God, you piss people off, Charlie. Nancy Jennings says, could this have been a massive gambling debt? They killed his favorite son. Mom was in the way. They kill her and he only has one son left. Pay us or he will be next.
Sure. It could be a lot of things. Sherry Reed, isn't the medical examiner supposed to give time of death? I mean,
yeah, the question is precision.
Right.
You know, they can say within, you know, maybe hours. It depends on the state of the body and the state of the actual times. When we're talking about pinning it down to minutes, no way in hell.
Yeah.
They actually. Do you want to know? Oh, well, no, you don't want to know how they know that.
Meliodas says, Meliodas, really? Has Alex or the Murdaugh family conducted a private investigation? Seems the state has been convict Alex no matter the evidence and bias from the beginning. I don't know if they've done a private investigation, but they obviously have private experts that have contrary opinions to what's going to be offered by the state. Sherry Berry, Alec wasn't at the property when the maid died, and then they roll their eyes. Errol Bear, Steven is talking about girly drinks while Charlie is drinking a straight whiskey. Ferguson Land Management and Welding.
See, the thing is you don't need, if you're confident in your masculinity, I can drink what the hell I want.
I've only drank like one though, so it's still
one bottle.
Yeah, just one. No.
Well, I will be implementing the 5 books per shot rule on the Legal Vices stream tonight. So just letting everybody know.
Well, I hope you sell another 90.
That would, well, I got to get you guys competing. I got to out. Boy, could you imagine if we came back and said, guess what? Vices sold 100 books.
Yeah. Steve had 20 drinks. No big deal.
No. I had 8 shots. It was not that big a deal.
No, if he sold 100 books.
Oh, well, at some point, I think I wouldn't be conscious. I guess I'm not really a drinker. And Vices, man, that guy can drink. He's I'd like to see a contest between you and Vices, like who could drink more.
Oh, he'd win handily.
You think?
Yeah.
He
I
is
barely
tough.
drink anything.
Add
Ferguson Land Management says, you be quiet. Ferguson Land Management says, have you heard the audio from the night of Paul's boat crash? Listen to the boyfriend's voice and what he says about Alex. He seemed furious that nothing was going to happen to Paul. Thoughts? I haven't listened to it, but I heard a bunch of stuff. I think that boyfriend is highly motivated to kill Paul.
There's there's so many people that have motivations. I got a question about the Vegas appearance. Are you going to do like a poster board type thing? Because you've got so many people. This is going to be like a whole bonanza of people that are surrounding the Nick world.
A poster board thing?
Yeah, like one of the things
poster,
that Andrew,
like a promotional
like Andrew,
poster.
Promotional thing.
Like a promotional one? Where am I going to hang it?
No, put it like you'd bring it up. You'd say like,
not like an actual poster board. I thought you meant like a physical one, and I'm like, what? Like a science convention? Like if I'm going to bring
like
it
my little
around?
ads that I pop up here.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
you
maybe.
should do that.
It's just a thumbnail.
The chat would do it, man. Like these people,
I
man,
just make my editor do it or something, or someone better than my editor.
It'd be like one of those
fire my editor and have them do it.
One of those rock star posters, that's like, Jefferson Airplane with cream and, like all swirly. That's what I'm visualizing. Wouldn't that be cool?
Jefferson Airplane and cream?
Like Woodstock, when they had the Woodstock and they have the old style bubbly psychedelic poster with announcing Jethro Tull and there's all the bands up on a poster. You should do that.
We'll see. Maybe I'll have someone make it in the style of Star Wars.
I can do that.
Me in the middle with a microphone, and then they did that with Rock of Ages already.
That would be cool.
Shocked Kitten says, how does he test a gun? No way will his fingers reach the trigger. Generic account. I bet Rifle Fairy's colleagues are watching this feed and laughing like maniacs. Joshua Newton, the placement of the spent shells in the direction of the blast is inconsistent with the ejection of a semi-auto shotgun. Tim McIntyre, the son of the housekeeper makes a better suspect than Alex steal $4 million from me and someone's catching lead. There you go. Erratic Bear, he looks like the southern variant of Mark Zuckerberg. Emily, just to highlight that this is the state's 27th witness, and I have forgotten who is on trial and what for, but let's just see. Voyager 8294 says defense should just ask if he had help holding the rifles with those hands. Lord Vader said carpooled with Special Agent Greer. Great guy, and especially handy when you drop a cell phone between the seat and the console.
Jonathan Prezios, lol, of course it jammed. He limpristed it. Max Beast. So 3 inches is a lot now. Laugh. Also, Charlie is trash at understanding law. Damn. Gosh. They're mean to you.
Maybe. Oh, that's okay. I can handle it. I'm a big girl.
Isaiah
But,
Burton.
Maybe American law and European.
Isaiah Burton says he already said some of the cartridges found were weathered, though. The state is trying to confuse the jury, if you ask me. Sean Dolphins, welcome to Paralegal Status. Tina Tesfaye says this all sounds like they want someone to be accountable regardless of the cost. I'm here to see how this is going to play out, but by the looks of it, they want to shove the crime up someone. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you're gonna let the real killer get away, if he's not the killer, then
yeah, that's the problem that we talked about
so
earlier.
He's gonna go away. He's gonna go away anyway. There's no way. I mean, is that do you guys think, because you guys understand law, I obviously don't. Do you guys think there's any chance that he will not go away for at least 20, 30 years on all the
he's going for life.
Yeah, on the financial stuff,
he's
never
going
getting
for
out.
life over and over again. No, but I'm asking you guys who understand American law. Do you think there's any chance that he's not going away for life?
No,
Because
not on
I
the
don't think
financial
so.
crimes. Not on the financial
No,
crimes.
it seems like
I'm talking about all the crimes, mostly financial crimes.
yeah, I think he has a chance to beat the murder crime. I don't know that he's going to, but I think he's got a chance to so far based on what we've seen. But on the financial crimes, just based on what we've seen in this case about the financial crimes, I think they got him dead to rights on multiple life sentences. Like he's gone. I don't think he makes it out of that one. And then there's also the possibility of the feds haven't charged him on the financial stuff, and they could charge him and tack on even more if he did anything. I mean, he used an electronic communications device to do some of this stuff. So
yeah, in fact, I saw a comment. Someone sent me a message saying that apparently assistant U.S. attorneys are in the courtroom as soon as this in-camera testimony started.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. The federal crimes charging on the financial stuff, they'll bury him. I mean, when the feds get a hold of your financial stuff, your goose is cooked.
They got him so dead to rights on that too. I mean, it's like you listen to the testimony in this proffer. That's going to come. That's the case. And I mean, they're going to kill him. They put that kid up, the 33-year-old son up there, that he stole his mother's death benefits. I mean, a judge is just going to hammer him on that sort of victim.
Did you see that the IRS charges in December for all the millions and millions in back taxes? I mean, the IRS is always going to get you.
Yeah, he didn't pay taxes on the money he stole. Weird.
Yeah,
yeah, that's preposterous, right? No, but they're always going to get you. So he's going to go away, right?
Nicholas, go ahead.
I had another story. I don't want to hear it.
Nicholas Cerro, union rep, labor law, says tried to find cases in Sweden where cartridges were used as evidence, but it seems like it isn't brought up at all unless the actual weapon exists. Not Heisenberg says inconclusive equals same weapon type, no identifying marks. Conclusive equals fingerprint type marks outside of primary extractor marks. This is my guess. Ashton says, guys, God bless you. Patience of saints. Nick, you know what you have to do. What, drink? Chris West says, I saw a video yesterday about Alex going to his mom's house. It was 20 minutes away. If I was a juror, I would say not guilty. Next. Ghosts of Recon says, you kidding? This guy can't play piano. Saxaboom at best. Look, he has a quarter octave range from thumb to pinky. Bear Market Dating says, yes or no questions would be more powerful than letting this guy babble on. They were asking yes or no questions. They weren't demanding yes or no answers. That was the main problem. I mean, they were asking lots of leading questions that were yes or no answers, and he just
are we playing? What's
no, I'm checking out my range, my octave range. So.
I said on piano, Steve. Oh, okay. I said a quarter octave range on piano, which is kind of a funny joke.
Well, from the A string to the high E there, that's my hand range there.
He doesn't get it.
Isn't a quarter octave range on piano just the two keys next to each other?
Yeah, I got it. I was testing my theory, you see.
Try to do a music nerd joke, and Steve's like, "Look at my octave range."
Well, now I'm curious. I just,
Bear Market Dating says, oh, wait, no. Emily says, y'all hating on the state, but prove that you can prove that a gun was on a property on a farm in South Carolina in only 27 witnesses. Unlucky Irish chick says, look at this Gaylord. That was Greer. Just nailed him. Holy Ozone says Greer. Well, maybe it was me. Holy Ozone says Greer's trying to confuse the jury. Simple would be way better. Natasha, nothing this guy says makes any sense whatsoever. Is this the expert that had a biology degree and was trained and has no engineering degree? Could be. I don't know.
But maybe he knows what a woman is if he's a biologist.
Yeah, that's true. He might be able to identify a woman. Hopefully he's not a gynecologist with those hands. Bevan Haren. He works at the cellular level. He says, you work out to music. I work out to Ricada Law. We are not the same. Keep it up. Tay Logan. Moral of the story, if you're an LEO or a gun owner, take law of self-defense class because the state will try to convict you no matter what.
Yes,
exactly.
That's true.
Isaiah
Never talk to the police, people. Why is
my
this
gosh.
guy talking to the police?
Since I
His
cut
lawyer's there in the van. This Alec guy. Alec.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. But since I cut off Steve's every story, I got to tell my own now. So I teach at our homeschool co-op and I teach the Constitution. And yesterday we did second through fourth amendments, very high level discussions, right? These kids are junior high to high school. So we just kind of really go through, but I like the Second Amendment and I like the Fourth Amendment a lot. And so I kind of do a little bit deeper. So I start going into the Fourth Amendment and talking about the warrant requirement, exceptions to the warrant requirement. What does probable cause mean? What is reasonable suspicion? What's a Terry stop? And I'm going through all this stuff. And in it, I say very clearly, I said, now listen, I know this will never happen to you guys. So tell your friends, never, ever consent to a search. I know you guys aren't going to get pulled over or anything, but never consent to a search. The police will ask you for a search, whether they have cause or not. And if you consent, they get to search your whole car. So you never consent. I said, of course, you do not resist. If they want to search you, whether they have justification or not, they're going to do that and you comply with that. But your lawyer will want you to not have consented, no matter what, because they may not have the legal justification. Walking by in the hallway is one of the moms in the homeschool co-op who is married to a police officer. And so I get home and I'm on stream and I get a message from the director of the homeschool co-op. And they said, hey, can I pass your number on to one of the parents who has complaint or who has some concerns? And I'm like, oh, good Christ. What did I do? And so then they called me after the stream ended. And I'm like, oh, what? I'm sorry for whatever I did. I have no idea what it is. And they're like, oh, no, you just, one of them is married to a police officer and they heard you saying like, don't trust the police or whatever. I said, well, I am a lawyer.
Don't trust us. Yeah.
Can I give them your phone number so you can clear this up? I said, I would love to tell the police officer that I definitely told the kids not to consent to a search. And if they're a good police officer, they'll understand exactly why. Of course. Yeah, you could tell them. So I got, I was like,
what's he plan to do?
What did I do?
What's the officer plan to do?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Why are you offended by this? But to be fair, in fairness, maybe they misheard what I said and they misinterpreted it as me saying police officers are bad or something like that, which I'll be happy to tell them that too.
No, most police, it's like people say, are you for the cops or against the cops? It's like, I'm for good cops and I'm against bad cops.
Well, wow, that's a really...
I know, I'm controversial.
Yeah, you're wild. Living on the edge, man. Living on the edge.
Bold statement.
Bold, that goes too far.
Let's see, what do I have? Oh, here, we can do this one again. Let's see, Brantley says, Nick, please ban the guy who said he knew this nerd. You know what?
I think maybe he actually did, because I independently know someone who does know Greer, or at least tangentially knows Greer, and knows the name of that person who said that also. So kind of interesting. Rainman YYC says modern manufacturing and automated systems make this all crap. Of the analysis of the tool mark analysis. Nicholas Darrow, union rep, labor law, says you don't overweight grain. If it's 147.4, it's sold as 148 grain or more. Nancy Jennings says, well, on a different note, the hide and seek suitcase murder trial will zip on by. Those folks cannot afford top end suitcase professionals. Nat Oliver. Olivier says, next analysis on the toilet paper in the home, and after 5 hours, it will be inconclusive. Natasha, we're getting really close here on the YouTube ones, says, there's a school to learn such things. As a base, it's called engineering and machining. Inset Hurdle 88 says, after watching this trial, I can understand why Alex was a drug addict. I'm a pre-law student, civil law. Is this really what I have to look forward to? Oh, dude.
We're all alcoholics.
Lawyers have one of the highest substance abuse problems of any profession that exists. And that was one of my favorite criticisms I would get when I first started out my channel. People were like, this is a lawyer. He's really unprofessional. He drinks. like, you should see my law school classmates. Holy crap. I'm a mere Padawan.
The key is to be conscious of that. Oh, man. Right. I can't wait to get my second book done.
I thought you were going to say, I can't wait to get my second drink and get completely wasted.
These guys destroy me. I'm not really a drinker.
Steve's like, I can't wait to get that sidecar.
That is good. But,
Linkster, welcome to Paralegal Status. God of Plague says, thanks, Nick. I needed some laughs today. Hey, you're welcome. Mandalore Y01, has there been a day this week that the prosecution hasn't committed a huge violation of the rules? I don't know.
They're picking their moments. It's not all the time.
No, but it's every day.
Danielle says, welcome to Paralegal, or Danielle, welcome to Paralegal. Thank you. Slick556 says, Murdaugh family history is interesting. Basically own the court for a 5-county district. Use that building as their law firm. South Carolina passed a law aimed at the family to close a loophole in jurisdiction.
So this was ridiculous at the start of the trial, that the picture, massive picture of the granddad of Alex Murdaugh had to be removed from the court because it was
they took a break on the first day to remove that picture.
Obviously you remove it, but you remove it beforehand. It's insanity. Did you see him after the opening statements? He went over, he talked to he just went over, he had a little chat, with this, I don't know, his sister or whatever, and then how do you call the officer, whatever, police officer who was gonna take him away, he came over, it's like, so we're gonna go. I mean, he's in custody,
right?
And he's like, no, I'm let me get my
give me a minute.
I'm not done yet. Yeah. He's taking his stuff. He grabbed like a little box of gum or Tic Tacs or whatever, put it in his coat. It's like, you're not allowed to do that. What the fuck are you doing? He's talking to the gallery. To the gallery.
You guys think he's chewing nicotine gum?
Seems
that was because like he's chewing gum the whole time, which is usually not allowed, but he may get, maybe like judge, can he
medication?
Can he have
maybe because maybe he's in rehab, like getting off his drug addiction. That would be great.
Could be. Luis Cuevas says, Griffith. Zemena says, I think this is not a fair trial, and even if he is scum, he deserves a fair trial. I think it's fair, but I think it really is going to depend on the judge's rulings on some of these motions, which he hasn't ruled on yet.
Everyone deserves a fair trial, but how is this not a fair trial as of now?
Well, I think it depends on if the financial stuff comes in and how it comes in, and then now this new thing that they're trying today really is going to matter.
Very much so. This is I can't imagine this judge letting that, but he seems like he lets entertain anything,
Yeah. So how can you not imagine? I can imagine, but I still think he, as of now, what has come in now, that he should walk free at least of this. You know, he shouldn't. So I think that the trial is still fair as of now.
We'll see. Yeah, and we'll see what happens again with this stuff. But I think at this point, it's a fair trial.
Yeah, right.
The prosecution is within their bounds of acting slightly scummy, but the defense will have a chance to rebut all of this stuff. We'll see what happens. Bear Market Dating says, so far I've taken away the prosecution can't prove motive, means, and has a questionable opportunity timeline. Am I missing anything? No, I think you're accurate.
No, that's correct. But remember, the state does not have to prove motive. That is not an element of the crime. However, I think motive actually works against him. You know, the motives on this case don't seem to be there. And so that is like an absence of motive and an absence of a heat of passion argument. I mean, why would he ever do this? That context, I think, works for the defense.
Yeah. No, I agree.
You mean the motives in evidence?
The
right?
lack of motive. The lack
in evidence. Like,
what is his motive? I mean, the state's theory that he's like in some sort of financial crisis at times, so he goes and kills his wife and child, does not make logical sense.
No, it's not. No, I mean,
well,
when you only look at the yesterday, I said at the beginning of the stream yesterday, I was completely convinced of this. I was 100% on that team, and then I dug into it, and now I've seen a lot of stuff that's not in evidence that makes me think, yeah, you can definitely, well, at least make a better case for this, but it's not in evidence. So yeah, if you only look at the evidence.
So what you're saying is there's stuff out there that could make the case, but they haven't brought it into this case yet.
Definitely.
Right. And we'll have to see if they get any of that in or if they even can. I mean, some of it might be
well,
excluded.
don't you think that the best friend, I still don't remember his name, that
Chris Wilson.
Yeah. Branko, what do you think? Because the stuff that he testified on, the dates that he supplied, I thought you said that he didn't know yet that everything was going to fall apart. The whole financial thing was going to come crumbling down.
So he would not know on that day when he was supposed to have killed his family that the entire thing was going to collapse. Maybe it wouldn't have collapsed but for the death of his family. He made a lot of money, between $1 million and $10 million a year, almost certainly. Sure, he had a lot of debt, he had a lot of stuff going wrong, but like a degenerate gambler, in his head, he'd be thinking, hey, I'm still a lawyer. I'm still in this huge firm. We make a ton of money. I can dig myself out of this hole. Just got to keep a cool head, not do anything incredibly stupid. Now, I don't think he would pull that off because he's actually a drug addict and a degenerate spender.
Yeah.
But in his head, I don't think he'd be panicked. I think he'd see a way out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with that as well. Yeah.
Inset Hurdle 88. Alex is rich, but he's not Clinton status rich. If it was the Clintons, they would have ruled this a suicide. So I don't know what all the hubbub is about. Samuel Williams, the founding father, says, I like 200 white, while our little smaller and less powerful blue tea gets the job done. At least she tells me it does. I don't know what that means. Tina Tesfaye says, hi, Rick. I think Nick. 3 a.m. here in Dubai. Love you all. Love all you guys, and cheers to Charlie. Sir Rickard James says, my God, y'all are still at it. Get a job, nerds. DCV Titan says, so you're off to burn China is asshole in your yard that can be seen from 60,000 feet. Yes. Nat Olivier says, for Charlie, and then a smoochy face. Reed Sanborn says, bold take here. The sun was
They don't all hate me, Nick.
I never said they all hate you. I said you pissed some people off.
I know that.
I do that all the time. It's fine. Bold take here. The son was pulling a Chandler Halderson with his mom, and a valiant brother in Christ decided to put an end to that heresy. Scumbag dad is just caught up in the earthly legal aftermath. Oh, shit.
Don't.
Kimberly Ashcraft says, couple who killed my uncle, and burned his house to hide the crime are up for parole. Their actions were heinous and my family is crushed. What more do I say at a hearing to keep them where they belong? I mean, I think you talk about how much of an impact. I mean, so what your job is to do there is to give a victim impact statement, to talk about what they've done, to talk about how much it shattered your family, the aftermath, your relatives who have gone through absolute hell, trying to clean up the mess, trying to deal with the trauma. That's what victim impact statements are for. And you just give out a full recitation. That's your time. If you're speaking at that parole hearing, that is your time to tell them how much damage these people have done and that you don't believe that they should come back and that forgiveness lies somewhere for them, but maybe you're not ready for it yet. I mean, that's your opportunity. If that's how you feel, of course. That's what victim impact statements are for.
You can actually make a difference. Know that. You can actually make a difference.
Romy says, Charlie, marry me.
Sorry, sweetheart.
You're already married, yeah. Dirty Ezio says, Andrew, if someone took American law courses and decided to go to law school after, would you and or the other instructors be willing to write them a letter of recommendation?
Sure, happy to. And I expect your professor would too.
Mandalore Wise 01, my grandmother strongly dislikes hearing you, Vices, and Mindset because, quote, lawyers aren't supposed to swear. Roll on the floor laughing.
What?
Oh, God. 200 Watt Studio says, can Charlie please stand up? Thank you. Oh, dear God. Jeezy F says, so Charlie has an Australian accent, living in the Netherlands. Sus. Definitely a Fed. So much fakery.
Glowy.
Yeah, you're glowing. You're radiant, we'll say. The Uncovered Lamp says, can Steve explain the didn't properly object thing? Would the appeals court buy that or accept that they preserved it for the record and rule on the merits, or just say they didn't preserve the objection? This is at 8:30 in the morning. I have no idea what that was about. You're muted, by the way.
I know what that is. Yeah, that was so, like, let's assume that somebody says objection leading, and it's actually hearsay. And so the judge says overruled on the grounds of leading. All right. Well, you didn't object on the grounds of hearsay. So okay.
What?
All right.
No.
What? You can explain it. If
No.
you want.
I've been hearing this before. I'm sorry. I'll mute myself. No, this is actually great.
Yeah.
Like this, I agree. I concur.
So the thing is that if you, and it's a problem because what the appellate courts do is they overrule or they review rulings of judges in the court, right? So if the judge are saying that the appellate courts wash their hands of the error because they say the judge never made an error, that never ruled on the specific objection that you're now arguing on appeal. So on appeal, you now have to do fundamental error, it's called. And it's a very hard hurdle. So the object is you have to be quick on your feet. It has to be contemporaneous and specific, and it has to be ruled on, which is a problem.
All right.
Sorry.
No, that's great. Thank you. Because I didn't know what they were talking about, but I'm glad you remembered. Just Gen T says, Ricada Bronca Gosney equals dream team. I wish I could go to Vegas if y'all ever play in Idaho. So happy for you, your mom, Steve. Happy returns. FYI, I bought your book earlier this week. Can't wait. There you go. Very cool. CPL Mac, just an observation, but Buster, the other son, hasn't been in the audience since Chris Wilson testified yesterday. He did end up coming later in the day, so he was there for a little bit. WXAXRXD says, this is all intentional theater to show the public that they know how to trace all your money, so when everything goes digital, there's no hiding anything. The Magis 93, Nick, ask her how the nose beers taste in her country. The hell's a nose beer? Music and Fiction, Steven hasn't been excited about this whodunit since the last episode of Matlock. Much love to you, Steve. 100 Star Charlie says, Nick, please consider checking out a couple of videos by Terrell Key. He's a school counselor and just getting started. I like him, and you could help him by inviting him on. 100 Star Charlie also says, do you think he's actually female who took steroids? His voice is too soft. I don't know who you're talking about with that. That could apply for like 4 different witnesses today. Jonathan says, see these guns? See this ammo? Scary, right? Pretty murdery. The Magis 93. Oh, God. This is in Dutch.
Oh my God.
I'm going to put it in the
to me in private chat.
Yeah.
Steve, I sent you a message in private chat as well. Read it, please.
I
You gotta show your wedding ring.
I can't read it.
Je bent erg mooi, Charlie. Laat ons de kist zien. So I understand these words.
I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I don't mind at all. I like people disagreeing with me.
But she wasn't disagreeing with you.
No, I was agreeing with you. I was just making a sound because I had this much whiskey.
Yes, I understand. I deal with that all the time.
What's the Dutch? What's the Dutch say though?
What did the Dutch say?
Yeah,
What?
no, the words I put in the chat.
Yeah. So again, je bent erg mooi means you're really pretty. I agree.
And the next one is I want to kiss you. Is that it?
No, is it laat ons de kist zien? It means show us the crate or box.
Oh my God.
I know, right? What's in the box, Charlie?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But
Ambushed.
I'm not sure if they not ambushed. I'm not sure if they mean it. I don't know who sent it. What's the username?
The Magis 93. Oh,
Okay,
he
yeah,
meant it.
Probably yes.
Just Gentee says defense lawyer just broke the fourth wall. Yes or no? The Magis says, where are you going out to, Charlie? I feel like you've gone way past pre-gaming for the night.
Well, I'm staying here. It's 1 a.m. now. I'm not sure if I'm going out still, but
There you go. American Legend
I'm in The
says,
Hague, so I'm not going out anywhere else.
prosecution is losing hard. I see an acquittal. Ward says, holy shit, what are the chances that I tune in just at the same time Ricada reads my Rumble rant from this morning? Dude, you nailed it. Nailed it. K-Dog says, I'm now convinced that Steve and Charlie would actually make an amazing duo hosting a show. The awkwardness, kindness, and willingness to learn is there in spades for both, but they're polar opposites every other way. It's perfect.
That's actually great.
Let's see. Next says Isaac Bowles, God damn it. What is Charlie's cup size? Coney Upstate says Alex could have gotten off if he just took the law of self-defense course.
You just blew by that one without even asking?
Yes.
Of course. I'm going to say balls.
Andrew Hansen says, I'm uncovered lamp. Objection was inappropriate. Ferguson Land Management and Welding says, listen to it now so y'all can opine. I don't want to listen to anything now. Corporate Fallout says, should Murdaugh take the stand and explain jury nullification? Yes. Yes, he should. Nat Olivier says, Nick, you owe us an apology struggle session tonight. Just saying, the show tonight is going to be great. We've got Camelot, Law and Lumber, Drex, and Cecil so far. So it's going to be a disaster. That'll be fantastic. Okay, let me see. I think I'm on to locals. Chats. Elizabeth S. says, I'm begging you, no more Charlie ever. Oh, man. Jeez. C. Mason,
harsh.
2325 says, what is the relevance?
Jackson. There's Jackson. Oh,
Jackson's
hi,
cute. Is Jackson a lawyer, Steve?
He's a lawyer dog.
Oh, shit. He should have represented that guy in Louisiana.
Law dog.
Law
I need my-
dog.
Or get my lawyer, dog. C. Mason, 2325. What is the relevance to the murders with something that happened a month or two after the murders? This is pointless to a murder trial. I tend to agree. Dragon Fighter says, can you ask Steve when is Megan Kelly appearance will play? It's already up.
It's up now.
It's up on her YouTube channel, right?
You can watch after Nick's show ends.
There you go. Malik Fox, and I heard comments about Tubin and Blau. Then Steven starts talking about erogenous zones. I legit thought he was making a sex joke. Man's ready for some Tubin and a blow, ain't he? Malik Fox and says, I keep looking at this dude's hands on Henry Cavill's arms and can't help but thinking we're a third of the way to making a Frankenstein midget. The Uncovered Lamp says, to defend the guest, what has the state proved and what can we reasonably conjecture happened are separate questions and both are reasonable, but separate discussion and reasonable have different evidentiary standards. No, I agree. I think Charlie has been pointing out that there's a bunch of other stuff floating out in the ether about this case. And one of the things that I've tried to do personally, and I do this with a lot of these trials, is I try and not read that stuff. I try and not watch documentaries and other stuff because I want to approach this more like a juror when I know nothing. Now, in the Rittenhouse case, I knew a whole lot going into it because I had been following the case from day one. I'd seen all the video. I'd done legal analysis on the shooting. I'd done legal analysis on carrying the rifle and all of that stuff. So Rittenhouse is a little bit different, but on Johnny Depp, I really didn't know too much of the surrounding stuff. And I liked that. And I like that for a lot of the trials I cover. I try and come in this like, here's a juror, but I'll also bring up the legal issues that I see and talk about legal issues that I would try and either assess as an attorney or add or not do and stuff like that. So that's kind of my
approach. There's a difference between looking at actual evidence for which there's some foundation, like the videos in the Rittenhouse trial, and just gossip and rumor that's unverifiable.
No, exactly.
Right.
No, I'm not talking about gossip and rumor because, like with the Johnny Depp trial, I had previously covered the Johnny Depp trial in the UK, so that's not like gossip and rumor. But with the Rittenhouse case, I just wanted to say, Nick, I think you mentioned a while back that you thought it was divine intervention. I thought it was godly, whatever. I think I've said that from the start. It could not have been. It was the most perfect case of self-defense ever, just ever. There were no downsides, well, apart from like the media shit. But the case itself, it was just perfection. And
I think
divine. It was godly.
And I think God had his hand on him that night because
exactly. That's what I mean.
When I interviewed him and talked to him, he's like, you know, he kind of likes guns, but he didn't really like train on it. You know, he and his buddy went out and shot a couple rounds through that rifle. And the way he acted that night was, I mean, it was exceptional. It was what you would want someone in that situation to do under ideal circumstances. And so I'm at the end of the day, no matter what people think, I'm some brand of Christian. And I do believe that there are occasional moments where there's some protection that happened. I think that happened with him for sure.
No, I agree. I was brought up sort of Christian, but I describe myself as an atheist or whatever. But during the pandemic, I found God, or whatever how you want to call it. But yeah, no, definitely just divine intervention.
Vivian OAJ says, "Charlie, marry me." Well, that was nice.
That's the second proposal.
But I think it's really far apart. Either they love me or they wish
You're
me
polarizing. Bad Weather Biker says, "Charlie, you remind me of a little of a lawyer version of Floor Jansen. Tall Dutch women rock my world." Wait, are you tall?
This chick? No, I'm really tiny, like 5'3" or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I do metric. But the Floor Jansen is the one of the most famous singers in the world. She does like hardcore metal.
Oh, I had no idea.
I think she is the biggest, most famous whatever. Is she from Nightwish or whatever, like big metal band? Sorry,
I've heard of Nightwish. Okay, yeah.
Sorry if I don't say the right band, but she's the best, whatever, most awards or I don't know. She's really great.
Johnny K198 says, "Ricada Law, remember that kid who had a 0.5 or so GPA and his mom was mad they wouldn't let him graduate?" Yes. Also, how much money do those public employees got paid? Yeah, it was like all of the administrators were getting 130,000+ a year. Remember, most of government is made up of these state witnesses and other unimpressive people doing made up or ineffective jobs and will get a pension because of reasons. At least 3/4 of them should be trimmed out, especially administrators. Geek Girl Amanda says, also, Emily Baker mentioned that Creighton is the only one doing the financial crimes. Maybe he isn't familiar with prosecuting murders. Is there a difference? Yes, a big difference. Financial crimes are highly, highly technical and have, I mean, so are murders. But I mean, you're talking about, people would ask me like, would I take certain cases like murder cases or whatever? And I would say no, most of the time, because there are people who specialize in those types of crimes. And if my life were on the line, I would want someone with significant amounts of experience in that particular area of law defending me rather than, I mean, I'm a bawdy asshole, but I would probably, defer to someone who does
murder trials constantly. I'd hire Steve. That's what I do.
Thank you. Yes. Well, actually, our public defender's office has the best murder team. It's amazing. It's well, Andrews, you've dealt with you've interviewed 2 of them, and both of them I look up to. I mean, Rosemary Peoples probably the best defense attorney I've ever been around, bar none, and she's a capital defense attorney, so she does death penalty cases. And then John Terhune, but you also interviewed, who's just brilliant. He's had over 250 trials. I mean, we have our office. I mean, if somebody graduates, if you're close to graduating law school and you want to learn how to practice law, you come to our office, because I mean, we have the best team that you'll find. I think we're the best PD's office in Florida. And so definitely, so people are saying, who represents you? I hate sex crimes, so I don't want to get expert in that at all. So that's why I do the murder and death. So
that's why lawyers drink.
Yeah,
right
well, I don't like it. So I go
into
I do the murders, homicides, death penalty stuff. I do all the, violence and guns. I wasn't really a gun guy until I got into criminal law and started, learning about. I dove into it because I wanted to learn about guns. So, anyways, we have such a great team. Just wanted to let everybody know that if you are a third-year law student.
Yeah, I am. Can I want to move to Florida, please. I want to move out of this socialist hellhole.
Yeah, that's right. Don't we all?
Well, you don't. You live in Florida.
I know. I'm happy. I got it, Rusty. Rusty sent me stuff. I'll look at it later.
Okay, here we go. Johnny K says, Recato Law, that just reminded me about a Wells Fargo check I got to cash 10 years ago. I was arguing they overdrafted me on an overdraft multiple times. They said I was wrong. I closed my account, and a decade or more later, I got a check. Yay. Thanks, Wells Fargo. God, I hate that company so much. Murdaugh.
Did you get interest, though?
Did I get what?
Did it get interest on it, though?
No, there's no way they would give him interest on that. Johnny K198 says Murdaugh steals $8 million, which somehow means he killed his wife and son and gets prosecuted. Government steals, misappropriates, wastes, and even gets scammed for trillions, but they kill hundreds of families around the world, lie to your face, tell you to fuck off, reelect them, and retards do, then give themselves raises, then they repeat. Johnny K also says it must be nice working for the government. Most likely you get to feel more important than you are, get praise and certificates for useless fake jobs, and if you fail, you'll probably get promoted.
Yep.
So didn't you guys
Nailed it.
notice how many people in this particular case have gotten a promotion since this happened?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all of them almost. I mean, I'm not saying anything. I noticed it. I find it. Is it normal to get a promotion every year or whatever in America?
No, in the government it is.
Okay. There you go.
In the government, they move around like crazy. Steve says no. Come on, Steve.
You said you get a raise every year?
No, a promotion. You get promoted to different positions.
I've been an assistant public defender for 13
wait,
years.
no. You don't count as the government. I mean, I know
I'm
you're
a government lawyer.
I know you're government funded and you're a government lawyer, but we're talking about these investigators and cops who, like, everybody in this case.
See, the problem is government's a zero-sum game. So that's why there's such jealousy and hatred and clawing in communism, because in order to get ahead, you got to tear the person in front of you down. I'm very much against that, because I was in private practice. I had worked for a living before law school for 7 years. And so, but I don't buy into that. I want to help everybody raise, but there's this government attitude that, like, well, if I tear everybody down, then I'll be the king of the midgets. You know what I mean? It's like, no, let's help everybody along. But there is that attitude, because it is a zero-sum game. There's only one top dog, and there's one division chief job, and there's one capital division chief job, right? And so it's like, that person's in there, so I got to bring them down. It's bad thinking, but that's what government does.
Oh, Gonzo 1000 says, I, Nick Recato, promised to do a 3-page fully uncensored reading of the Book of the Unbreaded at the Vegas event. I don't know if that's going to happen, because we'll probably
Nick
get kicked out.
I'm going to call you out right now. Where the fuck is our Baldo review? I can't get my man to... I bought the...
You bought it, but he hasn't used it yet?
Motherfucking Baldo, but he doesn't want to do it because I think he's scared.
Oh, he's got to get over that because you're gonna.
No, because he has to. You have to review. Just do it for.
I am working on it. I get sidetracked and I have ADD.
Okay, well, we don't care. We need more people. We need more people. We need to procreate. You already have 5 children. I have 0. Okay, give the Baldo review.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not so sure it's going to help with the procreation.
Well, more sex is not going to lead to procreation.
Well, I guess that's a good point. Good counter argument. Johnny K says, Ricada Law, remember during Kim Potter and the use of force experts, I wonder what the difference will be here. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see the quality of expert that they bring in from the defense. He also says you could analyze how small his hands are objectively on video better than his shitty subjective autism gun art. Brimstone Triple D says, I can't believe the defense didn't show the illogical nature of believing a firearm creates unique tool marks, but it's possible to have inconclusive results when examining them. Obviously, if there's variation in the tool marks to a degree where they have inconsistent markings, then they don't have unique markings to a specific gun. Yeah. And maybe they'll probably just waiting for their expert to explain it because this guy was going to filibuster every tough question. That became obvious quick. They should have kept hammering on the yes or no thing and asked the judge, can you make him answer a yes or no question? We've asked yes or no questions 15 times, but they weren't willing to do that. Ryan PD 911 at Law of Self-Defense. I guess the pigeon is still here. Hey, Charlie, why so quiet? Sangland says, I've known third graders with better arms knowledge. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about me or the defense or the prosecution expert, but I'm offended. Ryan PD says, the defendant really looks like he wants to cross this guy. Ricada Law of Self-Defense. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Ryan PD also says all firearms are manufactured with a 1/1000th of a set tolerance. There's no way to distinguish one model of firearm from the same model of firearm. Very cool. Undo says the witness is like the Wish version of Mark Zuckerberg and Lindsey Graham's test tube baby. Oh my God. GT Tech says fat shame me, Nick. Dude, this is a $1 chat. You're so fat. You eat so much food. You can't afford more than a $1 chat. You're so busy buying cookies and candy to shove into your disgusting gullet that all you could manage to scrape up from your nasty breadcrumb and crust-riddled couch was $1 to deposit into your account to send to my locals. That's it. That's it. Maybe you should try not eating. When you try not eating and you save up some money, ask me again. I'll fat shame you harder, you bastard. Ryan PD 911 says, do lawyers ever have credibility? Yes. Take that.
I think I do.
Johnny K says, this guy fires guns. He likes to get the long, smooth bore hard and observe the projectile combusting. Torgo the White says, Agent Horny is in the Vice unit. Did this trial become a porn? Yes. GT Tech says, paid chat. Thank you. Ryan PD says, Dirty Blonde should definitely be on MILFs. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, my goodness. Brimstone says, Ricada Law, tell Legally Dirty Blonde, which I haven't heard from yet, that we totally respect her for her mind and she is not being objectified by the locals chat whatsoever. She'll be back on next week. She'll be back on next week. She had some stuff going on today and was only able to hop on for a few minutes, but she did say she'll come back next week. Ryan PD 911 says, I like the dirty part. Blondes do have more fun. Jesus Christ. You guys are thirsty. Ryan also says, looking sharp, Steve. You look good, buddy.
That was when I was wearing the tie.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Ryan, gay. Fan 550 says, I thought they had to do murder first because the defense asked for a speedy trial on murder and not on the fraud crimes. Okay, right. So I want to say something about the speedy trial thing because people seem to be conflating this. Speedy trial refers to them going to trial, not the speed of the trial itself. That's right. If a trial is going to take months, it's going to take months, and there is no speedy trial to fix that.
You know what? That is the most brilliant thing I've heard in a long time. We might have an argument here. I mean, how do we know? The thing is,
what did the founders mean?
Yes. What did the founders mean? Damn it! I want to get this thing over with. I don't know. There's a good argument
agree with
there.
you. I'm just saying what it means in the current miasma of law. It means
basically that they have what 60 days to bring a trial. It's
Yeah, well, it's very statutorily driven and very complex speedy trial rule. But you can force a trial. What it allows the defense to do is force a trial. But that is a great that's the kind of creative lawyering I like out of you, son. Right? We've got this. Maybe we've been on the wrong track the whole time. That it's like the whole idea of that constitutional amendment was to get those prosecutors to get to the frickin' point.
Exactly. Miller Wells 1 says, what in the autistic shit is this? I have no idea. Ben SC says, Gosney, quote, yeah, I'd tap that. Wait, what was he talking about? C. Goody sent some links for the description that I put in there. Thank you, C. Goody. And he also says, don't forget to buy your tickets for Las Vegas event, February 26th. Coming up.
Yes.
I was going to say, it's in... The link is in the description on Rumble. It's in the description on YouTube. It's a pinned comment on YouTube. It would be on Rumble if they allowed pinned comments, which I'm working on. Check it out. Steve Gosney is going to be there. Andrew Bronca is going to be there. Lead attorney is going to be there. Danny on Direct is going to be there. Dick Masterson, Camelot 331 is going to be there.
Wow.
Viva Fry, Robert Barnes. Like this. Do you even realize what $50 is getting you? This conglomeration of lawyers for 4 hours would cost you like
You were
a
the
fortune.
Grift King, Nick.
It
Why
cost
is
you like
only-
30
Why is it only $50? This is insane.
It costs
You know
you
what,
like
you should set up,
$30,000
tip
for
jar.
1 hour.
You
It's
should have a
amazing.
tip jar. You gotta have some sort of additional grift on top of this.
Exactly.
Yeah, rent a dunking
What was
booth.
saying?
That would be fun.
I'm gonna put you in it.
I know.
I'm not getting wet.
I
I'm
could
getting
generate a
everyone
lot of
else wet.
revenue.
I know what they were talking about when I'd hit tap. That was the female version of you.
Oh yeah, me too.
Oh
I
my
would too.
God.
She's that girl's.
That was so cute when you didn't realize it was Tim.
Xander's Rand says, why did you have to do Vegas on the Lord's Day and pick the one day that my church is installing their first elder, so I have to be there to film it? Well, dude,
Do
I
a second event. Book
I
an
picked
extra
Sunday. I picked Sunday because it'll be cheaper than Saturday, and it's already going to be a fortune. I said $5,000 was the minimum. Those venues don't seem to be available. It's going to cost a shitload, but that's okay. That's fine. When I do this again in Vegas, the tickets are going to be way more
So it's
expensive.
5,000, almost like the 5,000 local.
You better stop.
subs-
I will kick you off this stream.
I
200
know.
Watt Studio says, Charlie, I heard zippers on leather blouses didn't work. Does yours? M. Mahathey says, Charlie is annoying, but I like her. Fun. Western Value says, this girl is a Lady Racket skinwalker. Some other people have pointed out you look similar to my wife.
What really? Well, it's the boobs. Rec City bitch. Rec City bitch.
Aquamarin says Charlie's input tonight was 80% gossip. Matthew Self, Steve, what time are you going on Vices?
8 o'clock
8 o'clock Eastern, right?
Eastern Standard Time, right? So that's 40 minutes from now, in fact.
200 Watt Studio says, Charlie, I would be happy to have you in Florida. Enigmatic Bird says, anyone else think the prosecution is terrible? Me. GZF, I would ask Steve what his win-loss record is, but apparently it doesn't matter. Well, look, a public defense attorney's win-loss record is 85+% losses.
Well, in trial,
Yes.
in appeals, and in fact, in the book,
Gripped it.
there is a chapter on the appellate, your chances of winning on appeal as a public defender client. Andrew Bronca, forward. Nick Rekieta on the back. Look at that.
Always on the back.
And but I'll give you the cheat because I'm nice and it's late. And if you've gotten this far, you deserve the answer. The answer of winning on appeal as a public, criminal client is 0.6% at most. That's
Yes.
6 out of 1,000 at best.
Yeah.
And I must say, personally, I beat that, but it's not by much.
He's got 7 out of 1,000, y'all. Let's see. Zadok. No, I remember in law school when a public defender came and was asked the question, like, well, what about win losses? And the answer was, it was so cute. Well, you have to reframe your opinion of winning.
Because as a public defender, most of the people who come to your office are guilty. I mean, that's the reality of it, right? Like most of the clients are guilty of the crimes.
Any
The
criminal
question is
defense
there-
attorney.
Right. And the question is there a procedural defect? Is there something where the state screwed up that you get to hold the state accountable for that mess up? And there are occasionally people who legitimately didn't do it, but a lot of times you're dealing with people who did.
Well, and the
Or
ones
winning
that
is getting a good deal.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like
Right.
I lost a case at trial where the best offer was 22 years in prison. The guy got 3. So, I mean, he was already in for 2.5, so he got out in 6 months. So is that a loss? Not for my client. You know, he was happy as a clam. The book, his name is Ideas and Answers in Law, and it can be found at crimelaw.net. That's where the chat was asking where to get it. See, that's what this thing that they put under here, that's what that's supposed to do, is inform you of where to get the book.
Okay, here we go. Zadig Attack. Charlie, would you be willing to lower your zipper so I can watch the live chat spurg out with extreme simpery for educational purposes, of course?
There it
Isaac
goes.
Kozich.
Oh, look
no.
at that. He's actually doing it. Holy cow.
Isaac
Aussie
says-
Overlord is in the chat, by the way. Hi, Aussie.
Hey, what's up, Aussie? How you doing, buddy? Is Charlie your new replacement for Montegraph? No, Charlie's awesome. Montegraph is shit. Funeral Man 04 says, you're still in love. I'm drunk. Wait, who? Maybe. I don't know who that refers to, but yes. Stan M says, invite Charlie on tonight's stream. Susan Bush, welcome to Paralegal Status. Tonight's stream for Charlie is going to be at like 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. to start, something like that. 5, 6 in the morning. Be a disaster. Let's see. We've got just a couple more. Almost done. Ward says Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. And he also says Ward, by the way, correcting my pronunciation. 80% Freak says, Steve, how do public defenders get paid? And if it's reimbursement by the government, how is the hourly rate determined? You
It's
get
not
salary.
hourly. It's salaried. It's salaried. It's paid for by the taxpayers of Florida. Thank you, taxpayers of Florida. And thank you for Governor DeSantis for giving us a raise. And so we're publicly funded. And thank you, taxpayers all over the world.
Different
Xander's
states
Rant-
do it in different ways.
Xander's Rant says,
Sometimes
"Hi,
they're private attorneys.
Yes, we do. We have a mix of public defenders and appointed private attorneys. You basically fill out an application and sign up as an appointed attorney, and they give you an hourly rate. It's in my area, it's like $40 an hour. It's not great. Not great. But if you need cases and experience, and then you use those representations to then build your experience, but also to have them tell all their criminal friends that you did a great job when they get out of prison. Not a Robot says, pray for me. I just bought 500 rounds of 5.56 and the bag broke, and I made the mess bigger than the crime scene of this case with all them rounds all over the place in the dark on gravel where I park. Oh, good luck, brother. Xander's Rant says, hi, Phoenix Wright is a defense attorney, and he wins almost all of them. Phoenix Wright is a dirty bastard. One of my favorite things from Earl Grey, the defense attorney, and Kim Potter said, he was talking about another attorney. He says, if you lose 3 cases in a row, you might want to rethink being a defense attorney. And then he proceeded to lose that case and then the next 2 subsequent cases, which was, I just thought that was cosmic irony. I like Earl Grey. He's a great defense attorney, but he got owned by his own statement there. Something Awesome says, I did 3 appeals as a public defender intern and won 2 of them. One was called Shattering by the State Bar Association. Nice. The Major says, Charlie, just hit my DMs already. I'll send you my Discord and we can have a call, get you to Vegas. Wink. Oh, no, stop it. Susan Bush, welcome to Paralegal. Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell says, if I see you in Vegas, I'll be your only fan, not chasing everything with a bush, you degenerates. Lol. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. No more stream. Oh my God.
Wow.
Thank you for hanging out.
What's
10
that?
hours.
10 hours? Woohoo!
Same as yesterday. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for making these trial streams fun. Thank you. Big shout out to my guests. Everybody check out my guests in the description, except for Charlie, who has no social media to follow. Sam's Body Tree says, for the zipper down. God damn it. Check out the show tonight. We've got Camelot, Rob from Law and Lumber, Drex, and Cecil so far. I may bring on another guest or 2. We'll see. Tonight's show is all about levity and jokes and fun.
Nick,
Yes.
can I just request to put in a little Charlie in between your peace.
Okay, sure. We can do that. We can do
That's
that.
my social media.
There we go. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tonight and hopefully Monday. Join my locals, all of that good stuff. Have a good night. Peace.
Take care, guys.
Charlie.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have